Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Renz here, host of the Raiders Report, and we are doing a surprise live show here on the Raiders Report because of all the rumors right now circulating around Maxx Crosby. I did a video yesterday saying that I was 80% sure that the Condor was ultimately going to be dealt. Where there's smoke, there's fire. When dominoes start to fall in the National Football League, people need to look at those dominoes. And I believe the Chicago Bears trading DJ Moore, creating $16.5 million of salary cap space, is one of those dominoes that could ultimately lead to a Maxx Crosby trade. If you haven't already voted at the live poll above, let me know down below. Do you think Maxx Crosby is going to get dealt? Because I'm going to say this. My heart hurts right now. I love Maxx Crosby. I think Maxx is everything, that commitment to excellence, everything that I think about when I hear the term, what is a Raider? What is a Raider? That's Maxx Crosby. My heart hurts right now covering this story. But at the exact same time, I told myself in the 2026 offseason that I was going to think with my head. This one for a change. And I wasn't going to think with my heart as much. And I think for a lot of Raiders fans out there, I want y'all to think about the exact same thing because we have a lot of holes on this roster. You know it, I know it. But if we were able to add $30 million of salary cap space, what we'd be able to use that cap space for, and the draft compensation that the Raiders are going to get, I legitimately think that we're going to trade away Maxx Crosby and essentially get 5 starting caliber players. When you have holes from top to bottom, and we do, I asked John Spytek at the NFL Combine, hey, John, what's the biggest priority? And he laughed at me, and he's like, I ain't going to tell you that. And I go, offense or defense? And he knows that there's a lot of holes out there that need to be filled. There's probably a giggity in there somewhere. But I need Raider fans to understand the information, the rumors that have been provided to me, the information that's been out there by Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, Jordan Schultz, Diana Rossini, Albert Breer. There's so much attention right now, and I do think by the end of today or by the end of this week that Maxx Crosby will ultimately end up getting dealt because Albert Breer. Meanwhile, the Bears have cleared a bunch of space. This is a team that cleared about $9 million with Drew Dahlman. They just cleared about $16.5. The Chicago Bears are extremely interested in Maxx Crosby. Now, could they be looking at Linderbaum? Could they be looking at Crosby? Multiple different routes that this organization could go in. But when the DJ Moore trade ended up going down, I thought, okay, is that going to be the final move that Chicago does? Jordan Schultz says no. Chicago's probably going to make some more moves. And then this is the big one. Like, this is the reason this report right here, Jordan and I talk weekly. Like, Jordan and I talk very often. And, you know, again, I was told something on Monday, which is why I went from being 25% chance the Raiders trade Crosby to the video that I did yesterday where I said, again, 80%. I know Maxx wants to play elsewhere. I'm not saying that Maxx doesn't want to be a Raider. He loves Raider Nation. He loves every single one of y'all that are watching this show. I promise you that. He will be a Raider to the end of his career, and I know that, like, in his own heart, he is a Raider. But at the same exact time, for any Raider fans out there that are freaking the F out right now, if you get the proper compensation, then you should be happy because it does make a lot of sense to rebuild where we are right now. And at 29 years old, coming off the amount of knee injuries that Crosby has sustained, if we're able to get a haul of draft capital and the money that we're about to save, that helps us in free agency. It helps us in the draft. And I do think that we're going to be able to swap Crosby out for potentially 4 to 5 starters, depending on what else is involved in that trade. But when Jordan Schultz says the situation is only intensifying, I know that Maxx really hasn't said publicly whether or not he wants to be dealt. But my understanding is Maxx still hopes at the end of his career, Mark Davis at the end of his career is hoping that he's going to be able to be a minority owner of this organization. So they want to be able to make sure that that relationship is still solidified. Maxx has made it clear there's one team that he wants to play for. The Raiders, from my understanding, are going to try to send him to that team unless they get a Micah Parsons level type of deal. The Raiders aren't going to get a Micah Parsons type of deal. So to all the fans out there, believe me when I say, I don't want the Raiders to trade away Maxx Crosby because I want Maxx Crosby to be a part of what we got going forward. But also at the same exact time, no player is above the shield. And if Max would rather play on another team than play for the Raiders, I think we got to kind of, swallow that humble pill a little bit as fans and go, if Max is choosing somebody else over the Raiders, then okay, then let him go play with that other organization, because I don't know how you can look at the Raiders situation this offseason. Number 1 overall pick, 10 draft picks in total. You just got a brand new head coach in Clint Kubiak, and you have all the salary cap space. I think that should show you how strongly Max, again, kind of wants out of Las Vegas. I know he loves the fact that he just built a brand new home in Vegas. I think he will always consider Raider Nation his first true love. But at the same time, he wants to chase a ring. He wants to chase a Super Bowl, and he doesn't think that the Raiders are going to be the team that's able for him to do that over the next few seasons. And maybe that's an unfair thing to say, but money talks in the NFL. And I said it last season when the Raiders front-loaded Maxx Crosby's contract. They gave him $38 million up front. That was Max telling everybody on planet Earth, hey, I want my money right now. And the final 3 years of that deal, he essentially did that, so it would make him a lot more of an attractive option, 29, 30 years old. That way he could be dealt if he wanted to ultimately end up getting dealt. It sucks. My heart hurts. But my mind is wrapping my mind around this trade going, I do think it makes a lot of sense for the Raiders in their current stand and a rebuild. But because he's been the face of the franchise, because he's such an outstanding human being on and off the field, because I bet you right now he's a lot of people's favorite Raider. And I don't know how you don't say he's not your favorite current Raiders player as it stands right now. I get this one hurts, no doubt about it. So let's talk about it today here on the Raiders Report. Today's deals are going to be extremely simple. If you want to get up here on the show, you're going to have to super chat. And that's really just how this is going to be. I plan on staying live today until either A, Maxx Crosby gets dealt, or B, I just have to leave because my wife, she's going to a bachelorette party, and Chuck needs to be taken out probably in about 5 to 6 hours from now. So I'm planning on staying here, rocking and rolling with all y'all. If you want a chance to win some money, $20 Venmo, duck race. If you want to get in our March Madness tournament, which I should say Jose Padilla and then Daniel Nicholas, I saw you guys get in our March Madness tournament. If you want to get in our March Madness tournament, winner's going to go home with $1,600. If you want to bang today, I know it might not feel like a day worthy of a bang, but I also will say this. If you bang today, that tells me that you're all in on the rebuild, that you also see the picture that I'm picturing in my mind of, it sucks to lose Max, no doubt about it. But sitting back and going, can we get a lot of draft compensation? Can we get extra money in salary cap? That, in my mind, does make sense if this is a team truly trying to rebuild. And I think we have to, again, sit back and go, this is a team truly trying to rebuild. Now, I know we got a lot of you here. If you want to shout out here on the Raiders Report, let me know down below. Do you want Maxx Crosby to be traded? Give me a yes. Give me a no. I'm going to give some shout-outs, and I know that this is probably a video that a lot of y'all aren't excited about, but I hope that you still hit that like button because it does help me. It helps out my team here, and it always helps us reach more and more Raiders fans. And at the end of the day, I want to be able to continue to grow this awesome community that we have. So, I see Zalesbo says no. Daniel's going to go with a yes. Lucas says no. Jaime says no. Amilo says no. Yes down there from X. I got Bayou Raiders saying no. Raider Rambo saying no. A lot of people are saying no to the Crosby rumors, and I don't blame anybody for saying that, right? Because think about how many times we've heard of the Crosby rumors. Every offseason. New report feels like every single day pops up. So I don't blame anybody for spamming no, but I also want y'all to know that it's different this time. It's very different this time. What up, Preston? Did we offer any trade compensation for McDuffie? We have enough fourth-round picks to have acquired him. If not, what are we doing? We lack depth at that position, let alone starters. Preston, with all due respect, man, I don't think we had a shot in hell to trade for Trent McDuffie because the Los Angeles Rams gave up a first-round pick, a first, a fifth, a sixth, and a third-round pick in 2027. And a team that goes out and trades for Trent McDuffie is a team that's in Super Bowl winning now type of mode. Don't get me wrong. I think McDuffie's a hell of a cornerback, but also at the same time, Steve Spagnuolo is one of the best cornerback magicians in all of the NFL. I mean, dude, like they take fourth-rounders, seventh-rounders. they flip him. Like, think about what you thought of L'Jarius Sneed. I'm not saying Trent McDuffie's not a great player, but you wanting the Raiders to trade for Trent McDuffie is like me wanting to date, I don't know, insert your celebrity crush. It's never going to happen. I really think if you thought that the Raiders had a shot to get Trent McDuffie, not that I feel bad for you, but at the same time, it's just no chance it was going to end up happening. I want to get through some more supers before we show that, if we could. Preston, greatly appreciate it. Let's go to Mando Ace next up here on the show. Oh, no. Mitch went live because he knows Maxx is going to go to the Bears. I do believe in my heart of hearts that Maxx Crosby will be traded today. I do believe in my heart of hearts that Maxx is going to be dealt by the end of the week, because you also got to think about this, right? If I'm the Raiders and I trade away Maxx Crosby, I want to be able to plan for free agency, and I want to know how much extra money that I have. In the same exact breath, the team that trades for Maxx probably wants to know how much money they're going to have left and also what type of draft compensation, because when you make this type of deal, you just have to be prepared. And I would want to know whether or not I have one of the best players on my roster or not. But the Bears are definitely a team that's into the mix here. No doubt about it. Will, 25, 57, and 60, and Edmonds for Crosby. 5 picks, top 60. You see, here's the problem, Will. You're not going to get that. Like, I would say if you're looking for a trade from a team like the Chicago Bears, I would say you probably get that first-round pick. Number 25 overall, you might get 60, and then you'd get Tremaine Edmonds. But Tremaine Edmonds is also, I'm kind of at the point where, there's a lot of rumors and speculation that Chicago could move on from Tremaine Edmonds, that they don't really want to pay him that $15 million. And I think if you're the Raiders and you make that deal for Edmonds, as he's 27 years old, he's been in the NFL since he was 19, you're probably going to have to give him an extension. But I talked to our Bears host, Harrison Graham, and he told me that you'd be able to get Tremaine Edmonds for probably a 6th-round pick. So, that means that Bears deal then is a 1st, a 2nd, and a 6th-rounder for Maxx Crosby. I don't think Chicago is going to give up 2 firsts for Maxx, and I think that's also kind of why you saw that report from Jordan Schultz, just in the realm of, I think that report by Jordan is trying to – I almost think that that's the Raiders PR team, the Raiders side, trying to soften the blow a little bit, because I think fans are expecting a Micah Parsons type of deal. I don't think you're going to get 2 first-round picks for Maxx Crosby. I just want fans to be prepared for that when it does ultimately end up going down. Donald, what up, man? Who's Alex Guerrero, and why do I keep hearing his name? So Alex Guerrero is like the right-hand man to Tom Brady. Guerrero and Brady have gone back, many years to their time in New England, and Brady has really credited Guerrero for extending his career, really extending his career overall with the New England Patriots, and I don't really think that you can argue that fact. Guerrero, from what I understand, is a liked guy in the Raiders locker room. And, when those grades came out about evaluating the staff, I believe the Raiders nutrition ended up getting an A grade. That's Alex Guerrero. Here's the problem, though. I put out a video probably about 3 weeks ago at this point, and I said that I had a source tell me that Maxx Crosby and Alex Guerrero, they don't see eye to eye. Maxx isn't a big fan of Guerrero, and it goes all the way back to when Maxx was ultimately shut down. Here's the biggest problem though. If you're angry at Alex Guerrero, grow the hell up, because Guerrero did right by Maxx. Because here's the thing that people got to understand. I know Maxx Crosby wanted to play those final 2 games, but there's no way, and I said this before, and I'm not trying to act like Max's dad at all, but it reminds me so much, that situation reminds me so much of when I was a kid. Your parents, they do something to you, and in that moment, you're upset, you're angry, you're like, why did my parents sit me down for those final 2 games of the season? But if you can sit here on March 5th and still be upset about what happened back there in the regular season, grow up. And that's kind of how I would say it, because there's no way that any Raiders player can sit here today and go, it wasn't worth it. We have the number 1 overall pick. We have our top head coach. We are in the best situation possible. Why it made sense to shut him down. But also at the exact same time, it was smart to shut him down. Can you go to that player card that illustrates the Rappaport report? And it was Guerrero was hey, I'm trying to extend your career. And you also got to remember, right, the Raiders, they just extended Crosby the offseason before. They just gave Maxx Crosby a 5, technically technically not 5 years, technically a 3-year extension, but he has, 5 years left on that contract where he was tied to the Raiders all the way up until 2029. So if I'm Alex Guerrero, in my mind, if I'm the Raiders organization, I just extended the face of my franchise. I want to make sure that in my mind that he's going to be able to play out the entirety of that contract in 2029. So this is a report from me and Rappaport. Sources clarified that Crosby actually underwent a minor meniscus repair, not a trim. So Maxx was originally under the impression that meniscus trim was going to be a 4 to 6 week recovery, while now it's going to be a 3 to 4 month recovery. So Guerrero and the Raiders were correct to shut down Maxx Crosby at the end of the season. So, I don't want to hear all this Alex Guerrero, this and that. I have not heard from any other Raiders players that they don't like Guerrero. What I have heard from players and people inside of that locker room is they know Guerrero talks to Brady. So when Guerrero walks into a room, it's kind of like if we were all hanging out at the job and your boss walked in. You just, you button up your tie a little bit more. You're just making sure that you're clean and crisp around the edges because that's going to be the guy that reports back to Tom Brady. It's not that people don't like him. I think people are just they know that Tom listens to that guy. Alex Guerrero and the Raiders were right by shutting down Maxx Crosby. The surgery proves it. Where the Raiders are at right now proves it. And if Maxx can't see that, I'm sorry. Nobody is above the shield. And it's point blank and simple. You can agree with it. You can disagree with it. It's point blank simple. Let's go to Junior C. Maxx deserves to win. We deserve a full rebuild. Completely agree. Here's the thing, though. We also deserve to win. And I'm really curious to see where he ends up going when he is ultimately traded, because winning a Super Bowl, it's not easy, right? It's not easy. The Kansas City Chiefs last season didn't even make the playoffs. They didn't even make the playoffs. And I think when you look at last year in a nutshell of how those playoffs ended up going down, there was a lot of big teams that I think a lot of us were expecting were going to be able to make a playoff run and never made the playoffs. It's so difficult to win a Super Bowl. So I hope when Maxx puts his head down on his pillow, he's happy with his decision, because I do believe that these Maxx Crosby trade rumors are much more coming from Max's side and Max's team than the silver and black. Let's go to the next super chat here on the show. We got 1,700 people. If this is the first time you've ever seen the Raiders Report, when big-time NFL news happens, I make a video. When big-time NFL rumors happen, I'm not afraid to go live. At the end of the day, I'm a Raider fan just like all of y'all. And when I see stuff happen around the league that I think could potentially impact the silver and black, we're going to talk about it. Because I'll tell you this, I was sitting at my desk. My wheels are spinning in my head. I'm looking at Reed. I'm looking at Chugs. I'm going, do I go live? Do I go live? Do I go live? I want to talk to y'all just like I think that y'all want to talk to me, just like y'all probably want to talk to each other. Because when you're talking Maxx Crosby trade, it's that statement alone is a statement that I never thought I would say. And I think I'm about to say it here in a little bit. What up, on hell? Mitch, good morning. I don't want Maxx to leave Vegas. We have a good thing coming to the Raiders with a big win in our coach. And, dude, I agree with you. But what if you knew for a fact that Maxx wants to be traded? Does that change your opinion? It changes mine, because I know Maxx. The Raiders are not Max's number one team that he wants to play for in 2026. So, again, if you were in a relationship and your significant other said, I like you, I'm going to stay, but I would much rather be there if they're available, how would that make you feel? That's how Raider fans need to think right now. I know, it pains my heart too, dude. I love Maxx. We all love Maxx. But there's another team that he wants to play for more than the Raiders. Daniel, I would be sad about him being traded, but there is a part that is a little mad, especially after they did everything to keep him happy, just for him to leave after one season. Hype for the rebuild, though. And, I actually think that more fans, not saying that you should feel this way, but I don't think fans should be nearly as upset about a Maxx Crosby trade happening because, again, Maxx Crosby front-loaded his contract. That shit doesn't happen in the NFL. It doesn't. So when you front-load your deal the way that he did, he positioned himself. This is a strategic move by Crosby, and he did it last offseason. Now, the Raiders were still absolute dog shit, right? That still falls on us. We had to hire and fire another head coach. That's frustrating for Maxx. He wanted continuity. But also at the exact same time, I think, Maxx also has to realize he was also a part of the hiring firing cycle, right? He wanted Antonio Pierce to be this guy. And then at the same time, I think that's also why you're not hearing Maxx say too much this offseason, because at the end of the day, he wants to focus on what he can control. And he knows the only thing that he can control is Maxx Crosby being the best version of Maxx Crosby going forward. What up, Jeff? I think it'll be a first and a second this year and a second next year for Max. No other players. No way. I shouldn't say no way. I don't think that you're going to get that much. And the only reason why that I say that is because like a second pick next year, right? The way that a lot of NFL teams look at draft compensation is like if you're getting a pick the following year, it's essentially along the lines of like a second-round pick next year is probably in terms of value a third-round pick this season. The Raiders aren't going to get a first, a second, and a third. Like if you get another starting caliber player, it's probably going to be like in that 5th to 6th round range where a guy, they're trying to get somebody off their roster because maybe A, they're trying to shed a little bit of salary cap space, or B, like that player is looking for a longer-term deal in the future. But if I had to guess right now, I think the Raiders are going to get a first-round pick, a second-round pick, and either A, a starting caliber player, or you're probably going to get something along the lines of like a – now, if you got this, we're sending a 4th-round pick to that team as well, which actually that could be an option because we have 3 4th-round picks, 102, 117, and 134. So it's definitely a possibility. To the 1,800 people, no, Maxx Crosby has not been traded yet. But the DJ Moore news, the report by Jordan Schultz, I do believe that today – I do, man. I think today – I mean, there's a reason why I'm live, right? There's a reason why I'm live today. And, again, man, I'm not an insider, and I want to be very clear. I am a proud member that I am a credited NFL media member. I covered the NFL Combine. I'm at the Super Bowl. I've met a lot of amazing people along the road. I do talk to a lot of people that are true NFL insiders. But at the end of the day, I want people to I'm not trying to be something I'm not. I am a Raider fan that's gotten a lot of information around a Maxx Crosby trade, and when I get information that I think is important to all y'all, I do shit that I'm doing today. And I want you to know that there's a reason why I'm here today. Also, shout out to today's MVP, Mark Cole! Bang! Just for the nation, man. Mark, you're probably putting a lot of smiles on a lot of people's faces right now, and I don't know how people are going to handle today's show. I don't know how people are going to handle when the news does ultimately end up going down, but I do hope that people see this rebuild is taking form, and if you want to be able to build for the future, you're about to get $30 million extra dollars in salary cap space, right? Then once they cut Geno Smith, we're going to be around an extra like $40 million in salary cap space. Plus, we're going to get multiple new draft picks. Like, if you truly believe in Clint Kubiak, like I truly believe in Clint. Clint's my number one head coach. He was the number one guy that I wanted. And on top of that, John Spytek was the number one GM I wanted back in 2024. If you believe in Clint Kubiak, if you believe in John Spytek, what this offseason is turning into is like really truly how teams take that next step and they go and be great. Like we have an opportunity here to get this thing going. And again, I love Max, but he's 29 years old. Does anybody here think that the Raiders in the next 3 years were going to win a Super Bowl? I don't know. Maybe, right? But I do think like keeping Max, do you think that do you think we have a better shot of winning a Super Bowl now or in 3 to 4 years? 3 to 4 years is probably the answer that a lot of people should end up ultimately going with. Let's go to Bayou Raider! Bang! Bears were 5-12 in 2024, and made a huge leap. We are set to make a big leap as well. I'm a little bit disappointed that Max don't want to be a part of this team fully. Again, it's not that he doesn't want to be a part of the team fully. It's just we're number 2 right now. Like, we're number 2 under what I believe that we're number 2. So getting to the point, I'd rather him leave so we can keep making moves going forward. And if you guys don't know, go to saveawarrior.org/donate. And if you do, make sure that you tell him Father Tom sent you. I got another big one coming in here, and then I'm going to tell you all y'all who's in the duck race. I'm going to tell everyone who ended up getting in our March Madness bracket. If you're like, Mitch, March Madness, $50 Venmo, you got a shot to win $1,600. I don't know what Jeremy's coming in here for. What do you got for me? He's going like this, which scares me.
Our Bears host, Harrison Graham, said they're not only going to steal Maxx Crosby, they're going to win a Super Chat battle today.
I mean, they have a lot more reason to be excited probably than we do. But at the same time, who knows? Maybe he doesn't get traded to the Bears. I mean, maybe. Again, I don't know where. I can't say certain things, y'all, so I don't want to be like a dick on today's program. Like, I was asked to not say certain things, but also at the exact same time, I'm going to do my best to give you guys my God-honest opinion.
Harrison said, and I quote, "We're going to bury the Raiders."
He's feeling confident. Kid number 2. He's got kid number 2 coming along the way. Lesbo, I'm not believing shit until something happens. I hear you. And I don't blame any Raiders fan for thinking that. And, there's still that little part of me that it's almost too hard to believe. But I'll say this, Lesbo, if you saw what I saw, you would think he's going to get traded too.
Mitch, do you want to go fishing?
I would love to go fishing.
What do we need?
Cast Joey Bang! I love Max, but at the end of the day, it's whatever makes us better. I will not be happy if we don't get at least a Pro Bowl player and a first after. I would immediately get Trey and Mac and look for a legit nose tackle. I will say this. I do already have an entire show prepared. When I got here into work today, and I already kind of knew some things were probably going to happen, so I have defensive end, defensive tackle targets for the Raiders that could help replace Maxx Crosby. So I'll just tell you, that show's already ready to rock and roll, and if Max gets dealt here in the next few hours, I will end up providing that show for you because I agree with you. Now here's the thing. I can remember saying, I don't know if Trey Hendrickson makes sense. I don't know if Khalil Mack makes sense. When you really look at the entire landscape of the defensive end, market in free agency, I think you got to look at, one, defensive ends that can play DE, but also defensive ends that you're not afraid that can line up as an outside linebacker in a brand new 3-4 Rob Leonard scheme. The other problem is I think a lot of the really good defensive ends, like your Jadeveon Clowneys, your Khalil Macks, your Trey Hendrickson, Joey Bosa, all those guys, they're over. Cam Jordan just announced that he's not going to be going back to New Orleans. There's a lot of older players there. So for me, again, it's if you're going to add, the reason why I don't get Trey and Mac is because for me personally, I think when I think of rebuild, I would much rather use one of those draft picks that the Raiders end up getting and you invest that player into an edge, right? Can that other edge player, could we do Khalil Mack and Akeem Messidor? Sign me the F up for that because then that allows Akeem Messidor to learn from Khalil Mack. That, to me, makes a lot more sense for a rebuild instead of maybe Trey and Khalil then leave, and now we have to rely on some younger players to really get this thing going. In my mind, if you trade away Max, what you should do is you should sign a vet like a Khalil, like a Trey Hendrickson, like a Jadeveon Clowney. There's a few other names that I'll throw in there, but then also pairing him with somebody that can get after the quarterback in the NFL draft. That's what I would look. And then a legit nose tackle, we definitely need a legit nose tackle. We need somebody that, again, I think can kind of play nose, defensive tackle, maybe even a little bit of defensive end because, you're seeing a lot of these DEs in these, 3-4 sets. They kind of move them around a little bit. And I think you got to be versatile in today's day and age in the NFL. So we got more Super Chats coming up here in just a moment. But if you guys don't know, if you're trying to win a little bit of money today, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. I'm going to go through. I'm going to answer all of the Super Chats here on today's program, but I do see quite a few people are trying to win some money today. I got the Night Devil, you in also, Joe and you in, Gilberto, hopefully I pronounced that right, Vel, you in, $20 Venmo. Right now you have a chance to win $30 on the program. For the March Madness bracket, I see Bayou Raider, you're in. I see Jake McClenny, in, and that's where it stands right now. So friendly reminder, the first 64 people that send me $50 on Venmo, you're going to be in our March Madness bracket. If you win, you go home with $1,600. We already have 19 spots filled. I promise you this will be filled by next week. Bottom line, I guarantee. Hell, I bet you it's filled probably by the end of Monday next week. So if you want to try to get in for a shot to win 1,600 and be a big part of March Madness here on the Raiders Report, I'm just telling you right now, it's fun. It's always cool to see people go up against each other live on the program. I know this. I always really enjoy it. Let's go to Arbora. If Alex Guerrero is a villain, why did Brian Hoyer tweet in praise of him? Also, the Raiders got A's in the training staff, nutrition, dietitian, and isn't he a part of it? I think we are in a win-win with a Maxx situation. Yeah, again, like I don't view Alex Guerrero as a villain. And I can't speak on every Raiders player. There's a few agents that I talk to. There's a few insiders that I talk to. There's a few players that, from time to time I do talk to, right? There's certain teams that I talk to. But I don't think Alex Guerrero should be looked at as a villain. And I think anybody that's looking at him as a villain is really ignoring the facts and only looking at the fact that him and Maxx Crosby don't see eye to eye. And I kind of explained this one earlier, Arbora. I don't know if you were here or a part of it, but at the end of the day, Alex Guerrero was trying to extend Maxx Crosby's career because the Raiders gave him a massive extension the offseason before. And what Alex Guerrero ended up recommending Maxx ended up being truthful because Max's surgery was expected to be I think it was a 4-week process, and then it turned it into a 3 to 4 month process, which is also the reason why you're not going to get a Micah Parsons level type of deal because Maxx Crosby won't pass a physical right now. He's probably not going to pass a physical until middle of June or maybe like middle of May. He is a freak athlete, so maybe it's middle of May. But, if you're a team and you're making that type of trade, do you want to make that type of deal for a player who right now at this current moment isn't 100% healthy? I don't exactly know. But my biggest understanding about the disconnect between Maxx and Guerrero, and I don't blame Maxx for thinking this way. Maxx was big like, hey, man, I've played through so many injuries. I've had surgery, and I've gone out there and played. He said that at the Commitment to Excellence dinner. He's literally risked his life to play when he's had a knee injury for the Raiders. So he felt some type of way when they shut him down. But also at the same time, Maxx felt like, you don't know my body better than I know my body. And I don't totally disagree with that. But at the same time, the Raiders were correct in shutting Maxx Crosby down. Because by them shutting him down, they were trying to extend his career. And I wish Maxx would look at it like that instead of looking at it as this was a team just trying to get the number 1 overall pick and nobody's going to tell me what to do. Because that's kind of how I hear it. And it's unfortunate. It sucks. I know that y'all rock with Maxx. I rock with Maxx. But I don't think that Alex Guerrero is in the wrong. I really don't. I don't think that he's in the wrong. Let's go to Bill from Jersey, and then after this one, I want to tell y'all about a really cool deal that we're doing here for all y'all Raiders Report watchers that are looking maybe for some new Raiders Report swag like a hat. Stay tuned. Bill from Jersey, sorry, Mitch, but I don't wish Maxx luck. I know the Raiders did things wrong, but gave him everything he wanted. Him behind the scenes looking for trades is sneaky. If he's a real Raider, he would do everything to win here. Again, it's not that Maxx doesn't want to be here, and I don't disagree that it's sneaky. I think what Maxx is doing is what business people do, and at the end of the day, like this is a business. Maxx is telling his team, hey, look for trade partners for me. Hey, try to find me another destination. Like I want to play, elsewhere. Like this is a team that I want to try to go out and I want to try to pursue. And like I do think the whole Maxx Crosby offseason situation does remind me a lot of Devontae Adams. It does remind me a lot of Josh Jacobs, where the player telling you one thing and there's a lot of stuff happening behind closed doors. I wish Maxx wanted to win here and wanted to try to win here. And you're not totally wrong. Like this organization has always done right by Maxx. They've taken his advice in hiring coaches. They've taken his advice in signing players. They've, made him the top priority. And this is, again, bad organizations stay bad for a reason. When you prioritize the defensive end over your quarterback, that's a bad organizational move. I'm not saying that Maxx isn't a hell of a player, but the Raiders have prioritized Maxx Crosby over quarterbacks every single offseason. They've paid him. They've given him extensions. I think the Raiders have done right by Maxx, and I'm fully clear on that because it also takes 2 to sign a contract. And yes, the Raiders have been a bad football team, but if Maxx wants to play elsewhere, I do wish Maxx nothing but the best. And I don't blame anybody that's never met Maxx. I don't blame anybody that's never met his family. I don't blame them, but I do wish the best for Maxx. I've met Crosby. I've met his family. And but I'll say this. If Maxx is going up against the Raiders, I ain't wishing Maxx Crosby the best. I guarantee you that. What up, Sam Brown? Oh, God. Give me some F-Sams down below. In your opinion, with all the reasons why Maxx wants out, where does the trade for Devontae rank? I mean, the Devontae Adams trade will go down as one of the craziest trades that I have ever been a part of. I mean, dude, I think we were live for like 9 hours on that freaking day. I mean, it was crazy. To be frank with you, man, I think this would be the craziest trade that I've ever covered. This is up there with the biggest news that I've ever covered here on the Raiders Report. We got 5,400 videos on this show. I don't know if we're going to get close. I mean, we're over 100 million views all time. I think this is the biggest news that I probably have ever covered. And there's been a lot of crazy shit that has happened around the silver and black. So, I know we got a lot of Raiders Report fans out there. Does anybody out there want a Raiders Report t-shirt and a Raiders Report hat? If the answer to that question is yes, I want you to go to chatsports.com/RR shop. My guy Reed's going to put that link for you guys down in the comments on today's program. Well, you got to use the HTTP. Chatsports.com/RR shop is how you're going to be able to get it. If anybody buys the hat and the shirt, now I wish that it was one simple click. Unfortunately, it's not going to be able. So what you have to do is you have to add the shirt to the cart, and then you have to add the hat to the cart, and then $10 will come off your order. So, again, I'm just trying to save you guys some money. The reason why that I want people to buy Raiders Report stuff is, one, obviously it supports the show. Number two, I do think in my heart of hearts, if you're a Raiders fan and you see somebody wearing a Raiders Report shirt, hat, sweatshirt, gear in general, I just hope you go up and you introduce yourself, man. Let's continue to grow this community the way that we all know. If you want to laugh, you got to check out Jeremy as the model. And if you have never seen Jeremy model, chatsports.com/RR shop, which is where you're going to be able to go to see the hat, to see the shirt. Hover over the hat, you'll be able to see Jeremy Chugs as a model. It's pretty unbelievable. Also, random NFL news, and I know today we're talking about Maxx, but when other NFL news does end up happening, I will tell you about it. The Patriots are signing former Cardinals outside linebacker Jesse Luketa to a one-year contract. The former Penn State standout, 3 sacks and a forced fumble back in 2024. Also, former Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson visiting with the Cleveland Browns. A little competition there for Shedeur Sanders. Let's go to Lewis. What's up, Lewis? Shout out to you, man. I know you've been an OG watcher on this program for a very, very long time. Lewis, greatly, greatly appreciate you, man. Let's go to Jersey Boy Greaser. I just started watching the TV show. I shouldn't say just started watching. Just started watching season 2 of Paradise. If you've never seen it, it's a really good show if you like the end of the world stuff, but I saw Elvis, so it made me think of it. 2 firsts and Edmonds used the extra first this year for KC Concepcion. Now, I mean, 2 firsts and Edmonds, I don't see Chicago giving you that deal. Now, if you send them, like, again, a 4th-round pick in return, then maybe that deal ends up going down. I like KC Concepcion. I was at the Combine. I gave the kid a lot of credit. You know, speaking in front of people's tough. Speaking in front of people when you know you have a speech impediment is probably even more difficult. I can't even imagine. And, you know, a lot of times, like, we don't look at these players as human beings. Like, you know, credit to Sam. Sam actually went viral on social media because there was a bunch of us, Sam was the main one, who waited very, very late in the wee hours of the Combine to make sure that all these players had at least somebody in front of them, you know, to be able to speak to. And, you know, Casey, he made his post on Instagram, and I hope that it just encourages more people, like, to always, like, don't be afraid to talk, even if you might have a little bit of a speech impediment. Like, shit, Alex and I, we were watching American Idol, and we were watching American Idol, and this, like, one kid, he's an unbelievable singer. I think he's good enough to beat it, like, to win the entire thing. But when he talks, he stutters. When he sings, he doesn't. And the dude's got the voice of an angel, like, straight up, man. It's unbelievable. But KC Concepcion, with this Raiders team, his ability to stretch the field, I think he's a really, really good fit. And if you're looking for a young, true number 1 wide receiver, I think he is an absolute fit for this Raiders team. I'm actually really happy you brought up his name because I think Raiders fans should check out his game a little bit more. What up, Kronos? Pissed if leaves, wants to win. We are about to be winning. I don't disagree with you, man. And if he ends up going to the team that, again, is the team that I have heard that he wants to go to, at the same time, I'm like, good luck, dude. And like, good luck. Are they in a better probably win now situation than the Raiders? Yes. But, again, like, could the Philadelphia Eagles make a trade for him? Like, I just saw Lane Johnson tweeted that Max the eyeball emoji. He's like, Howie Roseman, you want to get 2 first-round picks? Howie Roseman's the guy that could wheel and deal. I know the Rams just traded for Trent McDuffie. They still have pick number 13. Like, I think, like, that's probably the highest pick that you're going to get unless the Cowboys get involved and give you pick number 12. Can we expect a Fernando Abba cover by the Raiders report on draft day? I would love to. I mean, unless, like, what do you mean by cover?
I was going to say,
we can't
sing
play
it?
any music. If you want me to sing it, I can try to sing
You
it.
should try.
But we can't play, unfortunately, any music here on the YouTube channel or else we will get shut down. And I do not, and I mean it, I do not want to get shut down. But, Sanchez, shout out to you. I see some people asking me, Mitch, am I in the duck race? Yes, if you sent me $20 on Venmo. Junior, give me a second here. I see my guy Carlos Comedy. Carlos, I'm sorry that my family and we couldn't make it out to your comedy show here in Dallas, but there was like a really bad storm that weekend, and my dad, he literally drove from Dallas all the way to back home in Pennsylvania because his flight got canceled. But it was my birthday week. I know you invited me and my family, so I just saw your name. Yeah, he freaking got a rental. He's like, oh, it was a great drive. What's crazy about it, though, is I actually met up with my dad in Indiana because he was, like, going through for the combine. I met up with him on the very first day for, like, an hour. Pretty wild. Richard Engel, you're in. Rudy Mendez getting it in. Gary Backus, back it on up in there. Raiders Sancho said, Mitch, I want to get in March Madness, and I want to get in today's duck race. I see Jeremy Valve, you, sir, are getting it in, and then Bridget Rivera also getting it in. And then last one here, Soldier Man, you in. $20 Venmo to win $110 today. If you want to get in my March Madness bracket, we're not actually doing a bracket. What I end up doing is everybody that gets in, I do a tournament of 64. We have 4 brackets. It's the Oakland, Las Vegas, Los Angeles, and Brockton region. If you don't know why Brockton, it's where Al Davis was born in Massachusetts. And then it's literally like 2 people, 1v1, duck race style, and we run a shit ton of duck races, and whoever wins the final duck race, you go home with $1,600. Anthony Green won $1,600 last year. David Zahn won $1,600 the year before. I promise you this, it's a lot of fun. If you got into marble racing during COVID, you're going to love it. If you got into marble racing during COVID, you're going to love it.
I always pick the blue ones.
Always?
Always.
I'm going to go here with Suavemente says, Mitch, if you could, Noah Santana, get me in the March Madness. I got you. Junior, agree we deserve to win. A trade is what starts it. And I think if you're a Raiders fan and if you think that the Raiders can win a Super Bowl this year with Maxx Crosby, you shouldn't want the Raiders to trade Max. If you are fully bought into the rebuild and that you're like, you know what, it's not going to happen this year. Probably not going to happen next year. But can we position ourselves in 2028? Can we position ourselves? I mean, maybe it can happen in 2027. But I think we're about to trade Max for about 4 to 5, maybe even 6 quality starters because of the money we gain in free agency, because of the draft picks we're about to get, because of the players that might be involved in that Maxx Crosby trade. But I do want to be clear, no trade has happened yet. I do think a trade is going to happen today or as early as tomorrow. Alex, I'm literally in tears hearing this. I hope he doesn't leave, but as someone who views Max as one of my heroes, I hope he can stay. You can still view Max as one of your heroes, right? Like I get it. Like, he's going to play for a different football team, and that sucks deep down. But I also think whether or not wherever he plays, just think about the kind of guy that Max is, right? Like, if I was a parent, I would have my child look at what Maxx Crosby did because I talked to Max's dad probably about 3 years ago. And it was at a party, and I asked him, I was like, did you ever think that Max was going to play in the NFL? And he said without hesitation, no. So to think that he never thought his kid was going to play in the NFL, now to see where he's at now as one of the best in the league, that's unbelievable. Now, the Crosby family, they moved down here to Texas to help him get a little bit more notice. He played football at Eastern Michigan. He wasn't a highly touted draft pick. He wasn't highly recruited. But Maxx is the proof of, if you believe in hard work, if you believe in yourself, if you believe in, hey, I might not be the biggest, the strongest, the fastest, but nobody is ever going to outwork me. That alone, that mindset, that can still be a hero to me. You know what I mean? Again, I'm not in the NFL, but I do look at the way that Maxx carries himself on and off the field, and I try to bring that to what I do every single day. I want y'all to know that I'm going to hustle. I want y'all to know that I'm going to work my ass off. Just like when you guys go to work every single day, I want you to do the exact same thing, right? If you're in school, if you're, I don't know, a young kid who's trying to be the best baseball, basketball, tennis player, whatever the hell it is, you go to your job every day. How can you be 1% better every single day? How can you bring commitment to excellence in your own way? Maxx can still be your hero, even if he's not on the Raiders. I get it. You would probably want that guy to be a Raider. One of my favorite players of all time, Drew Brees. Never a Raider. But you know why? Drew Brees was given up on. People, when I was in high school, people gave up on me when I tore my ACL. I feel like I got a good opportunity to go play college baseball. Drew Brees got a new opportunity in New Orleans. He obviously ended up winning a Super Bowl, was one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. One of the low-key reasons why I picked number 9 in college, I was a big Drew Brees guy because he was undersized. I knew I was undersized. I get it. I hear you. But I just wanted to throw that out there. But I appreciate you sharing that with me. Also, Cast Joey Bang! I'm petty. Oh, trade him to the Jets. I don't care about Super Bowl next year. It's not real, but playoffs in 2 years is a must to me. I agree with this statement. I do think by the Raiders trading away Maxx Crosby, it lights the fire underneath Clint Kubiak, and it kind of lights the fire underneath this organization where the pressure is now a little bit more. Because if you're Mark Davis, you swung and missed on your rebuild with Khalil Mack. I don't know if you can swing and miss again here with Maxx Crosby. And here's my question to all of y'all. Which trade, I know Maxx hasn't been dealt yet, but let's pretend that Maxx is traded, okay? Which trade would hurt you more, the Khalil Mack trade or the Maxx Crosby trade? Because I think both of them are kind of in the same breath of, man, that was our franchise guy. Both defensive ends, both unbelievable players. Now, I do think that Khalil was better when he was dealt compared to what Maxx is right now in terms of just where they are as NFL players. But I think Maxx has, obviously been a part of this organization a little bit longer. I think he's grown a little bit closer to some of these fans, and I think fans have grown closer to him. But I do think that overall, this does put a little bit more fire. This does put a little bit more fire underneath Clint Kubiak's butt to succeed a little bit quicker. Because if you trade away Maxx and you fully go into that rebuild, you better be a playoff caliber team. You better be a playoff caliber team. I think 1 to 2 years. It might not happen this season, but then it might end up happening. It might end up happening in 2027. I would want the Raiders to be a playoff team in 2027 if they trade away Maxx. I hear you. Let's go to the next one. To the 1,600 people here, I'm live on the Raiders Report because I am anticipating a Maxx Crosby trade after some of the big-time NFL news that ended up happening today. What up, Eric? Look, we all love Maxx, but let's be real. His knees are an issue. You're 100% right. Getting older. His value is high right now. Time to move on. Shield first always. I think if you don't trade Maxx Crosby now, imagine, and this is just the hard reality, what if the Raiders aren't a winning football team come the NFL trade deadline? I'm hoping the Raiders are better this upcoming season, but if I'm Maxx and the Raiders haven't shown me by the NFL trade deadline that we're a playoff caliber team, I'm going to want out. And if Maxx wants out, then you're not getting anywhere close to what you're getting right now. And as much as I want the Raiders to be a playoff caliber team, I think that we're probably going to be hoping to be in that 7, 8, maybe 9-win window. And by the deadline, that's a very, I don't know exactly where and what I need to be able to do. So, Eric, I agree with this statement here. Again, Maxx's knee issues have been an issue, right? We can't deny the fact that Maxx has had a lot of knee issues over the past few seasons. He missed, obviously, these final 2 games. Last season, he missed the final 5 games. He hasn't 17 and a half sacks the last 2 seasons. I know what he offers in the ground game is just super, super underappreciated, but also at the exact same time, I do need Maxx to get after the quarterback a little bit better. And how does he fit in a 3-4? I don't know. Do I think Maxx can succeed as a stand-up outside linebacker in a 3-4 and also put his hand in the dirt? I think Maxx Crosby can probably succeed everywhere and anywhere. But also at the exact same time, does it make more sense to get what if I told you right now that by trading away, Maxx Crosby, you're able to get a Odafe Owe, and let's throw out another good linebacker name there into the mix. Nakobe Dean. You get Odafe Owe, you get a Nakobe Dean, and you're able to use edge linebacker, and those are 2 players that are helped to supplement Crosby. Or even you trade away Maxx Crosby. You use that money to sign Tyler Linderbaum, and then you still go out and get a Devin Bush at linebacker, right? And then you use that draft capital that you got from the Crosby trade, and you go out and get a Akeem Messidor, another talented young edge rusher in the draft. I can see this picture. I can. My mind tells me this trade makes sense for the Raiders. My heart tells me I don't want to move on from Maxx Crosby. And I wish Maxx could be a part of this. But if Maxx doesn't want to be a part of it, that also makes it a little bit easier for me to move on from him. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. Noah, honestly, I'm just over all the speculation. Honestly, no, I couldn't agree with you more, man. And I love covering this team. I love being able to give my opinion. I love that people tune in to hear my opinion. It's really one of the most humbling things that can possibly happen. But also, just as a normal human being, I love to be able to go home once in a while, turn my mind off, and just being able to sit down and have a relaxing afternoon with my wife, have a relaxing afternoon with Chuck, and just kind of turn my brain off. With the Maxx Crosby stuff that has happened, I haven't been able to turn my mind off in a long, long time. And then, you think about the coaching search, and I'm not saying it to that for anybody to feel bad for me, but I think a lot of Raiders fans feel the exact same way, where it's can we just be done with it? If he's going to get traded, then let's just freaking trade him. Let's get this thing moving and let's get it going, right? Because I will admit this, and I think all Raider fans can agree with this. Y for yes, N for no. Do the Las Vegas Raiders in 2026 need off-field distractions? Yes or no to that statement. Do the Raiders need off-field distractions in the 2026 offseason? Y for yes, N for no. It's the Raiders. They're always going to have distractions. The obvious answer there is no. And whether it's Max's fault, whether it's the Raiders' fault, and I think it's as equally the Raiders as it is Maxx, because if Maxx wanted to, he could say, I don't want to be traded. I want to be a Raider for life. And he won't do it. Every time he's asked, he kind of, weaves around the answer. So I do think, there's a reason why we're here today. There's a reason why we're all a little bit tired. And if Maxx wanted to put an end to it, he could. He's chosen not to. And he can say he wants to focus on, football. He wants to focus on rehab, and he can. He can do all that stuff. But I also know, if he wanted to, he could shut it down. Maxx is one of the best Raiders ever, and I want him here, but we need certainty in the future instead of this. We do need certainty. We also need a lot of picks. We need a lot of players. We need to be able to get this thing going in the right direction. David and Penny, to set up a rebuild, it makes sense, trading Maxx. But we need to target players like Roman Hemby. Comments at the Combine, Raider Nation need commitment to just win, baby. Play for W's and not above the shield. How and who? I tell you this, I never thought that Roman Hemby would be the very first name mentioned after these are the type of players that we need to target. But I think I know what you're saying because of his comments at the Combine. And I talked to Roman at the Combine. His answer is just brutally honest, and I loved it. And it was essentially what would you say to be the running back to Ashton Genty? I bet you we probably can go to that clip. I can probably get Reed to show y'all if you haven't seen the clip. Also, random NFL news has just gone down. The Denver Broncos have agreed to terms on a 2-year contract with offensive lineman Alex Palczewski. Started 10 games at left guard in replace of Ben Powers last season. And he's also started 3 games at right tackle in 2024. So the Denver Broncos they just made a deal. They got a 2-year deal done. But I think what you're saying is guys that are not afraid to be unselfish, guys that are, going to do whatever it takes to put their team in the proper situation to win a football game. And like I do really, really think that Roman Hemby would be a really good fit here. But at the same time, I recorded a video already. I actually planned on pushing it out today, but with all the Maxx Crosby stuff that happened, you guys are going to get that video tomorrow. And it's, some of my top running back targets in free agency. But I think the Raiders need to add a running back in free agency, and I also think that you need to draft one. Is it possible to go to the Roman Hemby clip from the Combine? So I believe the clip is like 54 seconds. I believe so. Yes. So it's technically like 3 different because I cut it to put it all into one. So again, if there's Yep. So because you're talking about Roman, I just want y'all to hear what Roman had to say at the Combine, because I do think like using those clips that we have from time to time would be kind of fun in today's show. So David and Penny, shout out to you. While Reed is working to get that clip up here for all of y'all, I did just see the Night Devil got in the duck race again. I see Jaime Portillo in, and then I just noticed, that it looks like Richard Engel is in our March Madness bracket. So if you want to get in March Madness, it's filling up, and it's filling up quick. Let's go to the Roman Hemby clip from the NFL Combine.
Backfield with Ashton Genty and maybe team up with Fernando.
That would be special. You see a guy like Ashton Genty, he's a special player. I definitely would love to be able to be on the offense. I would love to be anywhere that, wanted to take a chance on me. To be with Fernando, that would be pretty cool. I actually do know a guy, their right tackle, Delmar Glaze, is one of my closest friends. I went to college with him back at the University of Maryland. So it would be special, but I'm in the mind frame that I would just be so blessed to get an opportunity with any of the 32 teams, and I'm ready to hit the ground running. I feel like for myself, I'm a selfless player. I'm one of those guys that doesn't really get into it for the credit that comes with it. I just want to be a part of winning. I want to contribute to win that. So just doing the gritty work. I feel like at this stage, at this level, everybody can run the football at a high level. But I take pride in the little things like pass blocking, getting that 3rd and 1 yard when I need to, and just contribute to.
So that was Roman Hemby at the NFL Combine. And again, I love the fact that he was somebody that said what he did there. Darren, there's a lot of stuff that's happening right now, man. I know that some of y'all want shout-outs. I'm going to do my best here. But, yeah, Darren's like, I'm not even acknowledged.
Darren, your super chat is coming up in 2.
Yeah,
we have to hit everyone's. So
we go through order. So, again, the way super chats work are we go in order, but if you send in a bang, we jump into the front of the line. It's like a Disney Fast Pass. I promise you. Every single person who sends in a super chat will get up here on screen, and we got a lot of them, man. We got a lot of them.
So you're literally after Adam.
Yep.
You're after Adam.
Adam, what up, dude? Love Max, but he's gone. His action says it all. We need to prepare for the future, stack up the talent, and prove to Max he should have stayed. And this is probably the right way to look at it. I want people to look at this situation as Max is in a relationship right now. Max wants to go to somebody else. Wouldn't you want to prove to your other person that left you that you're in a better spot now? And I'm not saying that the Raiders are going to think that, because every single player in that locker room is going to miss 98. Every single person inside that organization is going to miss 98. I'm going to miss 98. And I think a lot of Raiders fans are going to miss 98. That doesn't mean that you can't use that fuel for a little extra motivation. I know this. I would want to. I would want to show somebody who decided to go elsewhere because he thought that was a better situation. I would want to show that person that he made the wrong choice. Let's go to DD Natman. Why sign any high-price free agent if they're trading Max and rebuilding? Why not just keep the money? Well, you need to find starters. You have to use your money in some way, shape, or form. And I don't think, the Raiders, can we go to the Raiders defensive line depth chart? What I'm going to show y'all is probably the worst defensive line depth chart in the NFL without Maxx Crosby. Here's what it looks like right now with Max, and bear with me because I tried to change up some of my graphics here because obviously the Raiders, they didn't run a 3-4 last season. So I've tried to make my graphics 3-4 favorable, if that makes sense. Like my defensive line depth chart now looks like this, where if you're putting 3 guys out there, I believe Maxx Crosby would still be one of the dudes with his hand in the dirt. I mean, he might be as an outside linebacker as well. But let's play. Chugs told me he made another depth chart with Max not on it. So now imagine Max isn't a part of this team anymore, right? Now you put Tyree Wilson in here. This is probably one of the worst defensive lines in the entire National Football League. I mean, it's just an honest statement. It really, truly is. So, like, the way that I think makes a lot of sense for this team, and I actually feel bad because I know people have talked about Trey Hendrickson. I know people have talked about Khalil Mack. Heck, I was tweeting at my guy Shepard on Twitter, who's always he's verified. He's always, messaging me back and forth, and I appreciate it. And I was like, I don't know if I would go with Trey Hendrickson. I don't know if I'd go with Khalil Mack because those guys are older. The way that I actually think it makes a lot of sense for the Raiders is you use some of that money to go get a veteran edge. Like, can you get a Jadeveon Clowney? Can you get a Khalil Mack? Can you get a Trey Hendrickson? Can you get one of these guys that have done it in the league for a really, really long time, right? Maybe you bring them in for a 1-year prove-it deal. Maybe you bring them in for 2 years at the absolute max. And then you also use one of your draft picks to go get an edge. That way that young edge can learn underneath a better edge rusher, a veteran that's been in the league for so damn long. But, like, yes, we need to be able to rebuild. If I was the Raiders, I would probably go out and spend big on, like, 3 free agents, right? You move on from Max, you cut Geno Smith. That's an extra $38 million that we're adding to our salary cap. So, to me, I'm going to go out and I'm going to try to add, like, 3 really big-name free agents, like let's say, Tyler Linderbaum, an Alec Pierce, and a Devin Lloyd, right? That's 3 really big-name free agents we add to our team. And that probably zaps, let's go, bingo, bango, $70 million, right? We still then have a lot of money to be able to work with. And then you use that other money to sign all the other pieces that we need. You also have to keep in mind we have to be able to keep probably close to $30 million in salary cap space because we also have to pay our rookies. When you have 10 total draft picks and one of those guys is the number 1 overall pick, you also need to make sure that you have enough money to be able to pay those rookies on top of that. But I wouldn't be shocked if the Raiders sign close to like 10, 12 guys. They spend big on 3, and then a lot of the other players are depth / projected starters for this organization. What up, Steve? Not going to lie, I'm not a fan of 98 getting traded, but understand business and getting young and strong talent to reach multiple Super Bowl titles beginning in 2 years. Semper Fi, Gunny, Army combat vet. Steve, and I bet you're not the only one that feels like this. Like, how many people feel exactly like this? I do. I do feel the exact same way, right? I don't think anybody is waking up today. I don't think anybody is sitting at home right now going, thank God the Raiders are trading away Maxx Crosby. There's no chance in hell. But I don't think that you as a Raiders fan, I'm not saying you in particular, Steve, I'm saying, like, I don't think Raiders fans in general, you can't tell me that it doesn't make at least a little bit of sense, right? In the term of a rebuild. Now, you can make the argument when you have a guy like Max in your locker room, when you have a guy like Max, he makes everybody else better. The reason why I would argue that may not be 100% true is because of how bad the Raiders have been over the past few seasons. I'm not saying he's not a phenomenal player, but we got to start going, all right, we haven't been able to win with Max when he was at the price tag and he was at his peak, because Max would probably get mad for what I'm about to say. I wonder if Max's prime is already past him because of those knee injuries. And Father Time is undefeated. And I'm not saying Max is super, super focused on being the best version that he can be. But I also know Max wants to potentially fight in the UFC. Max wants to get a music career going, from what I understand. He wants to start making music. And when you're trying to be that 1% better, if you're putting 1% of your attention elsewhere, like, that could deter you from being the ultimate, warrior that we're looking for him to be. But I feel you, Steve. John, Mitch, no offense to you or Chugs, I'll believe it if it happens. Same. Like, I'm going to believe it when it happens. I guess here's how I would put it to you, right? Like, if you saw something and you're like, man, that's shocking, right? And this is, people that have given me good information before, right? What's really hard about when you say what I did the other day, like, oh, I got information that I can't share with you. I hate myself for saying it. It actually drives me insane because I don't like to be that person. But also at the same time, if you want certain information, you kind of have to play that game. And it's a game that I don't like to play, but it's a game that I have played before. And I'll just say this, John. If you saw what I saw, I think that you would believe it a lot more. But if I was in your shoes, this is exactly how I'd feel. Because I've talked about Maxx Crosby trade rumors every single offseason since 2021, 2020, and I don't blame anybody for thinking that. I don't. But there's also a reason why I'm here today. There's also a lot of smoke around the situation right now. And I think we as fans have to be able to realize, like, does this not smell exactly like Davante Adams? It does to me, right? Like, this situation smells exactly like Davante Adams. Renee, Mitch, hear me out. What if Maxx Crosby bamboozles everyone, bamboozles, I think is what you're going for, and stays? I would be happy if he stayed. Like, again, from my understanding, the Raiders are his number 2 choice. There's another team that he wants to play for the most. But then again, like, if let's say there's another team that offers the Raiders a trade and it's better than what the top team that he wants to go to and play for, like, there's a chance that Max could say no to that. Like, if the number 1 team that Max wants to go play for is no longer interested in Max, then I think that there's a chance that he can stay, like, full-heartedly. But until I hear the number 1 team that Max wants to play for is not interested in Maxx Crosby, I'm going to believe that Max is going to be dealt. Mando, with Max gone, would you give Kuntz a new deal? This is a really intriguing question, and if Rob Leonard believes in Malcolm that he can be a good outside linebacker, then sure. What I would like to be able to show you, though, is can you go to our 3-4 depth chart? So it's the linebacker one. And again, y'all, I want you to understand how difficult this graphic is for me because the Raiders defense was not built to be a 3-4 defense last season. I want to be very, very clear on that. What I am trying to show and what I am trying to illustrate here is if the Raiders were to play today, what would their 3-4 linebackers end up looking like? I think that this is what it ends up looking like. It's ugly, right? Landon Roberts, Devin White, Malcolm Kuntz, Snowden, Jamal Adams, all those guys are free agents. Would I be interested in bringing back Malcolm? Yes. Yes, I do. It's got to be at the right price tag, though. Like, for me, my maximum value that I would offer Malcolm Kuntz, $5 million. Raiders gave him a 1-year, $12 million deal last season. $5 million is actually, I would say, an overpay considering how bad he was last season. Malcolm did start to get a little bit better at the end of the year. I know him and Rob Leonard have a really good connection, but I'm a believer in Rob Leonard. And if Rob Leonard thinks that it's smart for Malcolm to come back, then I'm also going to say that, sure, it does make a lot of sense. But also in the exact same breath, if you guys didn't check out my linebacker video that I did, can you show the listicle real quick of the top 10 linebackers that I want the Raiders to sign? You know, when you look at this linebacker list that I'm about to show you, now don't get me wrong, it's a mix of outside linebackers and it's a mix of, you know, guys that we can play at Mike. It's a mix of guys that we can play at weak side. If you don't know the difference between a Mike and a weak side linebacker, Mike's more of like your Devin White, right? Like but actually we want a good one. Somebody who can be a thumper in the middle, somebody who can be a run stopper, somebody who's probably going to wear that green dot, a little bit heavier set guy. Your weak side linebacker is somebody who's probably a little bit more, you know, sideline to sideline. Like Devin Bush, weak side linebacker. Nakobe Dean, weak side linebacker. Quay Walker, Mike linebacker, middle linebacker. Alex Anzalone, he might actually be able to do both for what we're asking, depending on what we're looking for. Leo Chenal, right? But then you got Caleb on Chasen, you got Boye Mafe, you got Adafe Owe, Jalen Phillips. Those are more of your outside linebackers, your edges, if you will, in a 3-4. Devin Lloyd, he could probably play Mike and weak. Again, like he's an alien. You could put him almost anywhere. But it's trying to find out how many different moving parts that we can use. But for me personally, I know you're asking about Malcolm. I would much rather have Adafe Owe, Boye Mafe, Jalen Phillips, and I know that those players are more expensive. I'd rather have Caleb on Chasen. There's a reason why Caleb on Chasen is on this list and Malcolm Kuntz isn't. I would rather spend money on guys at outside linebacker that help us get after the quarterback, because if you move on from Max, you better be able to get after the quarterback. And Malcolm hasn't been able to show me on a consistent enough basis that he's able to go out and get after the quarterback. So, Mitch, what about the first and a second in Edmonds for Max and 2 fourth-round picks? I wouldn't like that deal for the Raiders. That's a loss for the Raiders in my book because you can get Tremaine Edmonds for a day 3 pick. Like, again, I was talking to our Bears guy about it. He said that he thought a 6th-round pick would do it. So, I mean, Tremaine Edmonds is worth a 6. So you're giving up a 1st, a 2nd, and a 6th for Maxx Crosby and 2 4th-round picks. I would say, if it's a 1st, a 2nd, and Tremaine Edmonds, that's Maxx Crosby straight up to me. Now, if you really want to get this deal done because of certain reasons, then maybe you decide to do it. But maybe you decide to throw in another pick. But I don't think that this would not be a good trade. Like, if this was the trade that ended up happening, I would be pretty disappointed in our organization because I would say that we got fleeced. And I would say that the Raiders, how can I say it? I would say that the Raiders are too worried about, the Raiders need to be more worried about themselves instead of what other people want. I know it's a shitty explanation, but again, I can't say certain things. Garth, is this quarterback draft class better? Upcoming 2027 class, any chance Raiders don't pull the trigger on Mendoza, trade back into the draft, or more picks if this is a rebuild? Do I think the class in general in 2027 is better? Yes. Yes, I do. The Raiders aren't going to pass on Fernando Mendoza, okay? They're not going to do it. They're not going to pass on him. The Raiders shouldn't pass on Fernando. I think he's exactly what this organization wants. I think he's exactly what this organization needs. I asked John Spytek what he thought a franchise quarterback looks like. He basically described Fernando Mendoza. Clint Kubiak, when he described what a franchise quarterback looks like, essentially described exactly what Fernando Mendoza is. And from meeting the guy, being up close to him face to face, he's exactly what Raider Nation should want. And he should be the new franchise face. Like, there's a part of me that wonders, like, does that rub Max the wrong way? Like, does Max want to be the face of the franchise so bad that, like, knowing that Mendoza is going to be the guy, does that rub him the wrong way? Now, do I think that that's 100% true? No, because he's not going to be the face in Chicago. That's going to be Caleb Williams' team. But Max and Caleb are, very, very close. I know that. What up, Playboy? I'd be happy to draft number 3 from the U with the other first-round pick. So what, Ruben Bain? I'll say this. I never thought Ruben Bain would be outside of the top 10. There are some people, though, right now that are freaking out about his short arms being at the combine. Personally, I think the people that were spreading the rumors about Ruben Bain's short arms are the people that want Ruben Bain the most, right? Like, because you're trying to figure out a way, like, how can you drop in the draft? It's just like, apparently an NFL team, it's not apparently, it's true, an NFL team told Fernando Mendoza, like, get arrested. That way you don't go number 1 overall and you fall down to us. Like, Ruben Bain, people can freak out about the combine. Turn on the tape. I think I might rather have Ruben Bain over Orville Reese.
I think
that might be a hot take for some people.
There's a report. Nobody knows if it's true or not, but it's like apparently Caleb Downs has like a knee injury or like he has like a partially torn meniscus or something like that. And it's like, are these random rumor reports coming out just so that people can slide down in the draft? And then you got guys like Sonny Styles who are just going absolutely nuts and nuclear at the combine, and he's going top 5 now.
There's certain guys that when you see them in person, honestly, Max was one of those guys for me. The first time I got to meet Max, you're just like, God, this guy, he's not the same breed that I am, right? It's like when a Chihuahua looks at a Rottweiler. You're like, how are we both dogs? How are me and Victor Wembanyama both people? You know what I mean? Like aliens. Max is just much more broader, much more bigger. Sonny Styles, seeing him up and close in person, I was kind of like, wow, dude. I mean, he's just – what I'm about to say is going to be sus as hell. When I was a kid growing up, Under Armour was, like, really popular. And I remember, like, going to Dick's Sporting Goods, and you see, like, those mannequins that had, like, the Under Armour on, and they were chiseled. Which, actually, I don't know if y'all know this, but the Under Armour mannequins were actually modeled after Vernon Davis. Because, again, dude was just chiseled up. Seeing Sonny Styles, you're just like, if I was going to create a player on Madden, that's what he's going to look like. But also, I'll say this about Mendoza, kind of the same way. You know, like, Mendoza, I think, is going to be one of those guys at 236, as lean as he is. He's a lot stronger. He's a lot tougher, and I think he's just a lot more powerful than what people truly realize.
Apparently, his forearms are crazy.
He's got a good handshake.
Wow.
Got a good handshake. No, but there's a clip, picture of him. He's got his hands on his hips, and his veins are just freaking popping out. If you've ever met anybody with strong forearms, those are some of the strongest dudes on planet Earth. Like, I'll tell you this right now. Like, I know I say this all the time. My dad used to always tell me, you don't mess with farmers. You don't mess with wrestlers. Number one tip, you could see a guy in my hometown if they were a farmer or not. Look at their forearms. Like, guys that bay hay all the time, bay hay. But they're just whipping it. Like, dude, it's a different type of workout. Throw hay bales, bay hay. I used to clean up after the horses in our horse stall, and then you can ask my dad. If anybody ever sees my dad, a horse barely missed my head. Like, dude, barely almost clipped my head. I had to be like 7 or 8 years old. And my dad was like, you're not doing this anymore. Because I would go into the horse stalls. I'd pick up all the shit. And, dude, almost clipped me. Clipped my ear. My dad saw it. He ripped me. And then I got put on hay duty. And then I got put on, we had like a pond. Not me. My uncle had a horse. My uncle's got like 600 acres of land. So they have like a giant horse field. And like we would take the horses out of the barn. We'd hook them onto this like, not rope, but it's like what do you hang clothes on? Like, it's like basically a wire. And you walk the horses to the water. I would sit on this like little block of wood, probably about the size of this, and I would sit in the middle of it, and the horses would like run around in the water for their exercise.
Oh yeah,
they're racing horses. My one uncle's a professional horse racer, but he's not a jockey that sits on the horse. He's the guy who there's like a cart behind him.
Oh yeah.
So he sits in those, but he races professionally all over the United States still. A random story about me. TJ, sup, Mitch? I hope he stays. Free Maxx. I mean, that I feel like is counterproductive, what you're saying. Free Maxx is what, you want him out? I hope he stays too, but again, dude, like, I think people that are blindly, I think people that are, I don't know how to put it. I think people feel this way because it's Maxx Crosby. But I think if people really truly knew everything that was going on behind closed doors, I think people would be more than okay to move on from them. What up, Raiders? JC. It's all about the guaranteed money, period. Peace out. I mean, guaranteed money is obviously huge. And, one of the other factors in this Maxx Crosby situation is, it's the guaranteed money. So Max, when he signed that brand new extension last offseason, so what's really important about these contract negotiations is Max's 2027 salary becomes fully guaranteed on the third day of the new league year, March 13th, which I should say this. I said before that the new league year was March 14th. That's just me being really bad at math. The new league year starts on March 11th, day 1. Day 2 is March 12th. Day 3 is March 13th. I know I said on a few other shows, new league year, third day after the new league year, March 14th. I just suck at math. But March 13th, Maxx has his entire 2027 contract fully guaranteed. So, like, again, that's more guaranteed money for Maxx. And I think whatever team ends up trading for him, he's going to be on that team. And then, mark my words, it's either going to happen this offseason or you're going to see it next offseason. Maxx is going to get himself a brand new contract extension. And I think Maxx and his team played their cards very, very smart with the Raiders last offseason, getting them to front load his contract. And that was a strategic move, my Maxx, right? Like, that's a strategic move. Some people might not like that. Nick, who are some replacements for Maxx if we trade him? Because we can't have repeat like when we traded Mack where we had no pass rush. And here's the thing, dude. You're completely right. I don't want to give away every single name that I have on my show just because, again, like I don't want to give away my entire show, so I'm just going to run through some names here. Here's the one thing that we got to realize, and I think everyone knows this. You're not going to replace Maxx Crosby with one player. So how can I replace him with multiple different players? Maybe it's looking at more of those outside linebackers like a Odafe Owe, a Jalen Phillips, a Boye Mafe, a Kayvon Chasen, right? Like, can we get a bunch of those outside linebackers that help us get after the quarterback? If we're looking at the defensive line, the defensive tackle type of realm, like, you could look at dudes like Trey Hendrickson. You could look at a DJ Reader up the middle, Joey Bosa, Calais Campbell, Khalil Mack, Jadeveon Clowney, Draymond Jones, David Onyemata, Arnold Ebabike, which I can't ever get it, Ebikadi, Daquan Jones, Cameron Jordan, John Franklin Myers, Brandon Graham, Sebastian Joseph Day, Kwity Paye, Dante Fowler Jr. Like, then again, none of those guys equal Maxx Crosby. But for what the Raiders, what they got to figure out is, all right, we're moving on from Max. That's $30 million. Does Odafe Owe and Khalil Mack, does that equal enough to replace Max? I don't know. Plus that draft pick. I mean, if I told you Odafe Owe, let's say Odafe Owe, Khalil Mack, and Akeem Messidor, would you rather have those three players or Maxx Crosby? Right, like that's how you have to think about that.
Let me ask you this, Mitch.
Yep.
If the Raiders didn't have this much cap room and ability to sign a lot of players in free agency, would you be less inclined to trade Maxx Crosby? So, like, say the Raiders only had like $70 million in cap space.
Yeah.
Would you be willing? Would you be more willing, or would you still be like, I could see it. It's okay if it happens because we can replenish.
I don't
but
know
like if you can't replenish as much, maybe a trade you don't want it to go down as much.
I don't know if the salary cap is why or why not I would do a Maxx Crosby trade. The reason why I would do a Maxx Crosby trade is what's the plan? And I feel like I say that a lot. Like, as an organization, you got to come up with a plan. And I think with the Raiders, by them, again, they haven't traded Max. But I do believe that it's going to happen. If you're the Raiders and you're this organization, you got to create your plan. And I think last year they got snake bit because John Spytek wanted to rebuild. Pete Carroll wanted to win right now. Pete thought that they were going to be able to win 10 games right away, and when your front office and your coaching staff is at a disconnect, you look like the Las Vegas Raiders from last season and you get the number 1 overall pick. Moving on from Max tells me that your head coach and your front office and your GM want to rebuild.
Yeah.
That's why you make the deal, because you know it's not going to be, you're not going to build Rome overnight. And that's kind of what's, I think, backstabbed Mark a little bit. Like, I think the reason why they've hired and fired guys bang after bang after bang is because Mark was like, okay, I'm going to bring in a new head coach and I want to win right away. So then the team, the new head coach came in, they tried to build a win-now roster, like signing a Jimmy Garoppolo, trading for a Geno Smith. Like, when you add quarterbacks like that, you're anticipating that you're going to be able to win sooner rather than later.
Right.
But the problem is the guys that they brought in, I don't think fully understand the amount of holes. They didn't understand the team that we have. I think Clint Kubiak has a good understanding of where this team's at right now, and he's looking at it and going, this isn't a team that's going to win right away.
Right.
So how can we build in the future? How can we be best positioned to win in 2027 and in 2028? And that's why you do the Max trade, because unfortunately, like, I also think this. If you want to do a rebuild, you probably had two options. You either go, A, I'm going to trade the number 1 overall pick, or B, I'm going to trade Maxx Crosby. If you're looking for the utmost capital to do a rebuild, I think those are your two options. I would much rather the Raiders keep Fernando Mendoza and the number 1 overall pick than keep Maxx Crosby. I'll pick a quarterback over a defensive end when I believe in that QB. Robert, if Max has a problem with Guerrero, why not get rid of Guerrero? Either way, if Max is traded, I hope that you don't mean that. Again, Max has done a lot for this organization. Max loves Raider Nation, and I actually hate that you said that, quite frankly. But at the same time, though, Max does have a problem with Guerrero, from what I understand. But Guerrero ain't the problem in that situation, because based on the reports, based on the Raiders' grades, like the Raiders' grades, they gave the dietitian, the trainers, like that was an A grade. Now, a lot of those guys, the trainers, are very well liked. Like, I know Nebel, Rick Slate, those guys are very, very much well-liked and respected. And if Max ends up getting dealt, I actually wouldn't be shocked if Rick Slate tried to follow him, because Max might try to bring him along with him. He's one of the Raiders' strength and conditioning coaches. But the whole Alex Guerrero, Maxx Crosby situation, I talked about a little bit earlier on this show. Guerrero was in the right. The Maxx Crosby surgery proves it. Where we stand today absolutely proves it. And I don't think that I think Max didn't like being told what to do. I think Max felt like he knew his body better than Guerrero did. But at the end of the day, this report by Ian Rappaport proves Guerrero was right. Because if you're going to give a player a giant contract extension, you want him to extend his career. And Guerrero helped Tom Brady extend his career as long as he did. So why wouldn't you take advice from that guy? you're not going to take advice from somebody because you don't want to hear what they have to say because you feel like you know better than them. And I know Max probably thinks that he knows his body well, but Max and his team thought a meniscus trim was going to be 4 to 6 weeks. When they actually got in there and they cleaned it up, they realized it was 3 to 4 months. Like, that proof right there was right that the Raiders should have shut him down. And I think sometimes some guys can't admit that. Maybe not that they were wrong, but I do think Max feels a type of way, and he's allowed to feel a type of way. Again, I don't know everything that happens in there. But from what I understand, a lot of the other players don't have a problem with Guerrero. I think a lot of guys actually like and respect his medical opinion or his opinion because it showed that it worked with Tom Brady. Rebel, don't tell my heart, my achy, breaky heart. I just don't think he's understand. Yeah, again, dude, like, this is not going to be easy. Like, if anybody up here thinks that I'm going to be screaming, hooting, and hollering, like, we could get a Micah Parsons type of deal. And I'll be excited for the Raiders because that's an outstanding deal, and I don't think we're going to get that type of level of deal for the Raiders. But this is a bittersweet thing, and that's how I'll look at it. It's a bittersweet thing because, again, my mind tells me that a Maxx Crosby trade makes sense for the Raiders. Based off of the injury history over the past 2 seasons, based off of where the Raiders are at right now, Maxx Crosby's age, and knowing what I know on the back end. And at the same time, Max leaving, it does hurt. Because would you rather win with Max or would you rather win without Max? Because I think that the Raiders are going in the right direction. I just would want Max to be a part of it. But at the same time, if Max can't see that we are moving in the right direction, best luck to you. Angel, sorry I have not been up to date with you, Mitch. You're good, dude. I mean, people are busy. It's the off season. I will say this, because the Raiders are the Raiders, I always think the off season's a lot more fun than the regular season, but especially this off season. I mean, I don't mean this to sound cocky, but nobody's covered the Raiders closer than I have since 2018. I know that. I think a lot of y'all know that. This is I feel like I say it every year, but this is the craziest offseason I've ever dealt with. We have the number 1 overall pick. I think we're about to have the most money in salary cap space once Crosby and Geno are ultimately let go. And then if you move on from, Alex Kappa on top of that, I mean, bro, that's $43 million, 44-ish million dollars that we're about to free up. Like, that's a lot of money to add a ton of pieces. And again, like, when you think about the Raiders, right? We've had the McDaniels regime. We've had the AP regime. We've had the Pete Carroll regime. Now we're about to go into a Clint Kubiak regime. I think one of the biggest reasons why this team has also been so shitty over the last 3 years is we got different players from different regimes trying to fit into one defense. And it looks like a puzzle that we're trying to put together, but the pieces are from all these different puzzles. They're just not fitting together. If I'm going to try to rebuild the defense, if I'm going to try to really rebuild the Raiders the way that I think that this organization should, you probably need to trade a guy like Max to then take that one player and turn that guy into 5. Like, if you could turn one starter into 5 in the rebuild that the Raiders are going to try to do, like, that, in my mind, makes a lot of sense. Trade away Maxx Crosby, and then let's say we get a starting free safety, linebacker, defensive end, I don't know, offensive line. Like, imagine if we get all these other starters at all these other spots. We get a starting linebacker, outside linebacker, defensive end, and a free safety from the Maxx Crosby trade. That's 4 starters right there. Like, I mean, like that's how you should probably look at this. Call me cynical or just angry. I don't care, but I feel like I'm the only one that thinks Max is just showing his true colors. It's all about the money, typical superstar mentality. I don't blame him, but he's coming off as hypocritical to me. Again, man, I don't view Max like that. Does Max care about the bag? Yeah, any NFL player would. It's why I laugh when people are like, oh, we shouldn't judge players or, players shouldn't talk to the media. If you were to ask any NFL player, would you rather, A, be on national television and make the amount of money that you do? Because this is an entertainment business. The reason why guys are making the amount of money they are is because it's TV, it's betting, it's sportsmanship, it's the deals, it's entertainment. If you were to not put anything on TV, take away fantasy football, take away all the sponsors, and players never had to talk to the media, and all they had to do was talk, and all they had to do was play football, they'd make a quarter of what they make right now. No player would sign up for that. Do I think that Max was chasing a bag? Yeah, and I think it was a little bit predetermined last offseason. Again, Max did that. His team did that. It was strategic. But also, at the exact same time, does anybody blame Maxx for how poorly ran this organization has been run? And that's kind of again, I'm not around Maxx every day. I'm not in that building every day. I don't know how it goes. From my understanding is Maxx and Mark still have a great relationship, and they don't want to, sever those ties. I think until you're in Maxx Crosby's shoes, like, how do you know, right? Like, I don't mean to bring this up, but when people ask me about Henry Ruggs, should Henry Ruggs be allowed to play in the NFL again? Would I ever want Henry Ruggs to play in the NFL again? No, I would not want him to. But if Tina Tinter and their family said, you know what, not Tina, but obviously the Tinter family, if they were to say, yes, Henry Ruggs can play in the NFL again, who the fuck am I to say that, no, he can't play in the NFL again? I think sometimes, we look at these players, we look at these guys as like they're not even real people. They have real feelings, they have real families, they have lives outside of football. But I don't blame anybody for feeling a type of way. You're allowed to feel that way, just like Maxx is allowed to want out of Las Vegas. But he wants to be a Raider. Like, from what I understand is he wants to be a Raider, but he would rather play somewhere else a little bit more. I would say we're second fiddle right now. Shep, the fact that we aren't talking about giving Maxx a new deal to make him happy and keep him a Raider is all I need to know. He wants out. Well, the Raiders wouldn't be the team that give him a new contract. Like, here's the thing. I guarantee you this. If Maxx is on this team next season, and if he's a part of this organization next offseason, the Raiders, you're going to get a breaking news clip of the Las Vegas Raiders are restructuring Maxx Crosby's contract. Because Maxx is going to look at the fact that he's making under $30 million in 2027, 28, 2029, $0 million guaranteed. Maxx is going to look at the Raiders and go, I want guaranteed money. And he's going to do exactly what he did last offseason. And that's going to keep on happening. But, again, guys are allowed to want money. He also knows at the end of his career is probably, if Maxx has got 5 years in the NFL left, that's awesome. Because when you play the amount of snaps, when you put your body through what Maxx has put his body through, that's not a player that plays into his late 30s. And that's kind of the other thing where Alex Guerrero was trying to tell Maxx, like, you want to play in your late 30s? Here's what you need to do. Maxx didn't want to hear it because Maxx is a warrior and he's going to live in the now. Miguel, is it true the Raiders declined a deal with Puka in it? No. The Rams would never offer Puka Nacua in a trade. And here's the thing. If it was Puka for Maxx Crosby straight up, the Rams would say no to that trade. I know we love Maxx. I love Maxx. Defensive end is a more important position than wide receiver in the grand scheme of things, but the Rams are trying to prove to Matthew Stafford that they're in win-now mode. Trading away Puka Nacua is not going to do that. So, no, I'll tell you this. I have not seen anybody say that, but I promise you, no chance in hell that's true. Lewis, looking back, Maxx had 0 reasons to be shut down for his injury. Completely false. But I think he used that and pretended to being upset to have an excuse for leaving. Yeah, Lewis, unfortunately, that's not true, man. I mean, I feel like I've made that pretty clear that there was 100% good reason that Maxx should have been shut down. He thought his surgery was only going to be a week, or not week, but like 3 to 4 weeks, or 4 to 6 weeks, and it ended up being a 3 to 4 month recovery. So whoever's giving you that info, Lewis, that's not true at all. The Raiders did right by shutting down Maxx. The Raiders were smart to shut down Maxx, and I think Maxx needs to realize that that was the right move for him personally. Like, it was also the right move for the Raiders. The Raiders shutting down Maxx Crosby, absolutely 100% the right move. But also, you got to protect yourself. Like, you got to protect the player from the player. If Maxx has proven to you that he's literally willing to risk his life out there and go out and play when his knees, bacteria and all that other shit that he had in it, and it could have literally cost him his life, when you know a player is willing to risk his life to go play, you have to shut him down, even if he doesn't want to be shut down, because it's best for Maxx Crosby and it's best for the Las Vegas Raiders. And if Maxx can't see that right now, then that actually does make it a lot more easier for me to move on from him. What up, Sinzu? Been supporting a while. Love you, man, always. Going to be there for a new vid and stream. I don't like the fact that Maxx is probably going to go, but to make a team better, you have to take risks. I think you got to be able to take risks. You got to be able to take educated risks, and I think that's the important word here. Educated risks, where what if one of the things that Clint, and I know Clint said that he didn't want to move on from Maxx, but at the same time, what if the Raiders did truly have this plan of, hey, this is one of the things that Clint Kubiak wanted to do all along. That could have been part of it. Do I think that was really a part of it all along? No, because I do know, I had conversations with people that told me, they wanted Maxx to be a part of it. But, at the same time, you got to hope that it makes you better. you got to hope that it makes you better. And I get that Raider fans are like, this is our 10th rebuild in the last whatever amount of years. We've missed on so many other draft picks. Brand new regime, brand new coaches, brand new GM, brand new front office. Since I've covered this team, we've never had a better front office. We've never had a better head coach. I don't know if we've ever had a better GM since I've started covering this team than what we do right now. We got some more super chats coming in here in just a moment. We will get to everything that we need to be able to get to here on today's show. But before we do, the best deal that I think I can offer all of y'all is typically the Raiders Report t-shirt. I believe is what, $24.99, and the Raiders Report hat is also $24.99. If you get both the hat and the t-shirt, the way that you have to do it is you got to add the shirt to the cart, also add the hat to the cart. Even if you don't plan on getting anything, I want y'all to see Jeremy as a model. If you want to see Jeremy as a model, hover over the Raiders Report hat at that link that you see below, chatsports.com/RRshop. My guy Reed, he just put it for you guys down in the comments. It's also going to be in the description of today's show. And if you add both of those in, you get 2 for $40. So you end up saving $10. Somebody said, what about Reggie McKenzie? I liked Reggie McKenzie. I did. I have nothing against Reggie McKenzie. But I am a big believer in I'm a big believer in what John Spytek's going to do. McKenzie was a part of the Raiders organization in 2018. So I guess I should say Reggie's probably the best GM. But I never talked to Reggie. I have talked to John. And I think John's plan and the way John thinks is actually very similar to the way that I think. So I guess I'll kind of leave it like that. Yep. I think I'll kind of leave it like that. If anybody wants to get in our duck race, friendly reminder, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. You can get in our duck race. If you send me a $70 Venmo, I'm going to not only put you in the duck race, I'm also going to put you in our March Madness bracket. Today, the duck race, the last time that I checked, was up to $140. We're going to give that money away today. In terms of March Madness, we do March Madness once all 64 slots are filled, and then once the actual games are underway. So once the games get started, once the games get going, then we will actually do our March Madness bracket. But I'm telling you this right now, we're starting to get a lot of people in. Like I just saw Jeremy, hope I pronounced this right, Jeremy Gerds. Hopefully I got that right. Jeremy, I got you. And then Darth, I got you, man. Darth, though, you're in March Madness and you're in our duck race. So $20 Venmo, shot to win $150 here on today's program. If you want to get in our duck race, if you want to get in our March Madness bracket, $50 Venmo. Right now we have 26 people in. Once we get all 64, you don't have a shot. And if you're an OG watcher, personally, I think you're really going to like it. Hong, I got you, man. Also, Hong, I hope you've noticed that I've tried to do a much better job of pronouncing your name right. When I met Hong out in San Jose, he goes, bro, you pronounce my name wrong every freaking time. And I'm like, dude, it's not, I don't try to do it on purpose. I really, truly don't. Looking. All right, this is according to Trey Wingo. Things are moving fast with Maxx Crosby. Last night, Dallas thought they were close to a deal, but since the other teams have raised the ante and potentially are offering the Raiders 2 first-round picks, expected Dallas to now shift their focus to Trey Hendrickson. So I think that's interesting because then also Jane Slater, do you have that one? Wow, that's interesting. The 49ers have hired Matt Eberflus as their assistant head coach of defense. So Trey Wingo is saying that the Maxx Crosby rumors are moving fast. Jane Slater, she essentially said that the Cowboys were not going to be a team that offered 2 first-round picks for Maxx Crosby, which I find interesting because based on my sources, the Cowboys already did offer 2 firsts for Max. Again, I don't know what else was involved in that trade, but I was under the impression it was 2 firsts. It was not the pick number 12, though, was not involved. from what I understand. Early on, when I first heard that the Cowboys are offered 2 first-round picks, I was told that pick number 12 was not involved in that. It was their other pick, which was later on. I forget what number it was, and then it was also 2027. But Trey knows some people around the NFL, and I mean, again, there's a reason why I'm live here right now on the show. But if James is sending you that stuff, let's build them. Cool. Yeah, I would say Trey, get me Jane, and then we'll be good. Okay. Miguel, I mean, I'll say this, man. I don't do anything with Hondo. I would appreciate if people, like, at the end of the day, I know people always rock with me. I don't ever want to say negative about anything else, but there's just some people that, personally, I would rather you not bring up their names. And I will say, like, going forward, if I appreciate when people send in a super chat, but, like, going forward, if people mention, Graf, Hondo, I'm probably not going to show those super chats because those are 2 people that, again, like I can't, man. I can't. Sean, the trade is okay as long as Geno is included. Geno won't be included. I know you're joking. Though, I do wonder if Geno could – the only way that I think a Geno Smith could be traded is if we, gave – Minnesota is a team, from what I understand, is sniffing around. We'd have to give Minnesota maybe a 5th, maybe a 4th-round pick and Geno to send them there. And some people might go, man, why would you do that? $18 million is the reason. Would you give up a Odafe Owe for a 4th-round pick? Right? I don't think that's that bad. And I think that's an interesting way to look at it. If I told you by us trading away a 4th-round pick, we get a player like Odafe Owe because we saved that extra $18 million. Because if the Raiders cut Geno, you eat 18. You save 8.5. If you trade him, the other team takes on the entirety of that contract at $26 million. So you save about – the difference there is $18 million, if you see what I'm saying. But the money you save, that's an extra $26 million then. Add that to the bank account. Would I give up Geno Smith and a 4th-round pick for $26 million extra in salary cap space? You're damn right I would. I would do it in a heartbeat. I think that you would really be able to help build this team a little bit better. You guys can ask me down in the comments, what did XYZ person do? Again, I'm going to not answer it. I don't really want to talk about that type of stuff. I'm just letting you know if I see certain people's names in the chat, I'm going to put you in timeout or we're just not going to allow you to comment. Again, I just respect me, respect what I do here. There's a reason why. I think anybody that's ever met me in person knows I would say I get along with just about everybody. But when you cross a line, that's where I'm allowed to say no. So, again, I'm just letting you know. Please. Honcho and I are good. Raider Rick just got in March Madness. From a pure PR standpoint, if Mac stays, bringing in Mac on a 1 to 2 year deal could help. Mark needs some good PR for sure. Raider Rick, hell, can you save this? So this super chat here, because I would like to be able to use it when we talk about our Max replacements, when we talk about Khalil Mack. Is that possible? If it's not, it's not. If that might just be too much. So, Rick, literally one of the things that I have in this show, when I talk, again, I have a whole show already made. When Max gets traded, I got Maxx Crosby replacements, ready to rock and roll, defensive tackles, defensive linemen, I got it ready. One of the lines that I have in the show is basically this. If you trade away Max, you need a good PR move. A great PR move, a great way to, I think, calm fans down a little bit about the Max trade, because there's obviously going to be people that are upset. You bring Khalil Mack back. And if you bring Khalil Mack back, I'm not saying it's going to help replace Max, because you're not – Mac, at this point, Max is way better than what Khalil is right now. But from a PR standpoint, no doubt it helps, man. No doubt. No freaking doubt, man. It helps. No doubt. Nab, I know you do. I know, and again, I'm not a drama type person. I don't do the politicking. At the end of the day, I wish that everybody from Raider Nation could get along. At the end of the day, I wish that we would all join forces. But again, when people do stuff to you personally, you're allowed to draw that line. So I'm just asking respectfully, just don't talk about other people on my show, because I got nothing positive to say about them. Doctor, Khalil Mack won us many games by himself. I mean, as much as we love Max, peak Khalil Mack is better than any peak Maxx Crosby. That's a fact. That's just the truth. I would love to be able to bring back Khalil. I think it would be a lot of fun. Oh, boy. What do you got for me?
That was a good race. I think this is going to happen again on Monday.
What
Day
race?
one of Freeds.
Oh, I didn't even know about that.
It was a good race.
I didn't know about the
Tommy.
race.
He did?
No.
You talk to your host?
No, I didn't. No, I was just like,
I will
what?
say this. Raider Nation knows. Day one of free agency, Bears Now Raiders Report.
Gonna be
It's a
crazy.
thing.
It's gonna
a
be
thing,
crazy.
Especially with the Crosby.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, are you hearing anything new? Someone was asking.
No.
No?
I
I'm
mean,
being serious. I didn't know if you had any.
I think Max has a clear favorite.
Does it rhyme with but talk?
Get out of here. Leave me alone. No, I mean,
You guys are real ones, and
shout out,
Mitch in the chat.
shout out to Harry, dude. I mean, I'm hope the DJ Moore trade though. I think second round pick. I mean, that's great value for them.
I think he'll be good in Buffalo, but Brandon Beans.
It makes sense to overpay because they need a wide receiver one, clearly.
By
But
the way, that Schefter, got to get Schefter some love 3 weeks ago. He said, keep an eye on this trade market.
oh, dude, lots and lots and lots of trades. Shout out to Harrison Graham. Also, y'all, another kid on the way. Baby 2 coming. He's an unbelievable clip. It was like him, his wife, and their son PJ, and they had like a gender reveal cake. So they all took like the wine glass, they took a scoop in, and Harrison was like, "Is it a boy or girl?" And PJ's like, "It's cake." It was really, really cool. Yeah, it was really, really cool. Doctor, I think I already got that one. Are you an Irish fan? R.I.P. to Lou Holtz. DD, trading Max doesn't make rebuild faster. I actually disagree with that statement. I do. I think it does actually make the rebuild faster. I think the hard part of the reality is, like, how many missing starters do you think the Raiders have, DD? Like, right now. Like, I think we need a starting free safety. I think we need a starting corner. I think we need somebody that we can trust as a starting nickel. I think we need 2 outside linebackers, right? I think we need 2 starting linebackers. I would like to be able to add another defensive end. I would like to be able to add probably another defensive tackle. I would like to be able to add another offensive lineman, maybe 2. Like, think about how many starters this team needs to add. Quarterback, 12. Like, bro, we're talking about 12. I think we need like 10, 11, 12 starters. And if you know one player, you can trade away that guy and get like 4 to 5 of them. I think like it's a lot easier to fill a lot of those holes. Like, it's a team game. Like, it is. Like, that's how I would look at it. Yeah. Champion football, if you're going to spam fake stuff, I will just put you in timeout. If anybody sees it, it's not happened. Has not happened. I'm with Joey. I'm petty. Love Max, but if he wants out, send him to the Jets. LMFAO. Again, like I don't blame people for being petty, but there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes, and yeah, a lot of things that go on behind the scenes. 30 minutes later. Renee, shout out to you, man. Again, y'all, the reason why. No, I honestly, like, I'm okay waiting a little bit because. No, honestly, I'd rather get through the supers because what I don't want to happen is me be either A, halfway through that cut, or the entire time I'm going to be talking about if Max, and then if he's traded, it's a weird cut. No, I hear you. I know. I guess I would rather hang on to that until he's traded. I mean, I think I would just rather hang on to it until he's dealt. Yeah. Sorry, y'all. We're trying to work through some things on the back end here. I mean, because The other problem is if we highlight cut that, we're not going to get a push on the breaking. Oh. Oh, then yeah, no, I don't think that makes any sense. Highlight, I would want it out right away. We're good. I'll just wait. No, I'm okay. If they want to do it as practice, but then we'd have to do it again once he's dealt. Renee, I hear you, man. All right, we're going to keep moving through some of these supers. Reminder, the deals that we have here on today's show. Super chat to get up on screen. We got a lot of questions coming in. I almost feel like this is like after a Raiders game after we took an L. It's just question after question after question, which I love. And I will be live here as long as the questions continue to roll in. I think I'm going to be live here until we get that notification that Maxx Crosby is ultimately dealt. There's a lot of rumors. There's a lot of sources flying around right now that are saying, like, hey, this is moving in that direction. If you want a chance to win a little bit of money, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. If you want to try to win $1,600, March Madness, $50 Venmo. If you're okay with the idea of the Raiders rebuilding by moving on from Max, if you bang today, it's probably the ultimate way that I know you're on board. And I'll just kind of leave it like that. So I will do a quick refresh here just so everybody knows what the prize pot is at as it stands. Keith, I just saw you got in our March Madness. Keith Crego, gotcha. Also, Crystal Mendoza in. Antonio Fields in. Rustin Long, you in. And then Keontae Holland in the duck race. $20 Venmo right now as it stands would go home with $210 here on the Raiders Report. Winner would go home with $210 here on the Raiders Report. Lewis, why trade Max when, as an organization, we never draft well? Only good draft was with Tom Telesco. Well, again, I think here as a Raider, it would be like we can never draft another Alabama offensive lineman because Alex Leatherwood was bad. We could never draft another, Ohio State corner because Damon Arnett stunk. You got to believe in the guys that you have. Like, I think that Clint Kubiak and John Spytek is the best head coach GM combination that we've ever had, at least since I personally have covered this organization. So, like, that's reason number one why you do it. Reason number two is Max, like, the Raiders aren't the number one team Max wants to play for. And I know, like, we think, like, oh, we'll just hang on to Max, but, like, this is going to keep happening all off season long. And I think for the Raiders, you don't want off-the-field distractions. Like, I know I don't. And it's going to be an off-the-field distraction the entire offseason because if Max's team is behind closed doors saying, hey, we want to be traded, that means all the NFL insiders out there and everyone's going to be, like, looking for trade partners. I mean, if the Raiders aren't a no-doubt playoff caliber team by the NFL trade deadline, you're going to sell Max for much lower than what you'd be able to get for him right now. And I think the biggest reason why you do it is, you're trying to do that rebuild, but then also you're going to be able to replace one player. And Max is unbelievably talented, but we've also been one of the worst teams in the NFL with Max on it. Can we trade that one player and turn that into 5 guys? 5 guys sounds gas right now. But, like, can you change that into 5 different players and 5 different starters on your defense because of all the holes that we have? When you look at this team, there's so many holes. And I think, like, that's how I'm looking at it. I don't know the rhyme or reason. Until I see this trade go down, like, I can be sitting here right now going, it makes sense to rebuild. It makes sense to get all these draft picks. It makes sense to get all this extra salary cap space. Right? It makes sense. It makes sense. If we get the notification that the Raiders get 1 first-round pick and that's it for Max, I'm going to go, I don't know. We just got to wait and see when it ultimately goes down. Nate, let's play Moneyball, sign Khalil Mack and Chase on to replace Crosby and use a draft pick gained from the Crosby trade to draft Bain from Miami. Have you seen Moneyball? Because that's not Moneyball. Khalil Mack's probably going to get, like, if I had to guess, his PFF projected value is somewhere around $14 million per year. And then Caleb on Chasen, he's probably going to get, $10 million plus per year. So, like, I don't really think that that's playing Moneyball, what you're describing right now. getting Reuben Bain, I would say the only way that the Raiders have a shot to get Reuben Bain is if the Cowboys are involved in that trade and you get pick number 12 and somehow Reuben slides to 12. But I don't see that happening. I don't see Reuben sliding out of the top 10. I also don't see the Raiders. Like, again, I think the Rams and the Cowboys are the only team that's going to offer you, like, a high draft pick. But if you get pick 12 from Dallas or pick 13 from the Rams, you're not going to get another first-round pick. No shot in hell. But if you're a team like, I don't know, the Lions, the Bears, the Seahawks, right, whoever, and that's when you have a shot to get 2 first-round picks because then you're getting picks in the 20s and the 30s. Alfredo, if Maxx is traded, does that hurt us signing good players on defense because Maxx won't be here? I think if anything, it helps us. Like, I guess you could look at it 2 ways, right? You could look at it 2 ways as, man, they moved on from Maxx. If they're willing to move on from Maxx, they're probably willing to move on from anybody. But also, you have more money. And that means you can offer more money to other players. Players at the end of the day want to get paid. Players at the end of the day want to make more money. And I could make an argument why it would hurt. I could also make the argument why it would help. I think it probably really depends more on the player. But if a guy wants more money, we'll be able to offer more money to players. If you want to play with Maxx Crosby, then yeah, you're probably not going to like it. So it'll be interesting. Doug says, not for sale. I mean, big luck. Maxx gone before Geno is wild. Yeah, I didn't think I'd ever say those words, but, I mean, the Raiders will move on from Geno. It's just a matter of when at this point. It's a matter of when. I don't know when it's going to happen. All I do know is this. I'm here. I'm live on the Raiders Report, and I don't plan on leaving anytime soon. It's going to be interesting. Alfredo, shout out to you, man. To the 1,500 people still here in the building right now. One of the best deals that I got going. If you spend, or I guess I should say, if you get a Raiders Report t-shirt and a Raiders Report hat, like I have on right now, you add both of those items to your cart, you're going to be able to save $10. So essentially, if you got the hat by itself, $25. If you got the shirt by itself, $25. If you get them both, $40. Pretty good deal. If you need some Raiders Report gear, big luck. We're going to be good in 2040, guys. Relax. I hope it's at least 2039. I don't know if I can wait until 2040. That's a long, long time away. If you guys see that link down below, please do. To Rio PV, Mitch needs to talk about what the issue is with Guerrero and Maxx Crosby. I feel like I've said it maybe 10 times on this show already. If you're just now tuning in, I don't know, maybe rewind a little bit, but I think I've talked about it 5 to 10 times. I've talked about it a bunch. I know that. What up, Alfredo? I already got that one. If Maxx is traded, does that hurt? Yeah, it is. You're okay. Nav, what's going on, Nav? Speaking from experience, every single player I've met from the Indiana national team, extremely high character, so high it seems unusual in today's NCAA. Credit straight to Cignetti, no question. I mean, I think credit does go to Cignetti. I think credit also has to go to Fernando Mendoza. Because, again, like, teams take on the identity of their leaders. And Cignetti and Fernando, like, those guys they were a match made in heaven. But I also agree with you because I also talked to a lot of guys from Indiana. And in today's day and age of NIL, today's day and age of transferring, like, you know, there's a lot of guys that are bouncing all around. They don't learn what it truly means, I think, to be a team. They don't think they truly know what it means to, like, have other teams back. Where guys nowadays, I think, are really just looking out for themselves. I mean, I spoke to Omar Cooper Jr. for, shit, man, it was probably close to 10 minutes. One of the best conversations I had at the Combine. It was crazy because I saw a guy, because all the guys at the Combine are just walking, like, they all have, like, their Combine jumpsuits on. So I saw this one guy, and he's, like, walking around. He's, like, all by himself. Random news, not NFL related. The NCAA is appealing the Trinidad Chambliss preliminary injunction, which granted him eligibility to play in 2026 season. In a 658-page filing, the Mississippi State Supreme Court today, the NCAA is asking the court to overrule the injunction and expedite the ruling. So maybe Trinidad won't get that extra year. I mean that's kind of weird. But I just saw a guy walking around. I'm like, dude, who is that? And I'm like, oh shit, that's Omar Cooper Jr. And Omar was the one that told me that Fernando Mendoza might be a better ping pong player than a football player. I tweeted that out, and he was like, dude, when Fernando plays pong, he trash talks you the entire time. He said that he thought he could play like professionally, like that's how good he is, and he could play with left hand and right hand, which I thought was like really freaking cool. Again, man, I talked to Elijah Surratt, outstanding dude. Freaking D'Angelo Pons, like, could you show that clip? Like, if it's too difficult, it is what it is. No. We showed it on a show, but like D'Angelo Pons just walking around the combine, and he decides to line up against one of our guys at Chat Sports, Billy Beebe, and, we basically ran a drill. Now, he freaking pressed him at the line, to say the least. Beebe did like 3 spin moves at the line of scrimmage before he even got north and south, but that's just because he had to do it. But yeah, I agree with you. Like Riley Nowakowski, such an awesome dude to talk to him. I asked him, like, hey, man, would you be open to be this like fullback tight end hybrid in a Clint Kubiak offense? And he was like, I think I'm almost built for it. Like 3 years, I think he told me it was like 3 years or multiple years at tight end in college. 1 year he played fullback in college. And I think the number one thing that I can remember from all those guys, all high character, all spoke extremely high of Fernando Mendoza. And they were so proud of themselves and so proud of the team that they were. And I remember I told Omar, I'm like, dude, you guys might be one of the best stories of all time. Like, I bet you a few years from now, there's going to be a Netflix series. There's going to be some show about Indiana winning the national championship. Going from basically the most losing program of all time to being a national champion, pretty unbelievable. And you're right, Nav. It really cool to be out there and talk to a lot of those guys. It was the NFL Combine. I knew it was going to be a lot of work. I didn't know what to expect. But from being out there for a whole week, I promise y'all this, I'm going to try to go out to the Combine every single week. Or every single year. Every single year, I'm going to try to do my best to go out there for the Combine. No doubt about it. You got it? Okay. I was going to say, we're going to try to show you all this clip of D'Angelo Pons. If you didn't see it already, it's been shared on SportsCenter. It's been shared on NFL Network. It's been shared all over the spot on social media. I put it on a few of my Raiders Report shows. We put it on some Chat Sports programs. So essentially the story here is we're leaving the Combine. And one of our guys, he's getting ready to go film with Tom, our Cowboys and NFL guy. He's walking in. So he's walking in, we're walking out. And Marshall had a football in his hand, and, he was like acting like he was going to throw it to BB, but there was a corner right behind BB, and I'm like, oh, he didn't throw it because, he's worried he's going to get picked. And as the corner's getting closer and closer to him, I'm like, oh, shit, that's D'Angelo Pons. And Marshall said something. I think a few of our guys said something to him, and even I did. I was like, yo, D'Angelo. And he spun around, and I mean, it was unbelievable because he just lined up. He just lined up, and he got really low in his stance. He had his backpack still on. And our other guy, BB, I won't tell you what he said, but he didn't know he was going to play wide receiver. And he lines up, and they basically run a drill. Now, Marshall does throw this ball, I think, a little bit early, but he said in his mind, he's like, dude, I got a 5-second clock. You can't hang on to the ball longer than 5 seconds. So I'm going to show you all this clip here, and then after I show you the clip, we're going to continue to roll through some of these Super Chats here. If you're just now tuning in, the Raiders have not traded Maxx Crosby yet. But everything is, I think, moving in that direction. There's been a lot of news. There's been a lot of rumors that have happened today. I'm obviously live for a reason because I believe Max is going to get dealt. So in my mind, I was hoping, and I am hoping, that I am live when that news happens. I would be heartbroken if it happened, later on tonight. Alex told me that she was going to text me when she was going to, she's going to come visit me. She's got a bachelorette trip. And I literally, my light bulb just went off in my mind, oh, my God, she hasn't texted me yet. Or, did I miss the call? Did I miss the meetup? But she hasn't messaged me yet. So, Alex she's driving to her bachelorette party. Not hers, but, her friend's bachelorette party. So, she told me she'd call me, text me before she left, and then we would just say goodbye. So if I leave randomly for like 10 minutes, that's why. All right, I want to show you all this clip of D'Angelo Pons, NFL cornerback, soon to be, up against Chat Sports' Billy Beebe. He's in our Cincinnati office in a one-on-one drill at the NFL Combine.
I'm throwing him open. Here we go. Ready, go! Straps. D'Angelo, you're a real one.
Let's go.
I'm throwing him open. Here we go. Ready, go!
Oh, shit.
I mean, dude, credit to him. I mean, like, that's a guy that wants to compete. That's a guy that just wants to play ball. What's crazy is, though, he did his 43.5 vert, and then he's probably on cloud 9. He's walking back into the combine after just freaking 43.5-inch vert, and he's still ready to compete. It was awesome, man. Need Mitch commentary? There's not much to comment there. I mean, I think when you hear it, like the one clip, like Chase's clip, you can hear the impact. Like, you hear the like. But BB was like, I didn't think he was going to play me that hard. I'm like, would you think he was just going to let you run by him? Like Gino said, this is all his fault. Rebel, Marcia Straight, Geno Smith. I mean, that looked like a Geno Smith throw if I've ever seen one. I'll tell you that. Aggressive. Told myself after Mac I would only buy Legends jerseys. Now I'm pissed. I went against my own word and got a Max salute to service last season. Shake my head. I guess I'll say this two ways. If anybody ever wants to buy a Raiders jersey, like when I show Raiders jerseys on this show, I'll always tell people go to chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. The reason why I think people should buy jersey insurance, now, yes, it makes the jersey a little bit more expensive, but if the player that you buy is either traded or, I don't know, does something bad, you can actually exchange that jersey for a new one. Because I do know in today's day and age of trades, free agency, guys come and go very, very often. But like the other day, somebody was like, Mitch, would you ever get, like somebody asked me if I'd get a Maxx Crosby tattoo. And I did actually just get a brand new Raiders tattoo. I believe the tattoo artist is going to be posting something today. He's going to collab with me. And I just got a brand new Raiders tattoo when I was at the Combine. It's the Los Angeles Raiders Super Bowl ring, and it's the Lombardi Trophy because I wanted something Oakland, Las Vegas, and Los Angeles for my Raiders leg sleeve. Anyway, but he was like, would you get a Max tattoo? And I was like, the reason why I'm not going to get a player tattoo is because you literally never know. You don't know. And, yeah, you never know, man. You never know. Living in East Bay, California, trade Max. Get a first, a second in 2026, plus a second in 2027, plus a player. Use this year's first for Cooper or Nando. $30 million freed up for Linderbaum plus Mac. I guess my only question is, what are you going to send to that team? Because you're not going to get a first, a second, and a second plus a player. Like, if you want that, you're probably going to have to trade. You'd probably have to give up a second-round pick. So you're going to give up pick 36 and Max to get that? I wouldn't. I mean, there's a lot there. Now, again, who's that player? I don't know exactly. But, again, and I want people to realize this. If people think that you're going to get this type of trade for Max, you're only setting yourself up to be upset. I would say start wrapping your mind around a first, a second, and maybe like a day 3 pick. A first and a second and a lower-level starter. Like, that's kind of how I'm mentally preparing myself. Lumberjack Raider, did we not all see the clip of Max saying no one knows what is going on about a trade? Do we think he is a generational talent? I think Max is an unbelievable player. Do I think he's a generational talent? No. Do I think Max has generational work ethic? Yes. I've seen a lot of clips of Max, right? And the hard part is they're clips. And when you're being filmed, you probably can prepare and know what you're going to say, right? Like when I asked Fernando Mendoza at the Combine, what would you say to the team that passed on you number 1 overall? And he was like, there's a lot of good players. Like you could tell Fernando is polished. And I'm not saying that Max isn't polished, but Max also knows when he's on camera. Like Maxx has also had a lot of opportunities to say, I want to be a Raider for life. And he hasn't done it yet. Like, you know, it almost reminds me of, you guys might laugh at me, but if, like, my wife and I, we got a really cool dynamic where, like, if I want her to watch sports, I got to watch some of her shows from time to time. And now, I'll tell you right now, I'm not even afraid to admit it. I love watching The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, The Golden Bachelor, Golden Bachelorette. I think they're fun. I think they're entertaining shows. And at the end of the day, I look at it as entertainment. I've met a few people that have been on those shows. Really wild, right? But it makes me think of if your significant other were to be like, I love you. You want that other person to say, I love you back. Imagine if they don't say, I love you back. When you don't say it back, I think it says everything you need to say. When Maxx gets asked, hey, do you want to be a Raider? Hey, do you want to be a Raider for life? And he's like, doesn't really give you the answer. Doesn't that tell you everything you kind of need to know? I'm not saying Maxx has an affinity with Raider Nation. He will always love the Las Vegas Raiders organization. He will always love Mark Davis, and he wants to be, I think he wants to retire a Raider, and I do think that he will be a part minority owner someday of this organization. But at the same time, Maxx also could have just shut this all down, and he's decided not to. Raiders for life, but I also don't, at the same time, like, I don't blame Maxx for not trying to fuel anything, because I think deep down he knows his team's working in the background to get him traded. So if Maxx says, hey, I don't want to be dealt, and then a trade ends up happening, then it's like, well, you lied to us, Maxx. Raiders for life. Bears get 4th pick. Crosby. Raiders get 1st and 2 second picks and a Bears linebacker. I don't think you're going to get that much. So what, you're saying Tremaine Edmonds? So the Raiders have 3 fourths. We got it 102, 117, 134. Though it might be 135 now. I thought I saw the other day like that there might have been like an extra comp pick because a certain team like a certain coach got hired. I think that's what it ended up being. But I don't think that this is going to be enough, personally. I know we keep on answering different trades. I'm going to continue to try to give you my best honest opinion. I think if you wanted the first 2 seconds and a Bears linebacker, you're probably giving up a 4th, a 6th, and Maxx Crosby. Because Tremaine Edmonds, 6th-round pick. Maxx Crosby and a 4th might equal what you got up there. But I don't think I think like that's a win for the Raiders. If you saw that trade come in, that's a win for the Silver and Black. I do. I really, really, truly think so. David Zahn in the building. What up, Zahn? Shout out to y'all, man. Scott, Maxx is a beast. I know Maxx is a beast. I don't think I ever said that he's not a beast. Vaughn, hate to see Maxx go, but it's like having a Lambo and the house is falling apart. Got to get our priorities in order. We're starting on the right path. I kind of picture, like, there's always a picture that I see. It's like this Bugatti. It's like a Bugatti, and it's right next to a trailer park. It's like, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a sick car, but, you know, that car is worth more than the house that you're living in. I think what the Raiders are trying to do here is they're trying to go, like, you know what? Maxx is that nice car. We're trying to get some better foundation, and we're trying to get it going in the right direction. But Black Lion Supreme, you don't get rid of your partner because of a rumor. Did I say that? Bro pulled that quick. He pulled that quick. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's the Raiders right now. And there's Maxx. Hurts a little bit, but sometimes the truth hurts, man. Also, Heart Ablaze. Don't do that. Don't do that. Omar, I would love to trade Maxx to the Bears for Edmonds and a first-round pick, possibly a 3rd, 5th. Also would be freaking fantastic. Also clears up some great cap space. So the only thing is, though, if you trade for Tremaine Edmonds, that's $15 million. Unless you extend him. And I do actually think that if the Raiders made a deal for Tremaine Edmonds, that they would give him an instant contract extension. I also think he'd be a really great linebacker in a 3-4 front just because of his ability to play weak side. You know, Mike probably plays more. Actually, I don't know. He could play weak or middle. It really depends on who else we add, I guess, to this linebacker room. But he's scheduled to make $15 million. So if I was the Raiders, I think $15 million is a little bit too rich for Tremaine Edmonds coming off the year that he did. When he was healthy, he was really good. He tried to play through a hammy. He wasn't nearly as good near the end of the season. But my point is, if you were to do that, then you can extend Tremaine Edmonds, and then you can lower his salary cap this season. You might have to raise it a little bit in the final 2 years, but salary cap keeps going up and up and up every single year. Lumberjack. I think Crosby is sick and tired of saying he wants to be a Raider. It's like people saying you're not a true Raider fan. At a certain point, you just stop entertaining it. You're completely right, dude. I don't like when people are like, oh, Mitch is a Jets fan. I'm like, bro, I don't know how many times I got to tell people I work for the Jets in college. Like, I'm sorry, mommy and daddy didn't pay for everything for me, and I had to work my way through school. So, like, I don't blame Max for feeling that type of way. I don't, right? Like, I don't blame Max for feeling that. But I'll also say this. When you're paid a certain amount of money, and when you're the franchise guy, with all due respect, I don't think you can get sick and tired of it. Because there's just certain players that should be held to a different pedigree. There's certain, things that are just, they're held to a different pedigree, right? And because the Raiders haven't been able to find that franchise guy at quarterback, Max has been the face of the franchise. If you're going to get top priority, if you're going to get the extensions, if you're always going to be put first, if the Raiders as an organization and if Mark Davis as an organization has always been willing to put you first, I get you might get frustrated, but there's a reason why you're making the amount of money that you're making. Not that he's not an incredible player. He is an incredible player. But I also think, like, his job, when you sign that deal, again, you signed a gigantic deal with the Raiders. I think your job is also part of that responsibility of saying, hey, I want to be a Raider. And maybe that's foolish of me for saying it. But, again, he signed the contract. Mando, I think it's the Rams who want Max to play. I think it's the Rams who Max wants to play for. He loves Stafford and Adams, and they're in the Super Bowl windows. Now, would they trade that 13 pick? You'd have to trade the 13 pick to get Max. Like, the Rams have, since they traded pick number 29 yesterday for Trent McDuffie, the only way that Max is going to Los Angeles is if that pick number 13 is involved. Like, I think it would be pick 13 and Byron Young for Maxx Crosby. It's honestly probably what it would look like if Max went to the Rams. I will say this. The Rams have been a team that I've thought about multiple times because, again, like I'm the weirdo, I'm the sicko that's kind of just always looking at what guys are doing. It's part of my job. Like, I don't love following these athletes as closely as what I do sometimes, but I also think that it's part of my job. So when Max went to Los Angeles for the NBA All-Star game, I reached out to somebody who's, close to Max, and I reached out to somebody who was in Los Angeles with Max, and it was kind of like talking about like how that whole trip ended up going down. But for, Max to bring in, so again, they interviewed 3 people that weekend, right? They interviewed Caleb Williams, Chicago Bears. They interviewed defensive end Jared Verse, Los Angeles Rams. The other person that they interviewed, her name is Sarah Safari. She's a huge content creator. I'll be honest, I didn't know who she was until I started watching that podcast, I guess. But then, come to find out, Sarah is dating Puka Nacua. So, like, they interviewed Sarah. Sarah point-blank asked Max, like, are you going to be with the Raiders? Max made the joke, like, oh, you're trying to go viral. But that means on that trip, they interviewed 3 people. 1 person from the Chicago Bears was the quarterback. 2 people from the Los Angeles Rams. Technically. Again, Sarah doesn't play for the Rams, but if Max were to ask Alex for an interview, right, like, she's dating Puka Nacua. And I think that there's always things behind closed doors. Do I know Devontae's recruit, Max? Yes. Do I think the Rams are truly trying to go all in and show Matthew Stafford, hey, I want you to come back another season? Yes, I do. Did Max just build his dream home in Las Vegas? No doubt about it. And I know Los Angeles and Vegas, very, very close. I also know that Max really cares about his brand. Playing in Los Angeles, we know how many Los Angeles Raiders fans that are still living in L.A. that there are out there. So, like, I do wonder if the Rams could be a team. We'll have to see. I do know whether or not, though, the Rams are his top choice. And I can't tell you yes or no to that. Mr. Petey, would you trade Max for Ruben Bain? No. Would you trade Max for 1 first-round pick? How would you answer that? If the answer to that is yes, then sure. Like, to me, that we're selling low. Do I like the idea of adding a vet and then going out and drafting a young edge rusher? Absolutely. Am I in the duck race, Soldier Man? I do believe you are in the duck race. Yes, you are the 11th duck. You are the 11th duck. And speaking of the duck race, I will look real quick here to see who else is in. If you don't know, it's a $20 Venmo. Mitchell Renz 365. Right now you have a chance to win $210. Here on the show, I see Nicholas Sane. You in? Giuseppe Pena. You in? 20 to win, $230 here on the Raiders Report. OG, Mitch, what's the worst case scenario if we traded away Maxx, as in not get what we wanted? Yeah, boy. Worst case scenario? I would say worst case scenario is if the team that Maxx wants to play for offers us a really low ball offer, and Maxx is like, that's where I want to go, send me there. Again, to me, if it was like a first and a third round pick, that'd be a little bit disappointing. If it was a first and a third, I'd be pretty disappointed about that. And I think if Mark and Maxx, that would be Mark trying to do right by Maxx, because Mark wants Maxx to be a part of the long run after his football career. So, we'll see. We got it. Mario, just remember, whatever happens, Mitch will come out and say that he's the one that called it. I'm not going to say that because I'm not the one that called it. So, if that's what y'all think of me, then I got to do a better job as a host, because I think what I like to do is just show, like, hey, this is something that I've talked about before on the program. Because at the end of the day, I know that not everybody can watch the show. Like, some of y'all might watch the show every single day, and it's probably annoying, like, yeah, Mitch, we know that you talked about it. But, there are a lot of people that don't watch the show every day. So, I want to show new audience, new members, new people that come across our channel, people that are, doing other things. Like, Mitch talked about Alex Guerrero 3 weeks ago. Like, if this is the first time you're hearing about Maxx Crosby and Alex Guerrero not getting along, I don't say that to be like, I told you so. I say that as being like, if you're a Raider fan, you want to become a smarter Raiders fan, you want to know more about the Raiders than you did before, if you subscribe to the Raiders Report, I promise you, you will become a smarter Raiders fan. But I would say, that's probably worst case scenario. And, again, in the month of January, dude, we had the biggest month ever in terms of, new subscribers, new viewers, all that type of stuff. I just want people to know, what we're talking about, because, again, not everybody watches every show that we do. Lewis, if we get 13 from the Rams, I ran 3 mocks, and these players were available. Wide receiver, Mekhi Lemon. Offensive line, Falk, Messidor, Delane, McCoy. Who would you pick? I mean, what's really hard about this question, Lewis, is, Marshall brought up, he tweeted it out, went viral, the NFL draft should be before NFL free agency. I actually kind of agree with that statement, because you have all these different positions, right? All of these different positions. What's really challenging about this question, hang on, I got to message my boss something. What's really what's tough about this is what do we have going into the draft? If I'm going off of just best available player and maybe our biggest need overall, you could make the argument, if we can add another corner in Delane, I like that move. He's probably one of the higher guys on my board, but we also make sure, we better have taken care of the defensive line, right? Are we able to bring back Eric Stokes? That's going to be a question that's going to be thrown out there. I don't know. Jermon McCoy, he's an outstanding cornerback from Tennessee. He didn't play last season. Messidor is probably the one that I'm not going to take. I think Messidor you could get a little bit later. I think you have a shot to get Messidor at pick 36. If I'm going off of the board here and based on the players that you've provided me with, I'm probably going to go with Delane. Though I like Tyson. Got to see Tyson up close and personal. He was a lot bigger actually than I thought he was from a receiver standpoint. But I would say I'm looking at our draft rankings here also at Chat Sports. And it looks like the best player available on our board would be Mansour Delane. So we'll go that route. Bailey, speculation, Maxx wants Chicago the most apparently. Maybe he does. Suave, Mitch, if we get 2 firsts for Maxx, is there a chance we use picks to move up in this year's draft, and who? Well, I don't think you're getting – well, I guess I should say I think you're just saying, if we get 2 firsts, so you're saying, 2026 and in 2027, could we package those and move up? Maybe. mean, if there's a player that the Raiders really, really, really love and there's a certain guy that falls down the board, sure, there's always a chance. But if I was the one calling the shots for the Raiders, I would say no to it, and it's only because of all the holes that we have. The area in my mind where this would make sense is, let's say the Raiders come out of free agency, right? Trade away Maxx Crosby, you're out of free agency, and you don't feel like you got a good edge rush. Like you missed out on Odafe Owe, you didn't get Jalen Phillips, you didn't get Boye Mafe. Let's say your top edge rusher is Caleb on Chasen. I like Caleb on Chasen, but I would want a better option than that to be our top edge rusher. And then you're going, okay, we have to get a Ruben Bain, and he's down there. He slid down the board a little bit. Like, then maybe, but it also depends, like, what first-round pick you get. Like, to move up and get a guy like Ruben Bain, you better get the Cowboys pick at 12 or the Rams pick at 13. Because if you get the Bears pick at, let's say, 25, and then you get their other first-round pick in the following season, those two first-round picks is not going to be enough to get up to 10. Ray, what up, dude? I love Max. I have 3 jerseys. 2 are Max jerseys, but Fernando will never be the true face of the franchise if we don't trade Max. Can I be real with you, Ray? I completely disagree with this statement. Fernando Mendoza, even if Maxx Crosby's on this team, Fernando Mendoza is the face of this franchise. And when you're the quarterback, when you're the number 1 overall pick, you know, I had 2 questions that I wanted to ask Fernando, and I kind of respect Mendoza at the podium at the Combine because he took, like, once he took your question, he made it very clear there. He literally said at the Combine, he's like, I'm going to try to answer one question from as many people as possible. I'm not going to double dip. So, like, you know, when you're at the Combine and he stops talking, you just got to start shouting. You got to be like, Fernando, like, you got to, and then when he looks at you, then you can kind of give your question. There were people shouting out different questions, and he was, like, looking over them because he wanted to be able to answer one question from every single person. My other question that I wanted to ask Mendoza is, you know, Fernando, your entire career, you've kind of been the underdog. If you're the number 1 overall pick, you're no longer the underdog anymore. How is that going to impact you mentally going into the season? And I think we got to be able to face he's the new franchise, like he's the new face. Even if Max was on the Raiders, Fernando Mendoza, number 1 overall pick, the quarterback on this team, offensive-minded head coach, Mendoza's the new face. And some people are going to agree with that statement. Some people aren't going to agree with that statement. But I think that's me being that's my opinion. Again, you're going to disagree. That's okay. Number 1 overall pick quarterback, face of your franchise. I don't think anybody I don't think people would be surprised by that. Black Lion Supreme, real talk. Black Lion Supreme in the building. If you want a shout out here on the Raiders Report, if you're still one of the people that are rocking with us here on today's program, spam me down below. We're going to give some shout-outs here, and also you can see the links down in the live chat below. If you guys are looking to get your hands on some Raiders Report merch, go to chatsports.com/RRshop. And if you add the shirt to your cart, and if you add the Raiders Report hat, you're, 1, going to be able to see Jeremy as a model. 2, is usually the hat and the shirt together would be $50. Now it's $40. We're going to save you $10. So chatsports.com/RRshop. I do want to give a shout out to Vic Zalesbo. What up, Scars? Roger, Joey, Chris Bowen, Emmanuel Sanchez, Joey Mata here in the building. What up, Will? Mark Grant. I see y'all. Appreciate y'all rocking with me here on the Raiders Report. Let's keep on rolling through some supers, man. We got a lot of super chats to get through. Patacane. Max is so key to the team. How do we replace that with a lot of other players? If you can replace Maxx Crosby, again, you can't replace Max with just one player. It ain't going to happen. But what you got to hope is one Max turns into 5 starters. Like, in my mind, that's kind of how I'm looking at it. Like, you take one Maxx Crosby, can you turn Maxx Crosby from the draft capital and the money that we're going to be able to save into 5 different starters? I believe that I could. And if you do that, that's how you replace them, with 5 players that help you start. Shaw, Max to the Bears for a 2nd round this year, and then a 1st and 2nd next year. Terrell Edmonds, I don't know, just spitballing here, you to go. I actually appreciate different trade ideas. So if anybody wants to give me a trade idea, believe me, I'm never going to shy away from it. I appreciate when people give me their ideas. So it's Yeah, I'm trying to Tremaine Edmonds. Tremaine Edmonds, but what's interesting is it's not a first this year. So it's that first and second next season. I'll tell you this, I actually think that that's more likely than the next year's draft is supposed to be better, correct? But technically though, like I think the way teams look, you could be right. Like I do think the draft next year is better, and that's actually one of the things like that was reported. Like you could see more trades happening. Yeah, the Bears don't need a QB, but typically, like if you trade a pick for next year, like a first round pick next season, some teams look at that as like a second round pick this year because in the NFL, you never know if you're gonna have a job the following year. But I'll tell you what, that's an interesting deal to me. Ray, Mitch, I would be happy if we can get Darnell Mooney. I would say shoot higher. I know Darnell was released this morning at like 5 o'clock in the morning. There's a lot of other really talented wide receivers. Like, I already did a video. I think it went out this morning, or maybe it went out yesterday. Maybe it was this morning. My top 10 free agent wide receiver targets for the Raiders. Darnell Mooney wasn't going to make that show. So, if you want to go check out who I would want to place with Mendoza, please make sure you do so. Unless we take less than 2 firsts and a premium player, I think Max stays a Raider. I thought Rob Leonard DC hire would make him want to stay. Rob Leonard has absolutely zero impact on Maxx Crosby staying. Again, like we can be hopeful fan, but I'll say this, 2 firsts and a premium player, like that's essentially what the Micah Parsons deal was. I don't think you're going to get a Micah Parsons type of deal. Now, I hope I'm wrong in saying that. Like I really, really do. I hope I'm wrong in saying that. I think the bigger factor for Max staying a Raider is if the number one team that Max wants to go to says, I don't want to do the trade anymore, and they pull out, well, then I think like that changes it. But if the number one team that Max wants to go to offered 2 first-round picks, Max is gone, he's out the door. He's gone and he's out the door. And I think it probably would only be 2 first-round picks. Like I don't think you're going to get 2 firsts and a player. So I know like that's what we want. I know it's what's been reported. But right now there's a lot of things going on behind closed doors. And if that's what you're expecting, you're going to be let down. So I think at this point we got to be more prepared to not get that. Kika, biggest need has to be linebacker. We need a quarterback on the defense. We definitely need linebackers. Again, can you show the linebacker depth chart real quick? The 3-4 front, because we switched, we have so many needs at that linebacker position, right? We need a middle, we need a Mike, we need a weak side, we need our outside linebackers, the edges. We need just about everything. Even if these were our starters and even if these players were all coming back, I would still say we have a major, major, major hole at that position. But cornerback's a big need. If you lose Max, defensive end is a bigger need than linebacker. Or finding one of those outside linebackers' edges. Like, that's a bigger need. We do need a quarterback in the defense, no doubt about it. And if you want the best one, his name's Devin Lloyd. Shield, DJ Moore to the Bills, huge for Josh. Damn it. Josh kind of gets his number one guy. I personally think that the Bills overpaid a little bit for him, but also at the exact same time, if you struggle the way that they did, if they missed on Keon Coleman the way they did, you going out and you trading for a player who I do think fits what that organization likes to do. I think DJ Moore to the Bills does make a lot of sense. Chugs, can you hold it down for like a few minutes? I just got to go get a water. My voice is really starting to F with me a little bit. Chugs is going to answer some of the questions here as we roll through. If you want to give shout-outs, anything like that, just give me like 2 to 3 minutes. I'm just going to go grab some water. My throat's kind of F.
All right, here we go. Jordan Lumpkin, I'm tired of this bullshit. Well, that's too damn bad. Oh, no. I get it. It's annoying not knowing whether you're going to have one of your top players going into next season. That's why I think Mitch, I don't know if he said it on the show today yet. He was just kind of saying, like, I hope that the trade just happens. Like, we just get it over with so we know what we're working with going into free agency, going into the draft. That makes a lot of sense. So I feel you, Jordan. I feel you. Trade Max, sign Khalil Mack. Well, on a future show, Mitch, I actually was building that in the behind the scenes over here, building the graphics on that. spoiler alert, Khalil Mack does make Mitch's top 10 defensive line free agents. Hey, Mike, in the chat, Lions today. Mike, we haven't talked since the David Montgomery trade, my guy. Let me know what you think about it. Hit me up on Slack. But yeah, Khalil Mack does make the top 10 of Mitch's Crosby replacements if he does get traded in that video. But thank you for the super chat, Patacane Gaming. Cast Joey, my guy. How we doing? Hope you're flying around, having a good time. David Zahn, chat. Cheers to everybody. Hope everybody's having a good Thursday. Today's kind of like my Friday, so having a good day. I'm low-key hyped for this trade now. The possibility of getting the picks, assets, and seeing the team get overall better quicker, making this rebuild move faster along, and a very loud Raiders. I think this is the glass half full way of looking at it. Yes, you get rid of Maxx Crosby, you send him away, which does suck because he's a phenomenal player. But as Cash Joey mentions, you could get premium draft picks and another starting caliber player. And as Mitch has outlined, you need a lot of starters. So, Yoda, I'm glad you liked it. Good trade for both teams from Micro. Yeah, or Mike. Yeah, dude, I like it. I think the Texans still need a speed back, but I think, win-win. It does suck because I know Lions fan love Montgomery, but appreciate you for popping in today, Mike. I agree, though, with Cash Joey. You need a lot of starters, and trading Max can kind of jumpstart that for you to fill out the rest of your defense because it's the ultimate team game. You can have the best player, 10 other scrubs around him. You're not going to have a good defense. I'd rather have 6 really good starters than 1 great player and 5 really crappy players, if that makes sense. I appreciate the super chat, Cass. Preston Rodriguez, $15 million plus 2 fourth-rounders for Arvell Reese to the Jets first round. I know that's a long shot, but that would be sick. Hold up. Wait, so you're saying $15 million plus 2 fourth-rounders for Arvell Reese to the Jets? Preston, I don't know what you're talking. You can't trade money, if that's what you're saying.
Fourth rounders for Arvell Reese.
That's what I'm saying. You can't trade money.
And even if you could, the Jets. Honestly, if we could trade money, you'd have to give up your first round pick next season, your second round pick this season, $15 million. I don't even know if that's enough. We're playing Monopoly. Preston, shout out, man. Francisco, I just got done watching your earlier video, and Mark doesn't want to burn the bridge with Max, but it's time for him to channel his inner Al, put the nation first, and get the best package possible.
I agree. It sucks, but if Dallas is offering you 2 firsts and Max would rather go to Chicago, I'm sorry, bro. It's a business. If I'm Mark Davis, I know, and this is why it's hard having your owner be friends with players, because it does come down to a business, and having your feelings get in the way could kind of blur what you decide on doing. I think regardless of how Max feels, you got to go out and get the best deal possible.
Gabriel, Mark, Fabian, you guys are in the duck race. I'll say this, right? What's the number one thing that we think Mark Davis cares about? Money. So, I feel like you're yelling at a dog right now for barking. Mark wants Max, and from what I understand, Max also wants to have the opportunity to be a part-time owner of the Raiders after his football career. They don't want to burn that bridge. Neither one of them do. And I agree with you.
Does Max have a no-trade clause?
No.
So, yeah, since he doesn't have a no-trade clause, if I'm Mark Davis, if I'm SpyTech, I'm saying whoever gives us the best deal, that's who I'm sending. If the Browns give you 2 firsts, you send his ass to Cleveland.
I hear you. I think the other concerning part is, though, that, and I wonder if other players would think this, because I would wonder if the Raiders were to do bad by Maxx, right? Because here, I talked to somebody, it would have been on Tuesday, and again, I apologize. Monday, Tuesday, I was sick. I was not on my phone nearly as much as what I usually am. Sorry, Alex just texted me. Sorry. Alex she told me she would be here by 1:30. It's 3 o'clock. Mexicans, Latinas, packing. It's always something interesting. Anyway, what was I saying? I haven't been on my phone nearly as often, so what the hell were we talking about? I've totally lost my train of thought now.
I said trade his ass to Cleveland, and you said...
Oh, okay. So one of the conversations that I had with somebody on Tuesday was like, who do you think were the last three faces of this franchise? Or counting Maxx. I would say the last three faces of this Raiders franchise were probably Khalil Mack, Derek Carr, Maxx Crosby. They traded away Khalil Mack. That didn't work in the rebuild. That was a disaster. The way things ended with Derek Carr didn't rub. There was a lot of players that didn't like how that went. Now, again, you can say what you want, but that's not good. You also don't want to be known as the organization that throws their best guys to the side, because then why would a best player want to go there?
Can I be devil's advocate?
Please, because I was devil's advocate.
Peyton Manning and Joe Montana can get traded, who cares?
Sure.
They are infinitely better than Maxx Crosby is right now in terms of NFL lore and NFL credentials.
I don't
Both
disagree.
Super Bowl champions. If you can trade away Joe Montana, if you can trade away Peyton Manning, why can't you trade away Maxx Crosby?
I think the other part of, again, I was kind of playing yurt because I was told that there's a team that offered the Raiders 2 first-round picks.
Take it.
And that's kind of what I said. Now, I was kind of hit more on the Maxx has a specific team that he wants to go to, and that they didn't want to burn the bridge there. And then also it was the whole, they don't want to be known as the organization that does bad by their star players. But at the same time, you're rebuilding for a reason. Like, you got to be able to say, was the past. That was the past.
Black Line Supreme, Maxx Crosby's knees are 100 years old. What are we talking about?
I mean, and that's the other part. Like, I said, and I'm going to ask you all this right now. Has Maxx Crosby played his best football? Y for yes, N for no. Like, do you think, because if you think Maxx has already played his best football, right? Like, if you think he's never going to play a full season again, he's never going to play the way that he did when he was fully healthy, then you should want to trade him more. Or if you're like, no, he's 29, he's about to hit his peak. And I think it's like, how do you know? Like, what do you know? And
I'm just listening to what Raider fans have said. And what Raider fans have said is nobody is above the shield.
I agree with that. Nobody is.
Then send him for 2 firsts.
Fair.
If you're living and dying by the shield, nobody's above the shield, you should have no problem trading him for 2 firsts. Darth Fatass. Someone stole my limbo stick. How low can someone go?
That's about it.
And I'm not hating on him. I think he's a great player. But where the Raiders are right now, and obviously Maxx wants to contend for a Super Bowl this season.
Yep.
The Raiders are 1 year away. I think if they if everything goes perfectly, this is a setup year, and in 2027 you're fighting for a contending spot. And I think Maxx has earned that, but at the same time, you got to do right by your franchise.
Yeah.
Danny Rhymes.
Trey Wingo reported Dallas was close last night to a trade for Maxx, but a few teams came in and offered 2 firsts. Again, man, I was told that the Cowboys were one of those teams that offered 2 firsts. If you go back and check out the video that I did yesterday, when I'm talking about the teams on that, there was 4 teams that I mentioned. I said, I know one of those teams offered 2 first-round picks. What's interesting, though, is Jane Slater said today that the Cowboys aren't going to offer 2 first-round picks. So,
she's been told by Dez.
I mean, she's got a lot of connections in that organization.
Yes, she does.
She's got a lot of connections. No, like, honestly, she does.
You go, Jane.
She does have a lot of connections. So, I don't think Crosby wants to play for the Cowboys, But then again,
She's got those connections.
to like what Chug said, like if Jerry goes Jerry and he just throws out a crazy deal, then if you're the Raiders, you send Maxx to Dallas. Now, if I'm Maxx, I look at that as a great opportunity to, one, market myself because I'm in America's team, and I think Maxx Crosby, the person that he is, like, you're going to put a star on that helmet, and you're gonna attract a lot of people. The other good part about him going to Dallas, and I think this is kind of how his family's down here. Like, Max's family's down here in this area. Like, that's but I don't think the Cowboys are his number one team.
I don't know. B-Rad Tunes and stuff. Would it make sense to wait for the trade deadline in October to see how the team is doing by then before making this big decision?
I say no, and only because, I guess, how many wins do y'all think the Raiders have this upcoming season? I think if we can get to 8 wins, like, I'm hopeful. 8. If the Raiders are right around that 500 mark, what if Maxx says, I want to be dealt then? Like, I also think, as an organization, you don't want to hear all the outside noise. Like, I see a lot of people saying 6, 7, 6, 7 in terms of wins. That tells me that the Raiders are trading Maxx Crosby at that deadline, and you're going to get way less at the deadline than you would right now. CTB Way. Mitch, I'm a Raider fan from Connecticut. Love watching your show. Keep up the good work. Also, I sent 50 to join March Madness. Now, I've already said everybody that's in March Madness, so if you David Vagara, Jeremy Valve, L.A. Crash Dog, Yoda Jenkins, Amy, Arbora, Ron Raspberry, Husker Raider, Raider Ron, LCA, Moshav, The Night Devil, Rustin Long, David Zahn, Joe Wynn, Daniel Nichols, Jose Padilla, Bayou, Jake McClenny, Raider Sancho, Noah Santana, Richard Engel. We got Nabman, Ms. John Broadway, Jeremy Gerds, Darth Fatass, Keith Craigo. If you haven't heard your name, and I unless your Venmo name is exactly CTB Way, which I don't know what it is, those are all the people that I have in our March Madness. Those are all the people that I got in March Madness. Somebody the other day asked me, Mitch, would you do a Raiders Report meetup in Dallas? I know it's very, very last minute. Would anybody want to go support a Raider fan who just opened up a business in Deep Ellum? And would anybody in the Dallas area want to do a meetup either tomorrow or Saturday? Probably Saturday for me.
I was going to say, tomorrow might be.
Yeah, tomorrow might be wild.
Supposed to be hail.
Oh, yeah, like the tornado and everything. Would anybody in Dallas want to go grab some food with me and go support another Raider fan who just opened up a business in Deep Ellum? If there's anybody here, if I can get 5 people on this show right now, I'll meet y'all in Dallas on Saturday to go grab lunch, and we'll go grab some food to go support another Raider
Get crabs with Mitch.
Let's get crabs with Mitch. Some lobster, some crabs, a little seafood boil. If you guys would, if I can get 5 people to go with me, I'm freaking in. I'm freaking in. I just don't know how many people live down here in this area.
Jersey boy, where does Bobby Okereke rank amongst the free agent linebackers? Let me look.
He wasn't in my top 10 list. Now, I'll admit, when I originally did my top 10 linebackers, I'm looking through here a list. He's a good player, don't get me wrong, but I don't think he's in the top 10. My top 10 linebackers, there's a listicle for it.
Oh, you have it?
I have, yeah. I know Reed's built it. Now, I don't know if it's just like one single graphic or if it's 2 list 5s. But you can control F, Anzalone, or there's probably an easier name to control F too.
Anal Zone.
I'll tell you what, every time I see that name, it's so hard for me to not say that. One of our old employees at Chat Sports called him Alex Anal Zone. True story. I hope I don't.
Somebody mentioned it in the chat, a sneaky name, and the only reason I know this is because we sit next to our Falcons host, Trace Moustakis, Caden Ellis.
Yeah,
another really good name.
Caden Ellis was probably one of the top names that I didn't put on this list that I kind of kicked myself in the butt.
You also have to look LB and OLB. So you have the edge rushers like a Caleb Von Chasen.
Yep.
And you have like the middle linebackers like an Alex Anal Zone.
Yeah, your weak side, your middle linebackers, your Mikes, they're going to be labeled as L. Like Quay Walker, Mike linebacker. Caleb Chasen, outside linebacker in a 3-4. So it's probably going to be something that you guys see me do. Again, I usually label dudes as edges, but I'm not going to label them as edges now, probably because edge can be so many different things in a 3-4. But again, I say that now because I'm already kind of driving myself nuts with like outside linebacker, all those different positions. But to me, I think that these are the top 10 linebackers that the Raiders should pursue. And if you want to see a little bit more in-depth analysis on why I want those guys, look up Raiders free agent targets at the linebacker position. You'll get that video on YouTube. What up, Stabler? If we trade Maxx, it's Gino's fault. Also, if we don't trade Maxx, it's Gino's fault.
Facts.
Hang on a second, y'all. My wife's calling me.
Oh, Mitch. Don't stop. Oh, my God. Oh, Mitch right there. I'll hold it down.
All right, Chugg's going to hold down the fort. My wife, she's getting ready to go to a bachelor party, so she's getting ready to drive, and I just told her I would say goodbye before she goes. I'll be right back.
All right. The Bears, Caleb Williams was on his show. Not wrong. We're connecting the dots. Sage Mode, what team do you think ends up getting Maxx, and when do you think it happens? Bears, and my guess is on one of my off days, because that's how Raider news always happens. It's always on one of my off days, and me and Mitch end up having to come in. So, just so y'all know, me and Mitch are off Friday and Saturday, so it's probably going to be happening on Friday or Saturday. Cleric, for those who think we shouldn't trade Maxx, our highest paid player shouldn't be a defensive player. Just look at the Browns. Cleric said it. I'm not saying you're right. I'm also not saying you're wrong. Anthony Morales, why trade Maxx when we got his buddy promoted to DC? Navman says, Jeremy, check your DMs. Oh, Navman. Dirty dog. Let's see. No, I agree, Navman. Hey, if you're going after people, personal attacks or anything in the chat, you're just going to get banned. So, Navman is one of the moderators on the chat. We have a couple really good ones. Guys, please keep it civil if we can. Also, oh my God, dude. Taino, what are you sending me on? I have two. I have a personal IG and then I have a work IG. I've been really bad about checking my personal IG. Actually, my wife sent me a bunch of stuff on my personal IG. Taino, what are you sending me, guy? But yeah, hey, let's keep it civil in the chat. Thank you, Navman, one of our moderators. What's up, Zalesbo? Val Savage, since Colton, our first-round draft picks have been Jonathan Abrams, Josh Jacobs, Cleveland Ferrell, Damon Arnett, Henry Ruggs, L. Wood. Why am I? Tyree Wilson, Bowers, Ginty. Why am I? Oh, Leatherwood. Okay, I was like, L. Wood. I thought Wood was the last name. Leatherwood, Wilson, Bowers, Ginty. I'm on board to trade Maxx to help rebuilding talent we've whiffed on for 10 straight years. I mean, that's also different regimes, right? You got to look. Most of those picks, Mike Mayock, John Gruden. You also have Dave Ziegler, right? Like, these picks weren't made by John Spytek. John Spytek, I believe the only pick he made on here was Ginty. So, I mean, you could look in the past, but at the same time, it's like, because you whiffed on Jamarcus Russell, does that mean you can never take a first overall quarterback again? I would say just don't put all the bad stuff that's happened with this team on the current regime. Spytek didn't make those picks. Kubiak didn't make those picks, right? It sucks because it's happened to this franchise, but you can't blame all that stuff on the current guys that are making the calls, doing the shots right now. Because I just don't think that's fair. Clint Kubiak didn't make these picks. John Spytek didn't make these picks. It's worked out that way before, but also look at the Seahawks. They've made, look at the Bucks. They've made a bunch of really good picks over the past 6 years. Who made those picks? John Spytek. Blame the owner. Or you can blame Geno Smith. Appreciate the super chat, though, Val. I get your concerns about and a lot of people have these same concerns. You're trading a known, which is Maxx Crosby. You know what you have in Maxx Crosby for the unknown, which is draft picks and possible free agency money to go sign guys. So I get it. It's easier to want the known than the unknown. What is the phrase? One in the hand is worth two in the bush. At the same time, you can't blame this current regime on the stuff that happened in the past. We got F Sam in the chat. Can we get the F Sams flowing? He was on the commissioner exempt list for most of the season, and at the end of the year, it was like very weird because like he was injured as well. So I just think they were just like didn't want him to play. I think he probably retires this offseason. Would be my guess. Yeah. What a loser. Yeah, totally. Trill, I love Max, but honestly, I don't see him winning a conference championship or a Super Bowl with another team. Hope he stays. Yeah, you never know. It's 11 guys on the field. That's what it takes, right? 11 guys on offense, 11 guys on defense, 11 guys on special teams. So if he goes to a good team, I'll have a good chance. Send him to the Cleveland Browns, probably not as good of a I don't know. Myles Garrett and Maxx Crosby together would be insanity. But still, it depends on what team you send him to. Or if you send him to a team at all, he might stay. Appreciate the super chat, Cheryl. My biggest concern, this one from Priz, about trading Max, honestly, Mitch, is the leadership. I wonder who will step up as that leader spot, Mendoza, or what do you think? You'll lean on veterans. You'll lean on guys, and then hopefully you draft guys who have good character. Good thing is Mendoza has shown you he has that character. So possibly him, possibly some other veterans on this, offense. Maybe a Brock Bowers steps up in year 3 and kind of says, hey, I'm the guy on offense. I'm the number one target. Everybody follow my lead. That would be a, best case scenario kind of situation. Maybe it's a Colton Miller at left tackle who kind of rallies the troops together. But, every NFL locker room has to decide who's going to be the leaders, who's going to step up and, lead those teams. So, good question, though, Priz. Good question. Next up, as Mitchell walks back in the room, Blake Dufresne.
What up, Blake? What up, my guy? I've seen this song and dance before. If Mark Davis had half a brain, he'd do everything he can to keep the face of this franchise. I mean, but what if you knew that the face of the franchise wanted to be traded? Would you change your opinion, right? Like if you were in a relationship with somebody and you were second fiddle because that person wanted to be with somebody else, would you feel the exact same way? I don't think that this is all on Mark Davis. I think this is actually a really unfair thing that you're saying here because I think what Mark is doing, honestly, like, I think Mark is trying to do right by Max, which, if anything, like, that's kind of where I go against it. But this has nothing to do with Mark. Like, you hired Clint Kubiak. You hired them to do their job. And if they believe that they're going to be able to rebuild this team the best way they possibly can by moving on from Maxx Crosby, one player, and replacing him with multiple different starters, like, if that's the way that they think is the best plan possible, like, I'm always somebody that says you got to have a plan. If you don't have a plan, you're wasting your time. And if Clint Kubiak and John Spytek and these guys, and then on top of that, Max doesn't really want to be a part of it, I think it's a lot easier said than done. But, I mean, Blake, you're a long-time watcher. Hopefully you don't get mad at me for saying that, but I think this is a really unfair thing that you're saying here. Eric, do you follow? No. I don't follow any of those accounts. I think people, again, I don't mind people that follow them. At the end of the day, like, if you want your extra content, you're going to get your extra
ML
content.
Football, heartbreaking. Maxx Crosby wants to.
I can't deal with those accounts just because, like those accounts, and I get it. They're trying to drive clicks because that's how a lot of those guys make extra money. But if you follow JP, like A or like MLF, any of those guys for like actual news, again, though, like to me, like that's fun content. Though.
It's annoying because people will be like, Mitch, Jeremy, you're clickbait. I saw this on ML Football. Yeah. Like, all right.
And again, like I think it's, to me personally, like I have done this for so long. There's people that I trust. There's people that I respect. There are people that are worth my time. With all due respect to JPA, he ain't worth my time. Joel, Mitch, what team would you put money to land Max? The team that I think Max wants to play for the most. That's the team that I think he's going to go to. That's the team that Max wants to go to. And I think if Max doesn't get to go to that team, then he could actually stay with the Raiders. Unless, like I said, unless a team just comes over the top, windmill dunk, and throws out an insane trade value. But I think the number one team that Max is going to get traded to is the number one team that Max wants to play for. Mike, unfortunately, our history when it comes to these types of trades, we have always lost from Gruden to Khalil Mack. These trades have never worked out. And you're not wrong. Like, they totally haven't worked out. But here's the thing, though. I think the regime that we have right now, Clint Kubiak and John Spytek, I trust them way more than I ever trusted Mike Mayock and John Gruden. Way more than I ever trusted Ziegler and McDaniels. Like, AP and Telesco. It's just.
And this is what I was saying as you were kind of walking in is, you're looking at, oh, well, the Raiders can't draft. I mean, it's a totally different regime, right? Like, we don't know whether or not this regime is going to be able to, knock the draft out of the park. Now, for just going off base, last year, I think Spytek has a lot to prove this year because last year I would say it's a D+, the draft.
And I don't disagree with you, but it's also like Pete didn't play the guys the way that they thought that the guys were going to get played. I think also, though, if you have this mentality, you don't want the Raiders to draft Fernando Mendoza because the last time we drafted a quarterback number one, it was a failure, right? Like, we always say, don't judge the helmet. Are you never going to take another Alabama offensive lineman? Are you never going to take another Texas Tech edge rusher? Are you never going to take another Ohio State cornerback? Like, I can go on and on and on because of how many draft busts we've had. But then, yet again, I see how many people say, I want to bring back John Gruden.
We'll never sign a former Dolphins defensive tackle.
Ever.
For good reason.
Yeah, maybe for good reason on that one. What up, Dominic? Did you see the report a couple minutes ago from Jane Slater about the Cowboys? Yes. Jane essentially said that she did not believe that the Cowboys were going to offer 2 first-round picks. I think the only confusing thing for me is I believe the Cowboys have already offered the Raiders 2 first-round picks, but the Raiders not. I guess that they're not interested. What now?
Jelly bean.
What is that?
It's a baby hippo.
Is that the name?
That's the newest baby hippo in the zoo, Jelly Bean.
What zoo? Our zoo?
No, I wish it was our zoo. I would actually go to the zoo. This one is the.
Also, Steelers have officially just released tight end Jonnu Smith. The news came out earlier in the week. It's officially official now. Yeah, but can you blame Max? Like, I think some people might say it. I don't know.
I think Arizona.
Arizona Zoo. I think at the end of the day, people want to be liked. I want you guys to like me. I think you, Tony, want people to like you. And I think if Max were to do this, he's going to burn some bridges with some fans. But if he can, kind of do it in the background, and then it ends up happening, and then it is as if like, oh, wow, I had no idea it was going to happen. And, like, that's how it's going to get played out. Like that's how the song's going to be. Like, that's going to be the dance. But the Maxx Crosby situation, I do think, is very similar to the Davante Adams situation. And every single year, I write things down. I talk about – sorry, I just saw the door at my house got locked. But how is that possible? Oh, Alex's mom's there. All right.
Chuck.
I was like, Alex is gone, so who the hell is, like, unlocking and locking my doors? Alex's mom. But, like, I think at the end of the day, all of us want to be, liked. And I always write down notes of past situations. And this situation looks and smells a lot like the Davante situation. And I told myself I wasn't going to fall for that twice because Davante told us everything we wanted to hear. And then, obviously, it ended up going down. I think also Max learned from that situation of, like, you don't want to be the Davante where every time he gets a chance, like, no, I'm not leaving him, no, I'm not leaving, no, I'm not leaving. But he knows in the background he is going to leave. Like, I think, like, that's shadier. Darian, now that DJ Moore is gone, can we get Chicago first and a second plus a player for Max? I'd rather 2 firsts from anyone, though. No one is bigger than the Shield. I would say if a trade ends up going down with Chicago, it's probably going to be a first, probably going to be a second. I don't know what type of caliber player. Like, if you want a true starter, I'll say this. I'm hoping to get a first, a second, and a player from Chicago. If the Bears are involved in that trade, that's kind of what I'm hoping for. What What up, Ben? I'm assuming your source is someone at or around the top of the organization. I don't know. Don't need to say who. How certain are you it's going down today? I'm not certain it's going to go down today. I am certain it's going to be traded.
I told them if they were like, if you had to guess, when do you think a Maxx Crosby trade would go down? I said 100% on our off day.
Probably. We are off tomorrow and Saturday, so obviously if Max gets traded, I'll be here. You guys already know I'll be live. We already got everything ready to rock, but I'll say 100% he's traded by Monday. 100% Monday by noon Eastern time. Max is gone. Today, maybe. Tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. For me personally, I'd rather just let's get it the hell over. Let's rip the Band-Aid off already because I don't want to have to be glued to my phone for the next 48, however many hours. Because when this shit happens, it's literally in my pocket. I got it on loud. Every vibrate I get, I wonder, is that it? Is that it? Is that it? And don't get me wrong. I just did it with Clint Kubiak. I did it with the whole coaching search. It's my job. It's being on call. It is part of what it is. But here's the thing, though. I think people can have a lot of different sources. I have people that I know inside of the organization. I know agents. I talk to players. You get to know people who are close to other players, other agents. People like to talk, and when people like to talk and people know that I like to talk, sometimes I'll just get a text message hey, you got 5 minutes for a phone call, and you just listen to what they have to say, and sometimes it's right, sometimes it's not, but just like anybody, you learn to build relationships with certain people. But I'll say that I got multiple sources, and I'm sure that other people have multiple sources as well. If you're only relying on one person to get your information, it's don't get me wrong, I want y'all to watch the Raiders Report. But I also want y'all to watch Sanjeet for an offensive line breakdown because I think he's one of the best in the biz for, that type of stuff. I think there's a lot of really other good Raiders content creators that I like, and, I consume some of their content. There's other guys that I don't like, of course. But, I think if you only watch this show, I don't know, you're kind of limiting yourself a little bit. What up, Jacob? I love Max, man. This is going to hurt. But do you think at this point it's more of a distraction than anything? I think we can win this trade because Max is the heart, but he has been hurt a lot. He has been hurt a lot, and he's still not 100% healthy now. Max isn't going to be 100% healthy probably until, I say May to June. You're going to be in that window, but it is a distraction. You can't tell me it's not a distraction. I don't want to talk about Maxx Crosby trade rumors. I want to talk about free agents that this regime should target. I want to talk about the top draft picks that this team should target. And with all the drama that we've had in the offseason all these freaking years, if I'm a new regime, if I'm Clint Kubiak and John Spytek, I don't want to have any outside noise. And this is, unfortunately, outside noise. But it's not going to go anywhere. And it's not going to go anywhere because we haven't won any football games. But also, Max hasn't really done a good job silencing that noise. I kind of compared it earlier, Jeremy, if you were to say, I love you to Danny.
Yeah.
And she was like, I like you too. If you don't get that answer back, I think that tells you, And Max has been asked, are you going to be a Raider? Do you want to be a Raider? And he kind of hits you with, I'm just going to worry about me. I'm going to control what I can do. I'm just going to focus on being the best version I can be.
Can I be devil's advocate as well?
Hit me.
For Max, though, he gives me the vibes of the girlfriend that's been dating the guy for 8 years and waiting for him to pop the question.
Fair.
And just hasn't had it yet.
Yeah. Hey,
is this the year I get a ring?
And I think that that's great devil's advocate, right? But at the same time, I'll say it like this. What if – how can I do this?
But what if the boyfriend –
What if the boyfriend bought her a house and now you're living together? Because that giant contract extension –
But then the boyfriend got into a car accident.
We're going down the path here. What up, Born a Raider fan? I don't understand what changed from the interview 3 weeks ago where Max stated Jay Glazer was incorrect about wanting to leave the Raiders. I think Max essentially was just more along the lines of, all right, hang on a second here. Wow, this is really big news and good for this guy. Former Raider UDFA Drake Thomas has just signed a deal with the Seattle Seahawks, 2-year, $8 million, worth up to $9 million.
Good for him.
Good for Drake Thomas. UDFA, North Carolina State.
He was one of your top guys?
He was him and McLennan Curtis that year in 2023 were my top two UDFAs, and he essentially stole away Tyrese Knight's spot in that linebacker room, and he ended up being the starter there. But good for him, man. 96 tackles, 3.5 sacks, brand new deal in Seattle. I think Maxx was essentially like, I didn't talk to Jay, and Jay was like, hey, I'm going off of things that I heard before. My understanding, again, dude, and I keep saying my understanding because nobody really truly knows everything about this situation. I don't know. I bet you I don't know anywhere close to the entire story. Nobody probably out there does outside of Maxx and, Maxx's really, really tight group overall. But at the same time, I do think that these conversations have been going on for a long time. I do think behind closed doors, Maxx was just kind of, I'll give a fishing analogy, right? You could throw your hook in the water. I think Maxx has just added a little bit more bait to that hook. He's trying to, they're trying to go now. Because I think Maxx knows that, hey, if a trade's going to happen, the Raiders would want to make it happen before free agency. The team Maxx wants to play for would want to happen before free agency. So, that's really what's changing now. Deadlines make deals. So the fact that NFL free agency is about to start, the legal tampering period is Monday at noon Eastern time. When you're talking about the player of Maxx Crosby, you're talking about the money, the draft capital, you want to know what you have going into free agency. And I think for the Raiders, this is a huge offseason for them. They want to know exactly what they have in Maxx or what they don't have in Maxx or what they have from Maxx so that way to be able to go out and go forward. That's why I think it's all kind of ramping up right now. Steve L., hi, Mitch. If you answered this already, I apologize. If we're staying 3-4 defense. If we were staying in a 4-3 defense, do you think we'd still be trading him? I don't think Rob Leonard being hired as our defensive coordinator or our change at defense has any impact on Maxx Crosby at all. I think Maxx has wanted to be traded for a majority of this offseason. I think Max's team has been looking for trade partners for a majority of this offseason. I think Maxx has always been okay with the idea of being a Raider, but once he's found out that there is another team that really wants him and Maxx really wants to go there, it's just that team's, from what I understand, not willing to offer. So I think Maxx has been kind of hoping that that team goes, you know what, that is worth it. We're going to go out and get him. Jordan, trade Maxx for Christian Darrisaw.
Straight up, the Raiders would lose this trade.
I was going to say, I don't.
Darrisaw's been injured.
Don't get me wrong. I like Darrisaw a lot. If the Raiders would have listened to me, we would have drafted him over Alex Leatherwood. If you don't believe me, go back and check out my videos, but that's a loss for the Raiders. What up, Born? Until Maxx says he wants out, this is all gossip. You're not wrong. It is gossip, but
I mean, also, it's not up to Maxx. It's the team trading him.
Correct.
So Maxx could want to stay, and the team could still trade him. So
if you knew Maxx wanted to play elsewhere more than the Raiders, is that gossip? Because Maxx wants to play elsewhere more than the Raiders. And again, I'll say it like this: if you looked at your significant other, and if you said I love you, do you want to be with me? And they said I like you too. They don't answer if you want to be with them or not. I think that tells you a lot. And it's a tough situation, man. Believe me, I hear you loud and clear. I don't blame anybody for being annoyed on how this situation's happening.
APN, what are the chances of us being able to get Hendrickson or Mack if we lose Maxx?
I think there's a shot. I actually kind of felt bad. What do you got? Here, you're good.
Hey, real quick, Raider Nation. Schefter hopped on a Bears ESPN affiliate radio station. Bullet points. One, this does not necessarily mean the Bears are trading for Crosby. In fact, he doesn't think they're in the lead right now. Two, this isn't really Raiders related. The Bears, there's been no chatter on Trey Hendrickson with the Bears. And then I can't remember the third one. But the main thing is, this does not necessarily correlate to a Crosby trade. I think we all know there's a level of interest, but this doesn't mean all of a sudden the Bears are going to raise their offer 2 ones. I don't know.
Can we all get some congrats in the chat though? Harrison Graham, a father already, but second on the way. Shout out to H. Graham, baby. Let's go.
I appreciate it. Shout out to Chugs and Mitch, but yeah, I think on we go. Well, it sounds like Dallas might be out, so I don't know. Maybe Detroit. It feels like the Raiders
Nav
are
Man
going
just
to
said,
hold out for 2-1s, maybe until Sunday, and if no one meets that, maybe a little lower end. That's the sense I'm getting.
Nav Man says you're a stud, Harrison.
Shout out Nav Man. He's been here a while.
And I think that thought process that Harry said is probably right? Like, if you're the Raiders, you probably have your deadline. And if I was the Raiders, I'd go, hey, this is what I want. You have until this time to meet that deadline. If you don't hit it, then I'm just going to keep on waiting and waiting and waiting. But I do think if the team that Max wanted to go to offered that trade, he'd be gone.
Also, you know who's watching us today?
Who?
Mike.
Oh, Lions. Yeah, he's been here for a while. Shout out to my guy. He messaged me yesterday. He's like, what are the chances the Lions can get Maxx Crosby? I was like, yeah, dude, I don't know. I mean, if Detroit offered 2 first-round picks, and maybe they're trying to do that to up the price here a little bit on Chicago, who's in the race as well. But I'll tell you what, that little note there from Schefter is interesting, saying that Chicago is not in the lead. But I think that's also them trying to be like, hey, let's raise that price tag here a little bit. I'm at work, but I'm rocking with the nation. Shout out to Crystal Marie Mendoza. What are the chances we got a top 15 pick for Max? I mean, the only 2 teams that are going to give you a top 15 pick are the Rams at 13, Cowboys at 12. But I'll say, I think if you get 13 or 12, you're not getting another first-round pick. I don't think that you'd get another one.
Yeah.
What up, Robert? Forget Max. Sign Odafe Owe, Devin Lloyd, and Braden Smith. It's a lot of money. I mean, you're not going to be able to like take the Max money and turn that into those guys because Odafe Owe, I think, gets 20. I think Devin Lloyd probably gets somewhere around 20. I bet you Braden Smith probably gets somewhere around 20. I mean, that's $60 million compared to 30. Now, does that make it a little bit easier for you? Because right now you're probably sitting at like $90 million. Move on from Max. Now you're somewhere at like $120 million. But like, if you moved on from Alex Kappa, Geno Smith, Maxx Crosby trade, you're going to be somewhere in that 40, what is the number? 38.5, 38.5, about $43.5 million. Like, that makes it a lot easier then for you to go out and sign some of those bigger name free agents. No doubt about it. Stabler, Max for Miles straight up. Bro, I wish. Ace Boy, trade Max to the Rams. Let him chase a ring. When his guaranteed money runs out, sign him to retire a Raider when we are more Super Bowl ready. I'll tell you what, that's an interesting idea, but I think if the Rams make the deal for Crosby, and I think if Max ends up going elsewhere, I don't know if he's going to finish his career there. Again, anything can happen in the NFL. Because, I mean, here's the thing. If the Rams lose Stafford, Max is going to be like, what the hell do I do now? And for the Rams, I mean, they've always been about, like, F those picks, let's bring in the top players. The Rams were the team originally I thought would be the most interesting. Like, if you would have asked me a week ago who do I thought the number 1 team to trade for Max was, I would have said the Los Angeles Rams. What up, Rob? I love Max. Don't want to see him traded, but we are finally turning the corner. And if he can't see the vision, get on board, then it's about time. That right there. I agree. That I agree with. Stabler, what do the Raiders need? Spend on D and
Speed.
Oh, speed on D and speed on. I mean, we need a lot, dude. I mean, if you're going to run 3-4, you kind of have to go a little bit more speed, but you also need your defensive linemen to be able to win. And I don't know if we have any defensive linemen outside of the name of Maxx Crosby that can win a one-on-one, let alone a potential double team. So, like, you need your linebackers to be legit. You need your linebackers to be able to fly around the field. Your edges need to be able to get after the quarterback, pin their ears back, get north and south. We definitely need speed, though. We got a lot of needs, man. Got a lot of needs, unless you're saying EJ speed. As a nation, we are all frustrated, and I think we're all frustrated, and I think that's the point. If he's willing to play elsewhere, as much as it hurts, we are rebuilding. It's probably best to cut our ties and get the most Raider for life. And, JJ, I think this is the right way to think about it. I mean, this is the way I'm thinking about it. Brandon, absolutely have to get Linderbaum and or Braden Smith. I believe Linderbaum is a bigger need for us because I want us to get a center. At the same time, though, like $25 million for Tyler Linderbaum is a lot of money for a center. Tyler Biadasz, how much? 17 mil for Biadasz? I think Linderbaum is a perfect fit in Kubiak's offense, but then again, I mean, 25 mil is a lot of money. I don't know if he's going to get 25. I do think he's going to be around that 22 mark, though. June, when Maxx gets dealt, I hope we become an immediate success and become playoff Super Bowl contenders so Maxx can see what he missed out on. I'm petty right now. I mean, I'm not going to be petty towards Maxx, and I'm not going to be petty in this situation, but I agree with you. Like, there's going to be that little part of me, it's probably that little devil over my shoulder that's like, I hope Maxx sees what he's missing out on. Because I do. I think that we are going in the right direction. And I say it every single offseason. You have to be hopeful to be a Raiders fan. But this offseason does feel different. It does, man. It feels different to me. You know, and I am a believer. Like, I don't care. I don't know, like, what y'all believe in. I don't want to get into, like, religion or anything like that. But I am a believer then in, like, everything happens for a reason. I'm a believer when you put good energy out in the world, good stuff happens. But everything happens for a reason. I just look at how this entire season has gone. And if a Maxx trade ends up going down, then a Maxx trade ends up going down. Like, everything happens for a reason. It's just like, how do you handle the things that happen? Like, if Maxx is dealt, cool. How do we make sure that that was the right move? Unfortunately for the Raiders, they've done things that, like, there's been moves that the Raiders have done that I have agreed with, but then it doesn't end up working out the right way because I don't think the plan makes any sense at all. Monica, does Maxx only want one team, or are all teams an option? So the message I got the other day was apparently there's one team in particular that Maxx really wants to play for. I was told the Raiders are his second favorite option. So imagine you got Team A here, right? That's the team he wants to play for. Raiders were number 2. And then there was, like, one of the guys that I talked to said that he thought it was either this team or Raiders, nobody else. However, though, if the report from Schultz, which the report from Schultz was along the lines of, like, teams are starting to get the inclination that the Raiders are a little bit more willing to shop Crosby. And if you're the Raiders and you get a Micah Parsons type of deal, you just send him. Like, if right now, if a team offered the Raiders a Micah Parsons level type of deal, Maxx doesn't have a no-trade clause, you just move on from him. But I don't know. And I hate to say that, I don't know. But the last person that I talked to in regards to, I think what you're asking was, I heard it was Team A was the top team, Raiders were number 2, and that he wasn't really all that interested in playing in some other spots. To say that, I mean, I'll say this, like, if Maxx ends up getting dealt to one of those teams that maybe he doesn't want to go to, he's going to act like he's fired up to go. P.S. Tell me I'm wrong. Dallas offered 2 firsts, but Maxx wants Chicago. Dallas has moved on. I mean, I've heard Dallas has moved on to Trey Hendrickson. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I'm not going to tell you you're right. Matt, agree with Chugs. If Maxx doesn't want to put the Raiders first, why should Mark put Maxx first? Get the most for him you can. Because we're talking about football. The Maxx and Mark conversation is talking about money after football. And I think that's the biggest different fact. If Mark wants Maxx to be a part owner and part of this organization in a few years, like, how many people type me down below remember me saying years ago, LeBron James is going to be a minority owner in Las Vegas for a basketball team? I've been hearing it from people that are very, very high up for years. I think I've said that statement 10-plus times on this show. Businessmen want to make money. Guys that make money always want to make more money. And Mark Davis is a billionaire, but he wants to make more money. And Maxx wants to make more money. So I think we're looking at it from a football standpoint. They're looking at it from a business standpoint. But if you don't believe me with the whole LeBron thing, and if you haven't seen the news, there's a lot of rumors right now that LeBron James is going to be getting a team in Las Vegas. What up, Grandpa? You didn't call me for March Madness, Joseph K. I will look. Did you send a $50 Venmo? If you didn't send me a $50 Venmo, then you're not in. then you're not in March Madness. I'll refresh here real quick. I'm looking. Keith. Is it Joseph? I got you. Yep, you're right. I missed you. Good looks. That's on me. I'm sorry that happened. I actually hate that happened. Joseph K., I got you in. You're good. If you don't know what he's talking about, we do a March Madness bracket every single year where it's literally you against somebody else. 1v1 in a duck race. Did we do like 30 seconds, 40 seconds? I forget what we did. I think it was like 30 seconds. I think it was 2 halves because it's 2 halves, right? It's a 30-second duck race. It's a dead sprint. Whoever wins, you survive in advance. You have to win, what, 6? 6 games? 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, championship. You got to win 6 duck races. 6 duck races, you win $1,600. And essentially what we do is we take all of the people that get in, we put you in a bracket, and, like, we will actually have a bracket made. Like, it'll look like when you see your bracket for March Madness, it'll be a March Madness bracket. So it'll be like number 1 seed, Raider Ron. Ron's going to be a number 1 seed, right? And then it could be like up against the 16th seed. And typically the way that I do the seeds are how many times you enter duck races, how many times you bang on this show, how, like, do I know the name or not? Or are you somebody that's always showing up and showing out? Like, are you somebody that's always commenting? Like if Zalesbo got in, I'm putting Zalesbo as like a 3 seed, right? Like, that's Ron Raspberry. That's going to be a high seed. If you're somebody who I just don't recognize the name, that's where you get put in the 11, 12, 13. The cool part about the duck race is it's a 16 seed's got just as much of a chance to win as a 1 seed. Completely random. Completely random. Navman, when does March Madness start? When A, we fill up the entire spot, or B, when the actual games get going. So once the games actually start for the March Madness bracket is typically when I do it. And when does March Madness actually start? Isn't there like a lot of good basketball this week? So this says Selection Sunday is Sunday, March 15th. So that tells me that we will do our March Madness bracket right around that time. So, like, every time I go live, Tuesdays and Fridays or any other time I need to go live during free agency, we'll end up doing them. And then the March, it'll be over by April 4th at Lucas Oil. Just there. Awesome spot, man. Awesome spot. Steve, my flight lands around noon Saturday. If you end up going, I'll try and change my flight and be there for lunch. I mean, I don't want to make you change your flight, Steve, but there's a brand new spot in Dallas that I really wanted to try. My only scary part about telling people to go there is, God forbid, if Maxx gets dealt on Saturday, right? If Maxx were to get dealt on Saturday, I've told all these people that I'm going to be at this restaurant and then I'm not going to be there. Like, I don't want to make a commitment to go somewhere until Maxx is dealt. And that's just because it's not fair to you if you change your flight, Maxx gets traded, and now all of a sudden I'm like, hey, man, sorry, I can't do it. But there's a spot in Deep Ellum. It's called the Boyle Daddy. It's owned by, his name's Obi. He's a really good source, I think, for Raider Nation on Twitter. He's from L.A. He told me that he's going to be living in Dallas for the next few months to get his new spot up and running. But if you like seafood, yeah, I'm telling you this right now, I can't wait to go. Can't wait to go. Raider Rob, how come we haven't signed any free agents with our money? Rob. Are you sitting down, Rob? Free agency hasn't started yet, Rob. Or are you saying our guys? Why haven't we re-signed an Eric Stokes? Why haven't we, I don't know, brought back Jordan Meredith? Is that what you mean? Because if that's what you're saying, then I think the Raiders are just, it could be 2 reasons. One, those players could want to keep their options open. And I said this yesterday on the show that I got told that Dylan Parham could get paid a lot of money. And then as soon as that video went out, Jordan Schultz ended up tweeting out that Dylan Parham could get a lot of money on the open market. There's going to be guys that want to test it, right? And I don't blame players for wanting to test the market. Like, you can get paid like crazy amounts of money, but the legal tampering period. So when you're going to start seeing news happen officially, now if a player's cut, right? Like, let's say we cut Geno Smith right now. If you cut Geno Smith right now, he is actually allowed to then go sign and talk with other teams. Like, that can happen. But if you're on a team like right now, like the free agents that are on a team, because you're still technically on that team, you can't sign elsewhere. So once the new league year starts, it's the legal tampering period is when guys will start, and then it'll become officially official on March 11th at 4 p.m. Eastern. I hope that makes sense. He meant what he said. You're good. Yeah, free agency, the legal tampering period hasn't begun yet. That's why I said earlier, if a Maxx trade happens, it's going to happen before Monday at noon Eastern. Jacob, sup, guys? Did you end up getting croissants in San Francisco during the Super Bowl? Taco site part of Super Bowl trip. So we did go to the taco spot. What was that called? La Victoria. The orange sauce, unbelievable. It was super good. I mean, I walked in there, and, like, when I go to a place like that, I'm like, what would you order? And here's how I knew it was going to be good. Everybody was speaking Spanish. Everybody was speaking Spanish in the background. I'm like, all right. So I go up to her. I'm like, what would you get? And she goes, super burrito. I'm like, all right, I'm in. Though, LA Crash Dog, even Chug's like, I'm not getting that super burrito. Though the tacos you got, they looked really, really good. And we were joking because we're like, bro, we're about to eat this super burrito. I crushed the whole thing. And I'm like, I'm about to eat this burrito and then go do this Raiders event. I hope I don't shit my pants at this spot. We did go to a croissant spot. Began with a C. Queno? It was like, honestly, when I first saw it, I thought of Johnny Cueto. It's the only reason why I can remember it. But I got the super burrito, and I asked her what she would get. She hooked me up with chicken tinga and then everything on it, and with the orange sauce, unbelievable. How do you spell it? Cuneo is the bakery that Chugs and I went to. Awesome. They had fresh focaccia. The sweets that they had, I ended up getting I got a white chocolate lemon scone. Chugs, I also got like a breakfast, like with eggs. Dude, the morning bun was essentially what? It was like a cinnamon bun it was a cinnamon croissant, and they flip it upside down so that way, like, the maple syrup, when it runs through the croissant, it, like, crystallizes in the, dude, it's so good. I'm making myself hungry just talking about it. Yep. Making myself hungry just talking about it. What up, Raider Rick? Random news here. Two little things here. Before becoming a free agent next week, wide receiver Gunnar Olszewski reached an agreement on a one-year deal with the Giants. Olszewski. And then former Raider, the Cardinals have released defensive lineman Bilal Nichols, failed physical, and linebacker Akeem Davis Gaither. That's going to save them $10 million. Okay. Interesting. It's interesting. Raider Rick, love Max, but I'm petty. I hope the team he picks misses the playoffs and the Raiders make the playoffs 10 years in a row. I'll say this. I hope that you're right, because I would love for the Raiders to make the playoffs 10 years in a row. In terms of whatever happens with Max, whatever happens with Max happens with Max. Again, man, like, to me, Max has never done any ill towards me. The Crosby family has never done any ill towards me. I'm only going to root for the Raiders. I'm not going to root for Max to do bad. But I do want to be clear, if the Raiders go up against Maxx Crosby, I'm going to root for the Raiders, and I'm not going to root for Max, obviously. Raider Jester, I don't want anyone that doesn't want to be a Raider. I'm sorry, I like Max, just tired of all the rumors. If he didn't, I think he would put a stop. And you're right, Jester. Like, if you were tired of hearing something, and think about the type of guy Max is. Max, to me, is a no BS type of dude, right? Like, Max, to me, is a guy where he's going to tell you how it is, whether you like it or not. And the only time that he hasn't been exactly that is when people ask him, are you going to be a Raider? And I don't know if he truly knows, right? Like, I don't know if he does truly know, but I also don't think that he wants to lie to people, because I know he knows in the back of his mind, like, my team's really working hard on the back end to get me to go elsewhere. So I will always respect Maxx unless he does or says some crazy shit about the Raiders, but I don't see that ever happening. I don't. All right, we got some other random NFL news going down here. According to Ian Rappaport, the Dallas Cowboys have waived defensive tackle Perrion Winfrey. OU guy. Perrion Winfrey just released by the Dallas Cowboys. What up? Is that Flacco? 818? After some digging, he wants to go to the Lions. I mean, I'll say this. I know that Chicago is interested. And then, if you guys didn't see the video that I did, I put out a video on Monday where I said, I think the top 3 teams for Maxx Crosby, based on what I heard, Chicago Bears, Dallas Cowboys, Los Angeles Rams. The video that I did would have been, yesterday? I've made so many videos. Was it yesterday or Tuesday? Yesterday or Tuesday. I don't remember which one. It's one of the 2 days. You can go back and look at it. I added the Detroit Lions because I heard that the Detroit Lions offered a 2 first-round pick type of package for Maxx. And I don't know if the Lions are doing that to try to raise the price tag for maybe Chicago. Or Detroit is clearly interested. And I know Maxx grew up rooting for the Lions, so I do wonder if, is that the team that he wants to go play for? Only time's going to tell. But I do know the Lions are interested, no doubt about it. And as they should be. Aiden Hutchinson and Maxx Crosby, that's up there with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. Joey Taco. Is 2 first-round picks a realistic return? It depends who's giving it. If you want Dallas to give you pick 12 and then, another high pick, I don't see that happening. I would say if you get a 2 first-round pick, you're looking at a team maybe like Seattle that's picking, in the 30s. Maybe the Bears. Maybe the Lions are going to offer you something. I was under the impression the Cowboys and the Lions were the 2 teams that offered 2 firsts. But the best part is there's going to be stories, there's going to be rumors, there's going to be reports, there's going to be a lot of information around this until it actually happens. What up, Dylan? Lots of respect for how 98 has acted this offseason. A man and a Raider speak the truth and don't care about likes. He's no Raider to me. Oh, lost a lot of respect. I was like, I'm so confused here. Lost a lot of respect. Again, I'm not going to tell anybody how they should feel. I'm only going to tell you how I feel. And I don't blame Maxx for being frustrated, but I also don't blame Raider fans for feeling this exact same way. Right? I want Maxx to be a Raider for life. I thought Maxx wanted to be a Raider for life. But at the same time, Chuck's kind of and I think he played a good devil's advocate. If your significant other and you guys were engaged, but you're engaged for 7 years, sooner or later you're like, are we ever going to get married? Maybe that's how Maxx feels right now. And I also think this. I don't think he would ever admit it, but I don't know how many good years Maxx has left, only because of that knee injury. He knows he's not getting any younger. He's, 29 years old? He's talked about, he's 28 years old. He will be 29 at the start of the season. Maxx has talked about starting he wants to make music. He wants to fight in the UFC. I'm not saying, those are higher priorities than football. I'm not saying that at all. But, again, man, you're allowed to feel like this. I'm not going to blame you. I'm not. Nick, what up, dude? Maxx for Gibbs in a second. Who, Jahmyr Gibbs? That's a terrible trade for the Raiders. I would have a mental breakdown. I think I would break my headset if I saw that trade. Stabler, what if we made Maxx serve out his contract? Novel idea, huh? I don't really know how you can make him do it. I don't think Maxx is the type of guy that would sit out. But if you know that Maxx wants out, I think the Raiders are going to try to do right by him. Again, from what I understand, Raiders don't want to trade him. There's a reason why we're sitting here today. Maxx wants to be dealt more than the Raiders want to trade him. And I think now that the Raiders know that Maxx wants out, they're like, all right, F it. We're going to entertain trade ideas, and teams send them on in. According to, I don't know how reliable this guy is, but apparently the Raiders are one of the teams that are interested in Mike Evans. It's Tony Pauly. Grain of salt. I don't know. The Raiders, back shoulder, veteran wide receiver, like true X outside guy, connections with John Spytek, I can see it. But I think if I was the team going out and getting Mike Evans, it would probably be a little bit more of a win now type of move. Eric, being in the PNW? Okay. I keep hearing Seattle secretly being in the mix. From what I understand, the Seattle Seahawks have called the Las Vegas Raiders about Maxx Crosby. I have not been told whether or not a trade has been presented to the Silver and Black. So our guy, I was talking to the guy who covers the Seahawks here at Chat Sports, Will Ortner, and I was talking to him this morning about it, and I was like, what have you heard? Like, what's been reported? And he basically told me along the lines of the Seahawks are 100% interested. He also talked about, like, essentially yesterday, because I don't blame Seattle for thinking this, that the Rams made a big-time trade. How are you going to stay ahead of Los Angeles and Sean McVay? Is a Maxx Crosby trade, potentially that type of move where you can go out and get it. But I know that Seattle has called. They've asked the Raiders about Maxx Crosby. But to my knowledge right now here, I don't think that they've presented an actual trade to the Raiders. But I do think if you were going to get 2 first-round picks, that's going to be a team to watch out for. Pick 32 and whatever the first-round pick is next year. Husker, my guy, if Max is traded, not the Bears, my girlfriend is a Bear. My girlfriend is a okay, I think you're meant to say Bears fan. I don't think you should call your girlfriend a bear. I don't know if that's good. And so this is the most annoying coworker that's been chirping at me for months. That trade could send me to jail. Well, you need a get out of jail free card? I got one for you. Here, let me write it down for you. Let me get out of jail free. Get out of jail free. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Is this Y for yes, N for no? What I'm about to say has nothing to do with football, really. I love the way that the new Broncos, the vehicle, look. Alex loves the way the new Bronco vehicle looks. I feel like as a Raiders fan, I can't drive a Bronco. But also because O.J. Simpson. Is that a weird thing to say? Y for yes, N for no? As a Raiders fan, would you ever buy a Bronco vehicle? Like, if you just took off the Bronco, like, I think that's a vehicle that makes a lot of sense for me, my life, my dog Chuck. But, bro, I'm like, I can't drive a Bronco. Ace Boy, unless somebody gave me one for free, which I would be happy to take. Obi is my day one, been my dog for 20-plus years. Yeah, I've just recently started following Obi. Him and I have just recently started DMing. Again, man, like, and I hope me saying that's not a knock on Obi at all. It's just like anything, right? Like, he probably didn't even know who I was for a long time. Like, a lot of people are focused on their own thing. They're focused doing their thing. But if you guys don't know who Obi is, really good source on social media for the Raiders. A Dodge Charger, yeah. I don't think I'm not interested in the Charger, though. I'm going to find out that Audi's like something. No, I don't even really have a car. Alex is the one that drives the car. I have no vehicle this entire weekend. But in my limited interactions with Obi, I think he's a really good dude. I think he's got a good heart, and I can't wait to crush some Boiled Daddy. Yeah, I'm telling you right now, one of my favorite foods to get, crab is one of my favorite foods. Like, I like shrimp too. Like, if I'm going to get, but you can get lobster, crab, and shrimp all in one bag. Like, I don't know what the price is, but I'm not really worried about it because I think in the end of the day, like, I'm supporting a Raiders fan. I don't know, I think a lot of y'all think that way when you watch this show. It's like, yeah, some of the deals, you're like, dude, $300 for a boot. Like, that shit's crazy. But I'm supporting Raider Nation. I'm going to be supporting Obi no matter what. Jacob, trade Max to the Rams for Byron Young. I think you mean pick 13. Unless they change their pick. I don't know. Byron Young, pick 17, and a second this year. Signed Jalen Phillips, Nakobe Dean, and then, Terrell Edmonds? So you're thinking that Chicago cuts Terrell Edmonds? Tremaine? What are they? Oh, his brother's Terrell, right? Yeah, he's safe. He's not nearly as good. Sorry, but it's the truth. I mean, you get an edge. You get another outside linebacker. You get your weak side linebacker into Kobe. And then you probably get your Mike and Terrell Edmonds is how I would imagine that situation ends up going. I mean, like, again, does anybody think that Byron Young is better than Maxx Crosby? No. Does anybody think Jalen Phillips is better than Maxx Crosby? No. Does it but Maxx Crosby on a defense. Or you have Byron Young, Jalen Phillips, Nakobe Dean, Terrell Edmonds. Like, that's how I think Raider fans need to look at this Maxx Crosby trade. Don't look at it as, oh, man, we're losing Maxx. There's no way we're going to be able to replace Maxx. You're not going to be able to replace Maxx one player for one player. Can you replace Maxx, though, with 5 other starters? That's the hope. And when you have the amount of holes that this team has on offense and defense, that is the mindset that I think that we need to go forth with here as an organization. We are officially all caught up on all of the Super Chats. So here's what we're going to do, okay? There's no other news that's really happened today. We're kind of waiting around a little bit. So I'm going to offer y'all a deal. And this is going to be the best deal that I can give you. I have an entire show ready to rock and roll if Maxx Crosby is dealt. It's essentially Maxx Crosby replacements on the defensive line, at the D-tackle spot, or at the defensive end spot. Would you rather me do that video now? Or would you rather me do that video? Because, I mean, the timing of it's interesting. So my deal was going to be, if we get 3 bangs right now, I'm going to do that segment right now, and we're going to stay live for another hour. Because I'll probably need an hour between the duck race. I'll probably need all that stuff. If not, again, like, I've taken a lot of time away from Jeremy. I've taken a lot of time away from Reed, a lot of our other guys here at Chat Sports. If you want me to stay live for another hour, and I'm going to do an entire show that my team and I we've already prepared. We've already got it ready to rock and roll. If we get 3 bangs, I'm going to do it because that's going to tell me that you guys want me to stay. 2 bangs. Cast! Joey Bang! The MVP of today's program. I have a 2025 Bronco. Yeah, but you got a lot more money than I do, bro. Like, you got multiple cars. Like, if I could have your Corvette you got, I would rather have your Corvette than the Bronco. I don't got Corvette money. I don't even really have Bronco money. But not the sport version. It's definitely a nice, complete ride. I recommend stay away from Dodge and Fiat. Yeah, I was never thinking about them. They're hot shit. Not stunting, but I know you got a vet. 64 Stang, 25 Bronco. I don't even know what that 25 AMG GT53 is. I know my cars. I believe you. I was going to say, I mean, dude flies planes. Like Cass, Cass is one of those guys, I don't even know, bro. I've probably followed you on social media for like 3+ years now. And always, I mean, the black Corvette, low-key, is the car where if you're ever in Dallas, like, let's drive around a little bit. Let's drive around a little bit. Again, I mean, we got to meet Cass. That's probably over a year ago at this point, no? Went to Katie Ice House, one of the best spots down here in Dallas. I mean, if there's anybody out there that knows cars, I will always take recommendations because I'm not a car guy. Like, would anybody here get a self-drive? Like, I want a self-drive car. But Alex is like, you're not getting a self-drive car. You wouldn't get a self-driver? I mean, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I know you know your cars, though, Cast. I know you do. Out of all those, which one's your favorite? Mike J, trying to Venmo you for the duck race. This is actually an interesting statement here by Chris Sims. If Sauce Gardner gets 2 firsts and a player, Maxx Crosby getting 2 firsts and a player, I can tell you that. It might be more than that when it's all said and done. Come on, Chris. Hype him up. What if we just tweet it out right now? Like what's a good tweet that I could send out right now to drive up the asking price? Maxx Crosby has told me he wants to be a Raider for life. Like, I'm not going to tweet that out. I wouldn't do that. AMG is the Benz. Oh, okay. Okay. Ricky says F the self-drive. See, I just don't drive a lot. So, like, to me, I don't know. Maybe I should take more control. F self-drive. All right, I hear you. Reminder, y'all, if you want to get in for our duck race, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. I see a few people have added into this race. The last time that I checked, winner was going to go home with $260. The new names that I see on here are Fabian Moreno, who has by far the most ducks in this race, LA Crash Dog, and then I see Jose Salas. You are in, 20 to win, $290. Also, we have officially hit 30 people in March Madness. I see Martin Neal. I got you in. And then Eric Talotson. And Eric Talotson. You guys are both in as it stands. Both stands. Yep, more control from Ant. I know, not to get too sentimental, my mom's, like, old boyfriend, they were about to get married when I was 16, and unfortunately, he was in an automobile accident. That's why I won't ever drive a motorcycle, and unfortunately, he passed away. So, like, honestly, man, like, ever since that, I've just been a little bit more cautious about, like, vehicles and cars, and it's not so much like it's my fear. I love my mom to the end of the moon and back, but, like, it destroyed her. It would destroy anybody. So I don't know, man. Like, vehicles freak me out, and that July 1st, that's probably shit, dude. That's probably like 16 years ago. That's wild. Wild. If you want to get in, 290. Oh, boy. Oh, dude, we're having a car off. Who's got the better cars, Raider Ron or Cass Joey? Because the man, the myth, the legend, better than Scott Sterling, Raider Ron! Bang! Raider Ron! In the building. Cast. Nice cars. I own a 22 convertible Vet. I've been in it. Very nice. A 66 Stang. A 20 RAV4. And a 66 GTO LOL. I don't know what a GTO LOL is, but that sounds like it's a good car there. Is 66, is that the year you were born, Ron? Is that why you're like a big 66 guy, or is that like a really good year for cars? Who's got the better whips? RR for Raider Ron or CJ for Cass Joey? Let me know down below. Who's got the better whips? Black Lion Supreme says, wow.
I own a 2019 Kia Forte.
I currently lease a 2025 Audi. Is it a Q3? What's the SUV? Is the SUV? Yeah, I don't drive it. Alex drives it. I pay for it. Alex drives it. I don't know, man. Alex drives it. I pay for it. Which is fine. I walk to work. It's how we set it up. I'm seeing a lot of RRs down below. What? Can you put it up so I can see it? Oh, bro, yeah, that's a sick whip. I mean, like, to me, I want, like, FU money to get, like, an old whip. Like, I think, like, getting a really old car would be sick. But then again, like, I feel like I'd have to know about the car because I'm going to have some guy like Ron pull up to me and be like, oh, bro, that's that 66 GTO LOL. And I'd be like, yeah, laugh out loud. Ron, we are one bang away. Actually, hey, what do you think? We can do it. Let's do it. June. So, June, I'll just say this. You said, I love seafood boil. I hope that I have a good experience. Again, I don't know if it's the same out in L.A., but I'll say this. I'm really excited to be able to try it. I'll give you guys my God honest, opinion on it. But I respect your opinion, but I'm still going to go. I'm still going to try it, and I'm going to go support my guy, Obi, because he's been a really good guy to me. And, again, like, I've never met him, right? But like a lot of us, right? Like I've never met a lot of y'all, and I feel like I have a really good connection with a lot of people that watch this show all the time. But I think at the end of the day, it's about showing up, showing out for Raider Nation. You don't have to be blood to be family. And, at the end of the day, man, it's I'm going to go support them. We're going to get into a cut. We're going to be live for, so what, it's 4:10 right now. Can you give me 60 minutes on that clock? Can we get a countdown timer or just we'll do 60 minutes? Load! Cameron Abbott! Bang! It's fun to stay at the LCA. Let's go. The show still want to watch. Max for a first and a second this year, plus a player. I'd be fine if it's a top 15 pick. 2000 Toyota Tacoma. Awesome truck. 2009 Honda Accord smooth ride and some Hot Wheels. You know what, though? This tells me you like cars that you know are going to last. Like, when I asked my dad what car, like what vehicle I should get, he said, if you're going to buy a home, you should get a truck. So get a Toyota truck because they'll last a lifetime. And then when I asked Alex's dad, I go, what vehicle would you recommend? Because he worked, he was like in charge of basically like Grapevine, which is like a huge like automobile thing down here. And he was like, if I could recommend any truck that's like a good investment, any Toyota truck. And like that's all they have are Toyota trucks. So we are going to extend the show. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go through and I have an entire show already prepped for all you guys. It's going to be around my top free agent targets at the defensive tackle and defensive end spot. You're going to hear me say if Maxx Crosby probably gets traded a lot, but the way that I designed this show was with the mentality that Maxx Crosby is going to be traded. I built it this morning before all the other Max stuff ended up going down today, just based off of some of the stuff that I heard yesterday, Tuesday, Monday. This whole week's already been a blur. And then we got a duck race to do. I would say we could turn this into a shit show, but I'd be so nervous that I'd get sloppy and then Max shit happens and then I'm just a disaster. So, shout out to LCA, Raider Ron, Cast Joey. The show must go on. Yo-Yo, I'll play the vehicle game. I have a 2022 Honda Ruckus. Flex that shit, Yo-Yo. Jacob, sources saying Bears offered 2 firsts and more, but the Raiders didn't like the contract. Who else do the Raiders want from the Bears? I'll say this. I have not heard 2 firsts and more. I have not heard that. Now, obviously, DJ Moore's already been traded, but I can reach out to our guy Harrison here for the Bears. I don't think that that's actually true, unless you're saying your sources have told you that. And I'm not saying your sources are wrong. I don't think that that's true, based off the information that I have. So, never know. Never know. What do we got? Okay. Sounds good. So what, it's going to be a highlight cut? Okay. No, I don't think we need to push it immediately. I think we can hang on to it. My next vehicle will be a Trackhawk. What is a Trackhawk? Oh, okay, Jeep. Honestly, I like Jeeps. When we went to the combine, we got one of those Wagoneers. Dude, they were sick. Big vehicle. Like, if I ever had multiple kids, I think Wagoneer would definitely be a vehicle up there I would consider. Just getting a Wagoneer for one person just seems like a waste of money. But a sick vehicle, dude. I loved it. Probably one of the nicer vehicles I've ever been in. Rick Kelly said, I just got in the duck race. Well, Rick, I will look to double confirm. And I can confidently say that Mo Chavez is in. I can see that Richard Kelly is also in. $20 Venmo, chance to win $320 here on the Raiders. Oh, wait, that's a lie. Sorry, I actually put you guys in March Madness. 20 to win. $310, though we did just get 2 more people. Rebel Montana. Rebel, I'm happy that you joined, because Rebel's always like, I'm always a one and done. Never know. Maybe this year's going to be different. And then Michael Johnson. If you're wondering if you can get in multiple times for the March Madness, the answer to that is no. If I go through and I see that you are in multiple times, I will just send you your money back, just so you know. So you can only get in one time. It's lame if we got multiple people in. It's everybody gets in one time. Rebel is in the March. Let's go, Reb. Let's go. I'm rooting for Rebel. I'm just letting you guys know. I'm rooting for Team Rebel. So, Reb, you did just win. Not just one, but I feel like you won $1,600 on a. It was like the biggest duck race of the year. What show was that? That was the show we gave over like I think we gave away over like $4,000 that show. It was $1,600 to first place. Rebel won that, and then it was like $1,000 to second, $1,000 to third. Lewis said he sent money in a few hours ago. Let me see here, Lewis. Lewis, I don't see your name on here. Let me check, Lewis. Let me check. Lewis, is your name Charles? Because it's the same last name. Is that you? Lewis, is it Charles? Yes, no, maybe so. Yes, no, maybe so. Let me know. All right, y'all. I'm just trying to buy some time. So, what we're going to do now, shout out to Cass Joey, Raider on, Lord Cameron Abbott. We're going to get into our cut that I have here, and it's going to be around just the top defensive tackles, the top defensive ends that I want the Raiders to pursue in NFL free agency. And because I believe Maxx Crosby is going to be dealt, every single player that I'm going to talk about is going to be in regards to Max getting dealt. So please just keep that in mind. Basically, the way that this show is going to go is the way that I did my free agent targets. Actually, I don't think you guys have seen that video yet. Never mind. I did a video with like cornerbacks and safety targets. That video is not out on the channel, but I've already pre-recorded it. So it's going to be 5 and 5. 5 DTs, 5 defensive ends. But I think it's going to be 5 defensive ends and then 5 DTs, right? Is it D ends first? Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. We got one more super chat to get to. I will get to that, though, after this segment, if that's okay with all of y'all. Though, I think we got to get to that one now, though. It literally just happened. That was actually not the one that I think Rebel was talking about. But, I mean, all right, hey, Cass, I'm learning stuff here. Because Cass Joey Bang! No offense to the folks who like Jeeps, but look up the most unreliable vehicles. Jeeps take 5 out of the 10 top spots. Most run on a Fiat 300 engine. Stay away. And nobody is seeing the Z06 with Venturi tuned. I only race for slips. You're speaking a different language to me right now. Do a play-by-play on Marsh throw on the combine. Oh, so what? You're saying, what is a Z06? Z06 Venturi. Let's see. Oh, it's an engine. All right. I'm like, is this a car? Like, first thing I thought it was like a Z, like that Z350 or whatever the hell it's called. That was like one of my favorite cars when I was in high school. I only race for slips. What does that mean? Like money? What are you getting? Slips? Car for car? I just saw a nipple from Reed. Well, like, so you're saying, like, all right, if I win, I get your car? Like, that's crazy. That's FU money. I don't have that. I feel like the person that loses needs the car more. No? Bayou Raider Bang! Just a shout out to Mitch Bro, you're good. The Elite's brother also. Big shout out to Mount Raider more. Shout out to Bayou Raider. Again, y'all, I love doing this show. I love being able to hang out with all of y'all. I love being able to just talk about the Raiders because don't get me wrong, like when you get all the news and updates that Maxx Crosby this, Maxx Crosby that, I want to talk to all of y'all. Right, just like you guys want to talk to me. So, it's I love doing this show. I'm always going to do this show. And I can't wait to Bayou, you know what you did the other day? I know you and I talked on the phone for a little while, but like what you did the other day, I mean, huge shout out to you, man. Like it was super, super humbling, and I really appreciate it. Gunny just finished the wedding. My alarm for the Raiders Report lives went off in the middle of the ceremony as I was reading the vows. What up, fam? Heading out to dinner, saveawarrior.org for veterans and first responders struggling. Go to saveawarrior.org/donate. Tell them Father Tom sent you. So, wait, you're telling me, before you started, for those of you that don't know the full context, LA Crash Dog, everyone, can we get some congrats down below? LA Crash Dog officiated his daughter's wedding today. And, because I can remember, like, Alex's dad goes, everyone put your phones away. Everyone put it on silent. Did you say the exact same thing and then your alarm ended up going off? I'll tell you this. If that's on camera and if I can see it, I would love to be able to put that on this show. I think that shit could go viral. Like, that would be hilarious, man. That would be unbelievable, man. Congratulations to you. I love that you felt like you had to tell me that. My alarm for the Raiders Report lives went off in the middle of the ceremony. Crazy, dude. Congratulations to Gunny, man. Rebel says, Rebel, go eat then. You don't got to wait for me. Go ahead. I don't know what I'm going to make for food when I get home. I got a bunch of burgers. My mom got me Omaha steaks. Omaha! For my birthday. Been crushing burgers, man. Been crushing burgers. So, congrats to you, Gunny. That's freaking sick. And that's an unbelievable story. That's an unbelievable story. Ready for the cut. Ready for the cut. Coming up, let's talk about the top replacements. What's the sponsor? Yep. Okay. We're good. I just wanted to make sure I had it on / I knew where I needed to be. All right, y'all. Coming up, we're going to talk about the top replacements for Maxx Crosby when he is ultimately traded before NFL free agency. Now, again, you're going to hear me say if, but this entire show is built and it's scripted on the basis that the Raiders will be moving on from Maxx. I'm saying it now, just so I'm probably going to say it again later. Cool? Let me get one sip, and then we're going. My nose is driving me nuts. I'm sorry. It's disgusting. But I feel like I'm going to lose my voice here. My ears are popping. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's get it. Free agency is right around the corner, and if you want to be up to date on all things going on around the Raiders, I promise you this, you're going to know who the Raiders sign by watching this show before you see it on television. Hit that subscribe button, turn on those notifications, because if you want to know who the best Maxx Crosby replacements are in the open market, I'm about to tell it to you right now here on the Raiders Report. Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Renz here, host of the Raiders Report. And coming up on today's show, we're going to be looking at free agent targets at the defensive end and defensive tackle position. Because Rob Leonard is going to be running a new defense, a new 3-4 scheme, I do think, this should also say 2025, running a 3-4 defense this upcoming season, it's going to look a little bit different, right? We've been running a 4-3 in years past. So what I tried to do today, I tried to rank the top 10 defensive linemen that the silver and black should target. We're going to look at defensive ends first, and I have them ranked from 5 all the way down to 1. I decided to sprinkle in a few little honorable mentions there because obviously replacing Maxx Crosby is not going to be easy to do, and I want to be very clear. You're not going to be able to replace Maxx with just one player. So it's going to take an entire team effort. Then we will get into some of the defensive tackles that I want the silver and black to pursue. If you don't know when the legal tampering period begins, Monday, March 9th at noon Eastern time. I'm recording this video right now on March 5th. I believe Maxx Crosby will be traded. And I believe Maxx Crosby will be traded before that time there, because if I'm John Spytek, if I'm Clint Kubiak, I want to know what I have going into the biggest NFL free agency period of my life. In the same breath, the other team that's making the deal wants to know. And if I'm the Raiders, I'm putting a strong deadline of saying, hey, send me your top offers by this time. Whatever the top offer is, I'm going to take that deal. We got $88.1 million according to Over the Cap. If you move on from Crosby, you add an extra $30.8 million. It's a lot of money. The other really important part about the whole Maxx Crosby contract is his 2027 contract becomes fully guaranteed on the third day of the new league year on March 13th. So, again, to the entire audience out there, I am making this video, and I did these rankings based on the mindset that Maxx Crosby will be traded. So, when you look at this defensive line without the Condor, I mean, I hate to say it, but it's the God-honest truth. This is probably the worst defensive line in the National Football League. And if you're like, well, then why the hell would we move on from Maxx? When you got multiple holes on both the offense and the defensive side, by trading away Maxx Crosby, you might be able to turn that one player into 4 to 5 other potential starters, which is what I want Raider Nation to have that mindset of. So when we break down these top players, we're going to go from 5 all the way down to 1. I'm not saying that these players are based on just how good they are. What goes into it is overall fit in our Rob Leonard defense. It's going to go down to price tag, age, all of that gets added into 1. So coming up here, number 5 on my list for Raiders free agent defensive end targets. I'm going to butcher this guy's name, Arnold Ebiketie. He played for the Atlanta Falcons last season, and if you're looking for upside, I do actually think that Ebiketie here does have some really solid upside at 27 years old. He did only have 2 sacks just a season ago, but I watched this guy at Penn State, and he would be a really interesting fit as a defensive end. I also think that he would be an intriguing option as well as a potential outside linebacker that you could put as a stand-up guy. But he's a really good athlete. He had 6 sacks the year before, but 67 games played, only 12 games started, and he does fit this defense. I figured I would throw this stat in here because I knew a lot of people were going to like it. Last year, again, in a limited role in Atlanta, he had a 16.8% pass rush win rate. For context, Maxx Crosby last season had a 14.4%, which that's pretty good if you ask me. The PFF projected contract, which is going to be the projected contract that you're going to see on all of these players that I break down, 2 years, $16 million, $8 million per year. So if you move on from Maxx, maybe you get a guy like Ebiketie here. Last 4 seasons, you can see the 17 games played. He's been a consistent player. He's never missed a game in his NFL career. The 2024-2023, the sack numbers are really good. The quarterback hits, but how efficient he was. And I've thrown out this name I don't know how many times since I've done this show because I always remember when, Benson Mayowa was a great third down blitzer for the Raiders. He had 8 sacks in 1 season, but he played a limited role. If you're looking for somebody to be able to come in here and probably play like, I'd say 400 to 500 snaps, but really, really help you out getting after the quarterback, this is definitely somebody at age 27 you should keep in mind. Let's go to number 4 here. It's going to be Draymond Jones, who played for the Baltimore Ravens and the Tennessee Titans last season. At 29 years old, he's coming off a year where he had 7 sacks. The reason why I think that that's interesting, this is actually a career high for him, which that's a good fit. The other really important thing is our brand new Raiders defensive line coach, Travis Smith. He coached Draymond Jones last season because in the first 9 games, he had 4.5 sacks. 4.5 sacks when Travis Smith was the defensive line coach in Tennessee. Mike McCoy also comes from Tennessee. So there is a little bit of that connection there. And I know that the Raiders want versatility. So if you can find somebody that can play that outside linebacker role, that can play that defensive end role, it just gives you more flexibility to figure out, where are you going to put J.J. Pegues? Where are you going to put Tonka Hemingway? Where are you going to put a Tyree Wilson? If you had a Draymond Jones, it helps fill, I think, a few extra holes that this team, again, desperately needs. But the 24 quarterback hits there are very eye-popping, and I really thought about putting him higher on this show, but at the end of the day, I was like, you know what? I just can't rank him higher than the three other players that I'm going to be talking about because, again, I'm talking about the Raiders trading away Maxx Crosby and you trying to replace him. Does he have AFC West experience? Yes, that does matter to Mark Davis. It does matter to some people in this organization. Our Raiders assistant general manager, Brian Stark, was a part of the Denver Broncos for multiple seasons, so he probably has a little bit more background information on a Draymond Jones. Let's go to number 3 here in our defensive end rankings that the Raiders should pursue in NFL free agency if they do ultimately move on from Maxx Crosby. I'm going to put Trey Hendrickson here at 3. Some people might be shocked that Trey's at 3. And I think if you were to ask a lot of people who's the top defensive end in free agency, it's Trey Hendrickson. Who's the top guy out there? Some people have Trey ranked number 1 overall. The reason why I'm not going to put Trey at number 1 overall is 2 reasons. One, I don't really like how he handled the whole situation in Cincinnati last season. Didn't really get a lot of playing time, only like 285 snaps, I think is what it was. But he did have 35 sacks, and from 2023 to 2024, I believe that he's an elite pass rusher. There have been, though, rumors, and players have come out and said that they think that Trey takes plays off when it's the running game because he's really only focused on getting sacks because a lot of defensive ends know, hey, if I get a lot of sacks, I'm going to be able to go out there and get paid. And I think he's very, very average against the run. The PFF projected contract, 1 year, $21 million. If you told me right now I get Trey Hendrickson on a 1-year prove-it deal, I would rank him number 1. I don't think he signs a 1-year deal because that was like a big gripe that he had with Cincinnati that he wanted a long-term contract. And I do think that Hendrickson, the way that this market's going to go is there's going to be teams interested in Maxx. If they don't think that they can get Maxx, they're going to shift their attention to Trey. And because Trey's going to know his value, he's going to get a multi-year deal, in my personal opinion. But in 2024, 2023, again, like those numbers, they're jumping off the page. There's no doubt about it. But I do think if you add a defensive end with a 3-4, you need to have somebody that is at least a contributor against the run. And paying a guy the amount of money that we're going to pay Trey to not really show up against the run, I don't know if that's the smartest decision for this organization. Let's go to number 2 here on the list. Well, actually, before we get to number 2 on the list, if there's any Raiders fans out there that are looking to get their hands on some Raiders Report merch, I got a special deal for you. Usually the hat, $24.99. The shirt, usually $24.99. If you put the hat and the shirt both in your cart at chatsports.com/RR shop, you're going to be able to save $10. I want Raider fans, obviously, to get Raiders Report gear because, yeah, it definitely helps me. And if you haven't seen Chugs being a model, go hover over the hat picture on at that link down there below. But the biggest reason why I want people to get Raiders Report gear, I want y'all to introduce yourself to each other. And I think if I saw another Raiders fan wearing a Raiders Report hat, wearing a Raiders Report shirt, I'd go up and I'd introduce myself. I want to take this show to the next level. I want to take this community to the next level. So if you want to get to know other Raiders fans, get your hands on some brand new Raiders Report merch. Let's go to number 2 here, and it's going to be Khalil Mack. If you would have told me that I'd have Khalil Mack ranked this high in my free agent defensive end targets a few weeks ago, I don't think I would have believed you. Like, I really don't think that I would have. And we had a super chat earlier on this program, and it was essentially along the lines of, like, it would be a really good PR move for the Raiders if they trade away Maxx Crosby to go out and sign Khalil Mack. And I 100% agree with that statement. Now, I'm not just saying that, like, you don't go out and sign players just for PR stunts. That's just a bad organizational move. But Khalil, from what I understand, is actually contemplating retirement. But I do wonder, could you bring him back to the team that drafted him? Could you bring him back to retire a Raider? And I do think that Mack fits that 3-4 defense. He can line up as an outside linebacker. He's still very good against the run. He's still very good against the pass. He did play under 500 snaps last season, and his snap totals over the past 3 seasons have gone down year after year after year. But to be able to finish his legendary career with the Raiders, I think would be a really, really cool experience. I also think it would soften the blow of a Maxx Crosby trade for Raider Nation. But at 1 year, $14 million, you give him a prove-it year right off into the sunset because he did play in only 12 games last season. He's got some injuries, and he's freaking 35 years old. But I know that Khalil Mack is a very well-liked and respected player. I think this would go over extremely well in the locker room. And I think if you bring in Khalil, the Raiders, to me, in my mind, still need to draft a defensive end. Bringing in a Khalil Mack to help groom our next defensive end that we draft. And again, if you trade Crosby, I think that defensive end is going to be either in the first, second, or third round. Groom that player with Khalil Mack and have that two be a dynamic duo to help you replace Maxx Crosby. So let me know down below, which defensive end do you want the Raiders to sign the most? You're about to get hit with a YouTube ad break. While that ad is playing, scroll on down, give me your answer, because I think my answer might surprise some people. The number one defensive end that I would want the Las Vegas Raiders to sign in free agency is Jadeveon Clowney. And Clowney, man, has been a really good and underappreciated player on the defensive side of the football over these past few seasons. And I'm down here in Dallas. I've watched a lot more Clowney games just because I got the opportunity to do it. 41 tackles, 8.5 sacks. I get it. He's 33 years old. But you also got to think about where the Raiders are at right now. And I think if you bring in Clowney on a one-year prove-it deal, he's been able to prove to you and all of the NFL that he can go to a brand-new team and succeed right away. I mean, 23.5 sacks over the past 3 seasons. He's played on 7 teams in the last 8 years. Also, only Micah Parsons and Will Anderson Jr. topped his 19.1% pressure rate in 2025. Jadeveon, like early on in his career when he was first coming out, South Carolina, obviously went to the Houston Texans. There was a lot of rumblings that, like, he can't get after the quarterback. He's not getting sacks. He's starting to get sacks now, and also he's so good against the run. Like, I don't know if you're going to be able to find a defensive end that is a legit top 20 run stopper. Like, when I think of Maxx Crosby, one of the most underappreciated things that Max does is his impact on the run game. Out of all the defensive tackles that I taught, or defensive ends that I talked about today, Jadeveon Clowney is the best run stopper out of that group. So if you were to ask me, Mitch, who do you think could honestly help us replace Max easily, 1-for-1? Jadeveon Clowney, because of what he provides in the ground game. And in a 1-year contract worth $10 million, sign me the F up. 13 games, 14 games over the past 2 seasons. But to me, when he's out there on the field, he is making an impact, both as getting after the quarterback and against the run, which is what Maxx Crosby has done for the Silver and Black. Now, I do want to throw in some other honorable mentions in here because, again, I didn't really think when I first started breaking down this show that I was going to have a lot of these older defensive ends, and then I realized, I'm like, dude, the defensive ends in this open market here are very, very old. Cameron Jordan has made it clear that he's not going to be going back to New Orleans, or New Orleans is not going to be going back to him. He's already got his hair silver, so I think like that already makes it a little bit easier right there. But Cameron Jordan is a legend, 36 years old. Can you bring him in for a 1-year type of deal? What about Joey Bosa? I know Max and Bosa don't like each other. They've made it pretty well known that they're not fans of each other. Kind of be a little bit of a funny thing to see if this would ultimately be the replacement. But Bosa in back-to-back seasons played over 600 snaps. And I know he's had a lot of injuries throughout his career. He showed last season that he can be healthy. Excuse me. And he showed last season in Buffalo that he can be a consistent player. So I just wanted to throw in those 2 other names right there. Coming up next here, though, on the show, we're going to look at some of the top defensive tackle free agents for the Raiders. And again, 3-4 defense. So we got to figure out what guys maybe we can line up at nose, that we can also line up at defensive end, that we can also line up at defensive tackle. And you're going to be looking for a bunch of those different guys. If anybody out there is looking for an awesome chain, I got the hookup, 50% off. You heard that right. 50% off. How? GLD.com. Use code CHAT. And if you do end up getting a chain from GLD, make sure you tell them that Mitchell Renz from the Raiders Report sent you. That way I can keep on hooking you guys up with some of these awesome deals. But let's face the facts, y'all. Every guy, we all got our go-to pieces. The shoes that go with everything. The one pair of jeans that fit just right. That T-shirt that always looks clean no matter what you pair it with. Well, I also want you to be able to elevate your game. Get one of these awesome GLD chains because they got pennants, bracelets, even a nice selection of watches. Whether you keep it simple or you like a little bit of shine, they got you covered. 2 million customers, 50,000 5-star reviews. Also, GLD offers every price point from the entry-level 18-karat gold plated, which is kind of like the one that I got on right now. They also, though, the piece, it's comfortable. It's like not heavy. Like there's some chains that I've worn like low key. When I had my bachelor party, I bought a bunch of chains. You know, I was like, shit, it's my bachelor party. I was like, let's rock out a little bit. How heavy they were and how clunky they were, I didn't love them. Some of them I loved, some of them I didn't. With the GLD chain, though, I love versatility, right? If we're looking for versatility in a 3-4 Rob Leonard defense, the versatility of the chain that I have on right now, it's great because I can wear it here to work, right? This is a chain that I can rock at work. I rock it all the time because I want y'all to know I rock with the nation. But at the same time, I can take the Raider emblem off, and then I got a dope gold chain that I can wear out for date night with my wife. My wife loves Raider Nation, but she doesn't want me to wear the Raiders shield when we go out for date night. Bottom line is this. If you believe me, and I hope that you do because I do wear these chains all the time, work hard and change the game. For a limited time only, new customers are getting an insane deal. Use code CHAT, C-H-A-T, to get 50% off at GLD.com. That's 50% off with code CHAT at GLD.com. After you make your purchase, they're going to ask you where you heard about them. Make sure you tell them Mitchell Renz from the Raiders Report ended up sending you. Let's now get into some of these defensive tackle free agent targets. And some of you might think you know who's going to be number one. It's not the person that I've been putting as my number one defensive tackle free agent target. And it's kind of crazy. I go back and I think about my original top 10 list. It would be completely different based on what we need and what we have right now in a 3-4 defense. Let's go to number 5 here on my list. I'm going to go with Daquan Jones. Played last season with the Buffalo Bills. And what I love about Jones here is that versatility. This is somebody who you're going to be able to line up as a defensive end, as a nose, as a defensive tackle. And the reason why that's really good is because the Raiders last season, they drafted Tonka Hemingway, they drafted J.J. Pegues. So I think it's really important to let those players develop. Also, Tyree Wilson has made it very clear to me that he wants to be a 3-tech. Keep on using them there and keep on rotating. The more and more players that we can kind of plug and play, I think the better that this 3-4 Rob Leonard defense is going to be. He's also super well known for being an outstanding veteran. And if you lose your captain, if you lose the face of your franchise, you need to find as much leadership as possible because I do believe that teams take on the identities of their leaders. Just like the Raiders last season, I think that team kind of took on a little bit of an identity of Geno Smith and Pete Carroll. I'm not going to lie. But a 1-year, $4.5 million deal for a player coming off a season, and again, it's not unbelievable, but $4.5 million, Daquan Jones would be one of the better defensive tackles on our team. Would he be a starter? I hope not. But would he be a good, rotational guy that we'd be able to move in and out with Adam Butler, John Ulalu, Tonka Hemingway, and J.J. Pegues to make sure all of our young guys are staying healthy and, I guess, active? Yes, I absolutely believe that. Let's go to number 4 here. It's going to be Sebastian Joseph Day. Great number. Elite number. But also he's got the connection with Travis Smith. And you're going to hear me say that name multiple times, but Travis Smith is the new defensive line coach now that Rob Leonard is the DC. At 6'4", 310 pounds, a big boy, 30 years old. But I also know that defensive tackle is one of those positions that have proven you can play deep into your late 30s. 483 snaps in back-to-back seasons, who is a good rotational DT. The way that I would want Sebastian Joseph Day to be used, it's kind of the way I would want Isaiah Paul-Amau to be used, where I think Isaiah Paul-Amau is an outstanding third safety. Just like I think Sebastian Joseph Day is a really good third defensive tackle. Do I want Isaiah Paul-Amau to start? No. Do I want Sebastian Joseph Day to start? No, not really. But because of that connection, 1 year, $6.5 million, that's intriguing to me, and he's been able to show that he can stay healthy. We need consistency. When you have the amount of holes that this Raiders team has from top to bottom, if you're going to go out and you're going to spend, you want to make sure that guy's healthy, obviously, duh. But because he's got the Mike McCoy and Travis Smith connection, just a little bit of an extra reason why I decided to put him here at number 4. Let's go to number 3, John Franklin Myers. Throughout this entire offseason, I have had John Franklin Myers as my number 1 defensive tackle target for the Las Vegas Raiders. The biggest reason why he's at number 3 now is I don't know if he's as good of a fit in a 3-4 as what I thought he would have been able to be a fit with Maxx Crosby. In my mind, John Franklin Myers, Maxx Crosby was a lot more intriguing than just John Franklin Myers, if I'm being transparent. 25 tackles, 7.5 sacks last season, but 17.5 sacks the past 2 seasons combined, has only missed the 5 games. It's just the contract. you're going to see how much it's going to cost to go out and get a lot of these different players. 3 years, $45 million, $15 million per year. It is a lot of money, and I know that he's a good pass rusher in terms of the defensive end, defensive tackle position. But I just think that the value does concern me a little bit, and I wonder, can we make better investments in some other areas? Again, like I just didn't know if I like John Franklin Myers as much in our current defensive system. Now, he's played a lot of games. He's been a good player in Denver, but Denver also has a lot of talent on that defensive side of the football, which is I really think also helped him get more one-on-one opportunities. And because he's not the biggest guy in the interior, I'm looking for the big boys on the interior, which is exactly why I have DJ Reader now ranked higher than John Franklin Myers, coming in here at number 2. When you run a 3-4 and when you look at our defensive tackle room, I need guys that eat up space. Eat up space to free up our outside linebackers, to free up our other edge rushers to be able to go out and get after the quarterback, right? DJ Reader, that's what he's going to do. He hasn't been nearly as good as what he was when he was with, like, Cincinnati. Cincinnati, that was probably prime DJ Reader. Now, at 31 years old, no doubt about it, starting to slow down just a little bit. But I still think that he is an above-average starting defensive tackle who helps you get after the quarterback, helps you in the running game. 3 straight seasons, over 500 snaps played. And if I can get him at $4.5 million, that's a much better value to me than John Franklin Myers. So I know you're going to look at the numbers that says 0 sacks. I don't really get too concerned about that. I just think about the type of impact player that he is, right? Like, look at DJ Reader as a basketball player who he might only score 8 points a game, but dude's bringing in 12 to 13 boards, and he's a major impact on the defensive side, and he's changing the way guys shoot the ball. DJ Reader makes other players around him better. And when you have as many question marks as we do, we need a guy like Reader. Like, if you like the impact Adam Butler was able to provide, different styles of players, but Reader is a solid guy, no doubt about it. So let me know down in the comments section, which defensive tackle do you want the Raiders to sign the most? Obviously, my number 1 DT is about to come up here on this program. So before you get hit with that YouTube ad break, don't wait until you see my answer. I want you to let me know down below the number 1 defensive tackle you want the Raiders to go out and get. The number 1 tackle that I want the Raiders to sign in free agency, David Onyemata. And this is somebody that I've had ranked on my show before. I never had him ranked at number 1. At 6'3", 300 pounds, what he was able to do for Atlanta last season, again, he's getting up there in age, 33 years old, but I've learned that defensive tackles can play mid-30s, late 30s, 62 tackles last season, 7 tackles for loss. The reason why I really like this signing here is he is really good against the run. Top 10 against the run last season, according to PFF, 74.2 run grade. Also, that great fit in a 3-4 defense. Defensive end, defensive tackle. He's going to be able to line up over the center. He's going to be able to line up against the guard. He's going to be able to line up against offensive tackle. The PFF projected contract of 1 year, $3.5 million. I did think that was a little bit low. He might end up getting a little bit more money, no doubt about it. But, like, it's consistency. And I want to know that I'm getting consistency at that position. And if I don't have to break the bank, if I can still have him be a great veteran presence, he would be, in my personal opinion, the best defensive tackle that we have on our roster. And, you know, a lot of those guys that I just showed probably would be the best defensive tackle that we have on the roster. But just like I showed for defensive ends, I do want to show y'all an honorable mention. And I always say Father Time is undefeated. I don't know, bro. Calais Campbell might be able to beat Father Time. He's still playing at like a legit top 15, top 10 defensive tackle in the NFL. 39 years old. He's still able to get after the quarterback. He is a mountain of a human being in terms of PB, like just breaking up passes. He's a monster in the run game. He can still get after the quarterback. Calais Campbell, I have to add him here to this list because the only way I would bring him in is on a 1-year deal. But if Calais Campbell would be interested in joining the Raiders, I think people would be crazy not to want Campbell to be on this roster. So one more time here. We're looking for Maxx Crosby replacements at the defensive line position, whether it's defensive end and defensive tackle in free agency. I believe Jadeveon Clowney, Khalil Mack are my top 2 options. Then there's a tier gap there with Trey Hendrickson, and then there's another tier gap there with Draymond Jones and then Arnold. Then you look at the defensive tackles. Daquan Jones, Sebastian Joseph Day, tier gap. John Franklin Myers, tier gap. DJ Reader, David Onyemata. That's how I look at all of these defensive linemen. Again, you're not going to be able to replace Maxx Crosby 1v1. The way that you should look at it is, all right, if I move on from Maxx, when I ultimately move on from Maxx, I'm going to save $30 million. How do I use that $30 million? And how do I use that draft capital to make sure that we do our best to replace 98? If you enjoyed today's show, huge shout out to you. You can always give me a follow on Instagram and Twitter. I'm Mitchell Renz 365. And friendly reminder out there, I am going to be live a ton, and I mean a ton during NFL free agency. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 20-plus hours. I expect to see the real ones there. I had a tickle in the back of my throat for the last 2 minutes of that, so hang on a sec.
Rick, Bears fan, I think Maxx is staying in Vegas. Well, thank you, Eric.
We'll see, Eric. We'll definitely see. My understanding is Maxx has a top team that he wants to go to, and if that top team doesn't...
Oh, that's awesome.
What?
LCA said he just got the care package.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, that's probably one of the better care packages I've sent out there. You obviously deserve it, but shout out to you. Yeah, my understanding is Maxx wants to play for one team, and then the Raiders are that second option. But I think if I'm the Raiders at this point, if I know Maxx wants to be dealt, I'm still going to trade Maxx at this point. Like, to me, we're almost at the land of no return point. If we don't get a good enough offer, you don't trade Maxx Crosby. If you get a good enough offer and Maxx is like, oh, I don't want to go there, too bad. Too bad. You made your bed, got to lay in it. Too bad.
All right. We're going to get into our duck race here in just a moment. So, one of your last chances to get in, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365 to get in on the duck race for today. I believe the winner right now would get $330. So, if you want a chance to win, $20 Venmo to get in on that action right now.
Michael, I saw your message. I got you in, Michael. You're good. Like, if I see $50 Venmo, I'm just going to put you in. So I got you. I saw you just messaged me something. You're good, bro. Easy said, ew. Dude, I hear you, man. I feel fine, but I was just really sick for like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and I'm kind of just got all that crap in me right now. And I got to try to get it out. So, believe me, I apologize. I hate when people make that shit. Because I know this. If I would have done that in front of my wife, she would have been, get away from me. Get away from me. All right, so the last name that I saw get in here, Richard Kelly, Greg, and then it looks like Bayou, I got you. Grant Corona, I got you. So as it stands right now, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365 to win $340. Can I go pee real quick? Can you just tell people to get in, give some shout out, and I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got to pee real quick, and I got to blow my nose. I'm driving myself nuts.
All right, last chance to get in. $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. The duck race right now is at $340 to the winner. So if you want to chance to win over $300 on today's show, make sure you get in. And I want to know, has anybody today bought? I think it's bought the Raiders shirt and hat combo. I told my boss this would be a good idea because everybody wanted the hat, and I thought it'd be a good idea to kind of do a shirt hat combo to get you a little bit of a better deal. Let me know. Have you purchased a Raiders Report hat or shirt? Let me know down in the comment section because I want to prove to my boss that it is a good idea to give y'all deals like this. I want to do more deals where, like, you get 2 items and then $10 off. So I think a hat shirt for $40 is a really good deal. So if anybody out there has purchased it, let me know down below in the comment section because I want to do more deals just like this to where y'all can get more of the Raiders Report gear, maybe a jacket and shirt combo or something like that as well. Let me know. Locho, how we doing, my guy? Now's a good time to have me as your celebrity crush because my barber just did me up right this past week. Shout out to my guy LeVar here in the DF Dub. Did me up right. Easy. You guys want Mendoza 1? Yes. David says, so tired of the Maxx Crosby shit. I feel you, man. Steven, that's wild. Navman said Kenneth Walker would be a. I mean, my question to you, Navman, are you paying Kenneth Walker $13 to $14 million a year? Like, would y'all be okay with that? Because that's what he's going to go for in the open market. Grandpa Dro says, love it, but I only like fitted hats. Maybe we get that. My boss is a big trucker hat guy.
Yeah.
He is a boomer, so it is going to be hard to get him in on anything else. So we'll maybe talk to him and see what he likes.
Yeah, I've been trying to convince him to get more of like I like Mitchell and Ness, like I like the new era style, like those like baseball ball caps. I'm gonna try. We're trying. We're working our way.
You know, if enough of y'all tweet at James Yoder, we want fitted hats, maybe we can get it done.
See, I don't know if I want a fitted hat. I need something to adjust. But because the fitted hat's tough.
Yeah, because you have to have a lot of different sizes.
That's a long way away. I'm saying like if you want more of just like ball like Mitchell and Ness, like new era style, like that's gonna have to be.
Scheffler, what's up? How we doing, Raider Nation?
Where's Sheffy? I don't see Sheffy. Oh, Sheffy. Mount Raidermore. What up, Sheffy? It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you, man. All right, y'all. Last chance for you to get in the duck race. Lord Cameron Abbott. Oh, wow, bro. We got a bunch of people that just got in. LCA in. James Cleast in. William Hogue in. Jesus Franco. Soldier Man up in that O. Mike Russell, I gotcha. And then Jason Martinez. $20 Venmo. Chance to win $410 on the program as it stands right now. And as soon as I said that, now Cody Lowry, you're in. If you're like, Mitch, what am I looking at here? It's essentially a 50-50 raffle, okay? Everyone's going to get a duck. Everyone's going to do a race. You like to race the horses? It's basically what it is. I think it's a lot of fun. I've done it for many, many years, so very, very cool. Very, very cool. Shout out to today's MVP, Cass Joey. Mother effer banged 4 times. 4 bangs.
All right. You got the list.
I'm checking it twice. Again, y'all, I know we went live today. I still will say this. I know Maxx has not gotten traded yet. I am still very confident that Maxx will be traded before NFL free agency. And again, I hope that you guys, are keeping close to your phones. I know that I personally am staying glued to my phone, but the trade rumors around Maxx are not going to go anywhere. They're only going to ramp up here leading up to free agency. And I think a deal, if one ends up happening, I think Sunday's really truly like the actual deadline. I think Sunday will be the deadline. So, you ready? Oh wait, sorry, Raider Ron. He had him. Mm-hmm. Raider Ron, you in? All right, nobody else. Nobody else. Winner's gonna get $430. 3, 2, 1.
Wait. There.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Go, go. All right, leader of this pack right now, Carlos Comedy, gets out to a little bit of an early lead. Though, watch out for my guy, Hong. My guy Hong's right there in that race.
Shout out Hong.
Shout out, dude, Hong.
San Jose.
I'll tell you this. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody more drunk than Hong. He had a good time. I know that. Pena, watch out for him. Gabriel Ruiz down there on the bottom. I've never figured out how people that look like Joe Seppi are able to run like that. I mean, Antonio, this is all over the place. Soldier Man, LCA is actually how I pictured Lord Cameron Abbott looking before I actually met him. Richard Kelly, it's a hell of a belly. I'll tell you that right now. Jason Martinez, Soldier Man. Here we go. 8 seconds to go. Winner will go home with $430. And it looks like it's going to go to Crystal Mendoza. Is that a hippo cactus?
I think so.
The legendary hippo cactus. I mean, I'll tell you this. I'm definitely got to root for anybody with the last name Mendoza. Crystal Mendoza. I don't know if you're still here, but if you could please confirm that you just received $430, I would really, really appreciate that. Has Crystal won before?
Kelly.
What do we got here, Crystal? Crystal has never won before. Big time win. What up, Rick? Please stay Mad Max, but understand if get what we need. And I want Max to stay a Raider. I want Max to be a Raider for life. But if also Max doesn't want to be a Raider for life, then I don't know if I want Max to be a Raider for life. I do think that there's another team that he wants to play for. I do think that the Raiders are second fiddle. And ultimately, whenever this trade does end up going down, Zahn, did Max get traded? No. Max has not gotten traded yet. Y'all finna be here till the draft waiting on that trade. I mean, it's going to happen before. I'll tell you, I'd make a bet with anybody out there right now. I'd make a bet with anybody out there. It's going to happen before Monday. No, staying here until the draft, that's a lot of live content. We don't leave until April 23rd. Yep. Wild, man. I'm a Raider for life, but I do not do NFL for a living. It's going to be interesting, man. All right, y'all. Enjoyed today's live show. Shout out to each and every one of y'all that pulled up. I am off Friday, and I am off Saturday, which probably means Max will probably get dealt on one of those 2 days. Even if it is my off day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the time. Doesn't matter what the day. I am on dog dad duty. Alex is at a bachelorette all weekend, so my next 3 days, I get to be a dog dad, which I'm super, super excited about. Appreciate each and every one of y'all. I know we still have 900 people here in the building right now, but Chugs and I and Reed, a bunch of the guys here, we got some other stuff that we got to clean up on before our weekend, before free agency ends up get it going. Enjoy Friday. Enjoy Saturday. I will see you guys back here on Sunday. I'm coming back to work that day. Obviously, if the trade goes down, you guys already know I will be here. My team and I were ready to rock and roll.
If the trade goes down Friday or Saturday, we'll probably we'll be live on that day, and then we might switch it with our Sunday day, depending on what happens.
Yeah, very true.
So I'm looking at these next 3 days as just flex days of I could work Friday, Saturday, or Sunday.
That's probably the way to do it.
That's what I told Danny.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably have to
now,
tell Chuck the same
there's
thing.
a monsoon on Friday. That's gonna. We're supposed to have like tornado,
baseball-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds tomorrow.
I'm surprised Richie didn't tell you that. He's usually on that.
Yeah, he's slacking, dude. No, he told me I think he said he turned 15 gallons of, I think it was like, Richie, I don't know, you're not watching, no chance. He told me he turned 15 gallons of tree sap.
Oh, he was saying something about that into maple syrup.
And he turned it into maple syrup. I don't remember how much he said he turned. 15 gallons seems like a lot.
Raider Man says, "What do you think about a possible Khalil Mack return? Do you think it'll be like when Charles Woodson returned?"
I think it's a good PR move for the Raiders, and I also do think if you move on from Crosby, having an older player like Khalil that can play in your 3-4 outside linebacker defensive end, and having him kind of groom that next DE that you're also going to be able to draft is a very, very smart decision. So, all right, y'all. Peace out. Enjoy the rest of your night. I'm heading on out of here. Shout out to Chug. Shout out to Reed. Shout out to the entire Chat Sports team. And if Maxx Crosby is traded, when Maxx Crosby is traded, I will be live here on the Raiders Report.